This event changed my life.
In life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited, yes? You're going to be a recruiter for your own goals and your own dreams, or you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's.
This event
I think it's just going to be one of those years that literally
in life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited, yes? You're going to be a recruiter for your own goals and your own dreams, or you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's.
If you choose to win, this is the greatest time in the history of this company.
I think it's just going to be one of those years that literally
in life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited,
when we all
yes?
started a
You're going to be a recruiter for your own goals and your own dreams, or you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's.
If you choose to win,
why
this
for our
is
families,
the greatest time in the history of this company.
I think
the why
it's
for
just
our
one of those
clients.
years that literally
In life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited.
And it was the why that gave us the power to endure the struggles, the why
you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's. We gotta go, guys. Let's go build an RCP factory.
It's been over almost 11 years now. Just as excited, just as
In
positive,
life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited.
changed my life, our lives, the lives of our families, our children, our future grandchildren.
Do you know what you have here?
The most important sale you will ever make in this business is selling yourself. Selling yourself on why it's important to win. Selling yourself on the importance of the crusade. Selling yourself on the importance of the vision. It starts with me. Selling yourself on why you most deserve to win here. Make in this business is selling yourself. So motivated and so excited.
We control the ability to develop the skills here. Thank goodness this is not a talent business. Would you guys agree?
This is about us. This is about our time.
I'm pretty sure some people would agree with the way things are right now in the world, we're in the middle of a crisis. But here's the good news. Within every crisis is the seed of equal or greater opportunity. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of these companies? Companies like Cash App, Square, Airbnb, Uber. What do all these businesses have in common? The answer, they were all birthed out of the last financial crisis. They met an emerging need. And if you look at today's headlines, 1/3 of the US workforce is without a job right now. The national debt is skyrocketing and nobody wants to talk about it. And in there lies an opportunity, a chance for change. And see, this short video was given to you by a friend or an associate who thought you might be interested in the subject of money and personal finance. And you know what? We're in the financial industry. My name is Ian Pruckner. I've been in business for myself for over 13 years, and I've never seen it like it is right now. And when it comes to money, there's always two burning questions. The first is, how do I make more? And question number two is, how do I better manage the money that I have? See, in today's world, with the tens of millions of Americans right now either laid off or on unemployment, the real crisis is not what's going on out there. The real crisis is at home. See, millions of people are asking this very question. How do I work from home so that I can continue to provide for my family? See, what if I could show you a way that while working from home, you could get out of debt years and years ahead of time without paying a penny more than you're paying today servicing your current debt. And on top of that, potentially be able to retire 5 to 7 years sooner than you even thought possible. All this while keeping your current lifestyle. What would your life look like? What I'd like to do is just take a couple of minutes and share with you the basics of what we're doing. And if you like what you hear in these next few minutes, we're gonna invite you to watch a longer video. It's an 18-minute video that'll give you a complete overview of our company, our concepts, our compensation, and the commitment that you would need to become successful. So right now, it's kind of like a gut feeling. You're either going to be interested after these few minutes or not. And you know what? We find that there's really 5 reasons that people get involved in our business. The first is people don't like what they do for a living currently. They're actively seeking a change. And you know what? That might be you. And we've got a way for you to bridge that gap and to move out of your current career into an amazing business of your own. The second is people love what they do right now, but they're always looking to earn extra income. And listen, our uniqueness is part-time additional income on top of what you're doing right now. And our business model, it was designed to give you a chance to come in and to learn our business part-time. See, I had no background whatsoever in the financial industry. Which leads us to this sort of third group of people that we see. This thing that really caught my attention is I was learning more about money and personal finance. What I really had to learn was how to win the money game. I analyzed it, I looked at it. And if you're like me, we went to school, we got good grades across the board, but I was never taught about money and personal finance. We never had a class like that. Did you? And so a lot of people get involved with us from the client point of view. They just want to get their finances in order. They want to learn more about insurance. They want to learn about investing and IRAs, 401ks, budgeting, wills, how to cut costs maybe in different areas. They want a written plan, they want a coach, and they want a guide. And we provide that through a written financial game plan. And I realized that not only did I want to learn all of this, but I wanted to be able to turn around and teach other people. And the fourth group of people, they want to help. They want to make a difference. They don't want to just do something to make money. They want to know that what they're doing really matters. And the fifth group of people is really the one that caught my attention. It was a chance to have my own business, a chance to be in business for myself, but not by myself. And I saw an amazing support system that was in place to help us. And you know what? Right now, there's 2 reasons that our business is thriving. Number 1, the market has never been bigger. We've got the baby boomers. We've got 10,000 baby boomers turning 65 years old every single day. They're receiving millions and millions of dollars from their 401k plans. They have to roll them over into IRAs, mutual funds. They need professional guidance. So that's a big market. That's a huge market. There's this wall of wealth coming. And then you've got the millennials. They're getting married, they're having kids, they're buying homes, and they need help and guidance in the areas of insurance and budgeting and wills, saving and accumulating money for college for their kids. So there's this huge need in the marketplace, which brings us to the second reason. There's nearly 1.4 million realtors in the US today, almost the same amount of attorneys. There's just over 1 million doctors in this country, but financial advisors, only 300,000. The average advisor today is in their upper 50s. Over the next decade, 10% will retire, and there's no system right now to replenish that sort of depleted market. There's no way right now. None of the big financial firms have figured out how to bridge this service gap, right? And you know what? We've broken the code on it. We found that if you bring in people part-time and you teach them and you let them learn and they can make $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 a month part-time, and they could develop the skills to go full-time if they wanted or stay part-time forever. Either way is an incredible opportunity. And just like Amazon was so disruptive to the retail industry, Morningstar said our company is that disruptive to the financial industry. And the biggest need we have right now is for leaders. If you're one of those kind of people that's always dreamed of owning your own business, a business that you could leave to your family, that you could leave behind as a legacy, our business model fits you perfectly. Right now in our business, my wife and I are building exactly that, a business that we can leave for our kids and teaching others how to do that as well. And so I want to invite you, if you're interested in learning about money and finance, having all of your licenses paid for, having a home-based business with complete support technology-wise, video training, trainers assigned to you, a team that you're a part of, something you can do with no risk and learn at your own pace with the opportunity of building a gigantic business, then take the time right now. Get back with the person who gave you this video and ask them for the next one. It's an 18-minute overview that'll give you all the details, answer all the questions, and talk to you directly about how you could utilize our system either as a client or an associate. The ball's in your court. The next step is to ask the person that invited you for this next video. Have a wonderful day, and I wish you the best of luck in the interview process.
This event changed my life.
In life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited, yes? You're going to be a recruiter for your own goals and your own dreams, or you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's.
I think it's just going to be one of those years that literally thrusts you to a completely different level than anything you can think, dream, or imagine.
If you choose to win, this is the greatest time in the history of this company to chase greatness.
When we all started at Primerica, we bought into the why of Primerica.
Doing something special in your life is different.
The why for our families.
Creating financial independence is different.
The why for our clients.
Taking your family to a great place in the world is not normal.
And it was the why that gave us the power to endure the struggles of building a business.
We gotta go, guys. Let's go build an RVP factory. Man, it's been over 10, almost 11 years now, and she's just as excited, just as positive, just as motivated.
And it changed my life, it changed her life, the lives of our families, our children, our future grandchildren.
Our team.
Do you know what you have here?
The most important sale you will ever make in this business is selling yourself. Selling yourself to win.
It starts with me.
Selling yourself on the importance of the crusade. Selling yourself on the importance of the vision.
It starts with me.
Selling yourself on why you deserve to win here.
And it starts today.
Pumped up and so motivated and so excited.
We control the ability to develop the skills here. Thank goodness this is not a talent business. Would you guys agree?
This is about us. This is about our time. We're going to do this together.
You see, you got to remember what you're fighting for. It's about money and time. Freedom of money and freedom of time. A job will never give you both.
Your choices can make or break your business, and this is your business. Please make the right choice.
We are gonna do it and do it and do it and do it until the job gets done. Ahoo! I love you guys.
Good morning, teammates, man. If you guys caught that promo video, I am so excited. That's our next Midwest Builder School in October. But today we have an incredible lineup of speakers, you guys. I'm so excited. I believe now the time in Primerica is better than ever before. Get your pen and paper ready. You guys, we are kicking off today with one of the most fired up, excited leaders in the lineup today. John Cooper's about to cross over $400,000 in annual income. You guys give your time and attention to the incredible John Cooper.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm so fired up to be the first speaker for this incredible event today. And man, listen, you got to stay engaged today. I don't know about you, but man, watching that video, I just got fired up. I don't even know what time is it. It's 8 a.m. in the morning. And man, I just feel like I was like shot with some adrenaline, baby, because watching that video, it just stirs my heart to greatness of what this business is. And man, we are in the greatest time in all of Primerica. I mean, in all of the history of Primerica, I believe that Primerica is in its greatest days, and you are a part of it. And so I'm going to share my screen here, guys. I got a fantastic presentation because I want to talk to you guys about the dream and the crusade. You know, Art Williams, who started our incredible company, he was built on two things, two components to building a solid Primerica business, the dream and the crusade. The dream and the crusade. You know, watching that video, I just heard, I don't know who said it, but they said I was sold on the idea of the why. You know, when I got sold on the dream, but more importantly, when I found out what the crusade was about in our business, that did something inside of me. See, the dream will inspire you. Everybody wants to be inspired. I think everybody comes to Primerica for multiple different reasons, okay? I think most people come to Primerica to make extra money. They realize that their quality of life is not what they want. They signed up for, you know, they're living a lifestyle that they never signed up for, and so they join Primerica, and they realize very quickly that, hey, you can make some incredible part-time income here. So people are inspired by the dream. Okay, they're inspired by the what if and what can be. But the crusade, I believe, ignites something inside of your heart. It ignites something inside of you that keeps you going when it gets tough. It keeps you going when you want to quit. It keeps you going and focus on your goal and your vision when you feel like you want to quit and throw in that towel. See, the dream will inspire you, but the crusade, it's going to ignite something inside. And what is the crusade here? You know, there's multiple crusades in Primerica. And we can get, and you're going to hear some great product training. You're going to hear some great speakers today that I believe are really going to talk about that. But I believe that the biggest crusade that's happening right now in our country is a crusade against average and ordinary, right? We're being conditioned as a humanity to accept average and ordinary. You know, R. Williams, he said, listen, you can call me anything, but don't call me average and ordinary. I believe that is the biggest crusade, and we need to learn how to conquer ourselves in this time and refuse to be average and refuse to be ordinary and refuse to run with the pack, but to be that lion that goes after your dream, to be that pace setter, to be that pioneer that goes after the impossible in your life. You know, crusaders, listen, you got to be prepared. You're you know, in our business, guys, when I think about being an entrepreneur, guys, when I quit my job and I went full time here and I went after my dreams, people thought I was crazy. They thought I was nuts. They called me the dreamer. Some of my best friends, they would call me the dreamer. And so you've got to be prepared because you're going to battle. You're waging war for your future. You're waging war for your destiny. And so you got to go to battle with a full arsenal. And you got to know how to wage an effective campaign against your enemy, right? The enemy of average, the enemy of the ordinary, the enemy of the dream stealers, the ones that will try to rob you, the ones that are living a nightmare and are trying to rob you of your dream. You've got to, listen, you got to make sure that your quiver is full so that you can take that arrow up and fire that dart, right? You got to know that when you go to battle and when you go to wage war, it's not going to be easy, but man, it's going to be worth it. It is going to be so worth it when you pull up in that dream car. It's going to be so worth it when you pay off that debt. It's going to be so worth it when you retire that family member. It's going to be so worth it when you live your dreams. It's going to be so worth it when you hear the phrase, I knew you can do it. Oh, we always knew that you could do it. We just wanted to test you. It's going to be so worth it when they ask you the question, how does it feel to know that you're living your dreams? How is it going to feel? Listen, you got to think about that moment. You know, coming up in the business, being a crusader and loving what we did and loving what we stand for and loving what we do and not relenting. I always look forward to that moment. I always looked forward to that moment when my biggest naysayers, my biggest haters, and my biggest doubters, they would look at me and say, you did it. Man, is that a good feeling. So you've got to go to battle and you got to make sure that arsenal is full and you've got to wage that effective war. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, folks, there's going to be a lot of outward and external circumstances that are going to attempt to come to war against you. But the biggest battle that you're going to face is yourself. You know, I don't know where this quote came from, but it says, a man or a woman who can conquer himself is greater than one who conquers 1,000 men in battle. And listen, you guys, our business, you can know everything there is to know about product, the service, the financial needs analysis, the investments. You can know all that, and have a bunch of head knowledge. But listen to me loud and clear, folks. Our business is not one with our head. It's one with our hearts. Our business is not one with our heads. It's one with our hearts. And listen, the secret to winning in this business is not what you know, but it's what you have inside. Our business, the secret to winning is heart power. If you capture someone's heart, you can capture the person. And the reality is the first person's heart that needs to be captured is yours. You got to fall in love with this business. You got to conquer yourself. You got to make a decision today that you're not going to fade away. You got to make a decision today that you're not going to be a has-been, but you're going to be a success. You're going to be a somebody and not a nobody. You're not going to be a bench warmer, but you're going to be a starter. And today in this event, this is the start of your dreams. This is the start. This is the genesis. This is the rebirth. This is the moment that you've been waiting for to take charge of your life and take charge of your destiny to be able to truly live your dreams. Let's have a great event today. I love you guys. God bless you guys.
Oh my gosh, John, I could not have started this event any better, man. You spoke to my heart that this is a heart power business, and this business is meant for those that want to change their daggone life. They don't want to be average and ordinary. I hope you guys were taking notes on what he said, and then it really spoke to your heart. But guys, we are not slowing down at all this morning. We get to hear from an incredible speaker. Teresa Taylor is one of the top female RVPs in the entire company. Just clicked over 800,000 in annual income, has currently over 1,000 agents in her organization. But I think honestly, my favorite part of her Primerica story is the incredible impact this business has had on her family. If you guys will listen with your hearts, be ready to take notes, and welcome up Teresa Taylor. Teresa, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Oh my gosh, you put me after the amazing John Cooper. Are you kidding me? My heart is racing. John, I love you. Thanks for that. Becca, great to see you. Hey guys, I am honored to be on here this morning. It's like the crack of dawn here, but that's okay. I think I've had too much coffee. Hey guys, I don't know about you, but we are at the end of August. And if you're like me, this year has completely flown by. And when we get to the end of August, I think about Labor Day. It's actually my birthday weekend. But in thinking about Labor Day and what that stands for, I started thinking about the American dream with all the politics that's going on. But what is the American dream? The American dream is the belief that anyone, regardless of where they were born or what class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society where upward mobility is possible for everyone. Now, I think, guys, you know that the American dream is not achieved by chance. It's achieved by hard work, risk-taking, work ethic. You know, when we were working in the United Kingdom back in 2003, we were asked why we would ever want to move there, meaning, moving away from America. They thought we were absolutely crazy because there's a lot of immigrants that go there, just like there are a lot of immigrants that come to the US. The dream is to do better, right? The dream is to do better for themselves and their family. Comments that we heard were consistent. You know, I was making a decent living, but few prospects for improvement. I'm a fighter. I'm not satisfied with just getting by. A computer engineer. Can I be frank? It's the money. If I could have worked my way up, I would have stayed, but repeated effort showed me that I could not. You know, they're motivated by the same basic desire to the extent possible to be in charge of one's own life. You know, they landed in the UK, but honestly, American dream they all wanted. Anyone who tries to do something and fails is infinitely better than those who try to do nothing and succeed, right? But according to Bloomberg, okay, I found this very interesting. 8 out of 10 businesses fail within the first. I'm gonna go through the top 5 reasons, okay? Not really in touch with customers through deep dialogue. Our solution at Primerica is person-to-person interaction. You know, eyeball to eyeball. Eyeball to eyeball, knowing your clients and your clients' needs through continued conversations. You know, we're being there for our clients through marriage, children, home purchases, unexpected loss, education costs, retirement. Reason number 4 was failure to communicate the service or innovation to make a company or product attractive to customers in a clear and concise fashion. Our solution, Primerica has a compelling story. To be able to show how Primerica can solve only client problems, but the ability to earn more money with the opportunity of working for us. You know, our story is told over and over through our presentations, our coffee breaks, our company overviews and orientations. You know, I don't know about you, but we are so fortunate to have Bobby Buisson with us today. He was there in the beginning and he is here today. He never misses a meeting. He never misses a trip. You know, he's always cheering on teammates in his organization, out of his organization. I'm so excited to hear from him and the story, right? Reason number 3, the inability to nail a profitable business model with proven revenue streams. I think we've got that one taken care of. 7 ways do we get paid? Are you kidding me? Fee for service for all the amazing products that we have. Bonuses, override, residual income, stock, paid vacations, ownership. Reason 2, no real differentiation in the market. Creating a solution for something that doesn't have a problem. I mean, they completely missed the mark, but I don't even think they had a target, right? Our solution, the financial needs analysis, really does separate us from the rest. But all you have to look at is the company's growth year to date over last year, and notably in a really crazy time, right? To see how much difference we make and what we do in regards to an opportunity. We make a difference, we have an impact, we're a beacon of light. A company that solves a problem has legs to stand on. That is a sustainable business. And reason 1, leadership breakdown. And this is actually in 2 parts. Our solution, the true sense of being in business for yourself, but not by yourself. You know, so I want to cover this in 2 perspectives. From our home office, led by Glenn Williams, Peter Schneider, the amazing Bobby Peterman, and so many incredible, dedicated quality individuals. The true sense of being in business for yourself, but not by yourself, is evidenced in these numbers. I want you to look at these numbers of the home office staff that support us every day. Guys, these people are not on your payroll. That's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just pretty darn incredible to me. And the second part of reason 1, the founder gives up. Now, guys, ultimately, this lands heavily on your shoulders, but founders give up. They quit. They throw in the towel, right? Quitting should not be an option. Big mistake, huge. If you have a plan B, you probably won't be successful with your plan A. Plant your flag, allow your time and efforts and work ethic to compound, right? Primerica embodies the American dream. We have the 2 elements that are threaded through the American dream. A belief that there is a fair chance of succeeding and ample opportunities to do so. Everyone has a chance, okay? The opportunities are there. Hard work is rewarded. There are mega hierarchies being built in much shorter period of time than we've ever seen before, and their incomes are skyrocketing. So many million, I think it was $8 million in 2020 alone. Mika and John L. Saunders, 0 to 1 million in 6 years. The success of our field leaders and the company is undeniable. At Primerica, everyone is responsible for their own destiny and no one is held back. And that is the true American dream. I'll leave it back to you, Becca.
Man, Teresa, what an incredible job. Just reminding us that now is better than ever to build a Primerica business. And you guys, in just a minute, we're going to hear from one of the $1 million earners, Assad Faraj. Make sure you text your teammates in just a couple of minutes. He's coming up. But before we do that, you guys, we get to hear from the top recruiters as a panel. You get to hear Kent Preston will be leading that panel. Kent is an incredible leader here in Indianapolis, used to work for the school corporation, and he is now a leader of the Dream Painters. Please welcome to the broadcast, Kent Preston.
Thanks, Becca. You look great. Way to go, Teresa and John. What a great start. I'm honored to host this panel on recruiting. Recruiting is the lifeblood of this business. Let's get right into it. I've got some questions that I'm going to be asking these great leaders, and we're just going to kind of give and take here a little bit. I love this part of the agenda, so you can kind of get some spontaneous play off of each other. When you and in my opinion, you don't want to just know what recruiters do. You want to know how they think. You want to know how successful people think. So my first question, and I'm going to start with Pat Lousy. Pat's a good friend of mine. We've been in business in the Team Unstoppable hierarchy together since we were districts. And I want to start with Pat. Pat, how do you think about recruiting? What is your mindset when it comes to recruiting?
Well, thanks, Kent, man. Good morning. Hey, this is exciting, isn't it? Hey, I think I'll just talk maybe new people for a minute, because I wonder how many people think the way I did when I started. Like when I started, I came from the corporate world. Why would I recruit? What's the benefit for me? What's the benefit for the people I recruit? And, really the problem is, it's fear. What would my friends think of me if we tried to recruit them? I mean, I was an introvert. This was totally foreign to me, but I had somebody say, kind of give me an analogy that really helped. And I looked back at my career. I was in computers. And when I went in for an interview at a new job, it kind of worked like this. You send in a resume or an application, you go and you're in a lobby and there's usually 5 to 10 people interviewing for the exact same job. Well, why? Well, it's real simple. They had an increase in demand and they needed more people. But not just more people, they needed more quality people. So they had to go through 10 people to find the 3 or 4 they wanted. Think of this. What's the demand in Primerica? Holy cow. I mean, how many people are going to retire with benefits? We know that's not very many. So if people get to retirement, they don't have benefits. They don't learn what Primerica teaches. What's their retirement going to look like? So Primerica has attacked this market, and they said, hey, there's 2 ways Primerica could have done it. They could have done it the average financial company way, which is hire salespeople, hire managers, et cetera. And what would they have? If you were in that, you just have another job, and my job was getting me nowhere. So what Primerica said was, look, we're going to teach you from scratch, Pat. And again, this was totally foreign to me, how to have a business, how to put people on your team. And they said, if you give people an opportunity here, they said, look, you don't have to retire with an average and ordinary life. Your life can be extraordinary. I would have never had an extraordinary life at my old job. So it really changed the way I thought when I really looked long-term at what a business meant.
That's good stuff, Pat. Really appreciate that. Let's kick it to Raul. Raul Vasquez, same question. How do you think? What's your think and grow recruiting? What's your think and grow rich? What's your mindset when it comes to recruiting? I saw Raul on here, so I know he's on here. All right, I'm gonna, if Raul, there he is. You good, Raul?
All right. Okay. All right, good morning, good morning. Recruiting mindset is nothing but a process, especially the old school like myself. When we grow up in, let's say, an environment where we don't recruit a lot, there is a process that you need to adjust, especially, if you're not around people that recruit a lot. The mindset that you need to develop is through a lot of reading, and especially a lot of videos from the company. R. Williams, he built this business based on recruiting. And sometimes, I joined Primerica in 1998, and I was in an environment where we recruit a lot. And we have to set up a mindset where you started recruiting. But you start by yourself recruiting your base shop that is possible, for you develop that recruiting mindset. And especially, when you start recruiting 10, when you start doing, let's say, the double day recruiting, automatically you can see the rule 80-20. You start working with 20% of your key people, but they say leaders came on package of 10. And can you imagine when you start recruiting 50 a month? When you're recruiting 50 a month, you have a lot of leaders that they're gonna pop up by themselves. You need just to put them on the right environment, and the rest, they raise their hand and they say, you know what, I'm gonna develop my recruiting mindset. But it's nothing by leading by example, and everything starts from you down, not from you up, from you down. If you start teaching your people that recruiting is the way to go, and especially, what has changed, our business is this, learning from the great Bill Randall, the easy three. Easy three is so simple. You recruit three, they recruit three, they recruit three, they recruit three. Not everybody is open-minded to do it, but you work with whoever is willing to work. You work with them, and nothing can stop you. Thank you.
I love it. Leaders come in a package of 10. That's the line of the morning already. I love that. Great job. Jacob Harper, man. Jacob is on fire. He's killing it. Again, we're trying to get into the heads of our great recruiters. Jacob, talk to us about your mindset and just kind of how you see recruiting being a key piece in building your business.
Yeah. So, I think the biggest thing with recruiting is that there's only, one real reason, to recruit, right? And it's to build a business. And I think you've got to know that going into it. But on top of that, I think while you're recruiting somebody, while you're sitting down across from somebody, you've got to know that you have the goods and that this business is better than anything else out there. Because if you think that a job where you're making, 200, 300 grand is better than this, you're never going to be able to recruit people that come from a good job, right? In a golden handcuffs job. That's never going to happen. So you've got to have that mindset, and people are going to be able to tell if you have that, and you've got to know that you are freeing them from really the corporate world, right? And that without you, they wouldn't have access to this business, right? They wouldn't have a chance. So you have to look at it as, you're in the driver's seat. You're the one giving them that opportunity. And if they take it, that's on them. That's great. And if they don't, on to the next one, because you've got the best opportunity in American business. They are blessed to sit down with you and have the opportunity to take that opportunity.
Gang, that was gold right there. In fact, I wholeheartedly agree with that. We have the goods. It's in their best interest for us to talk to them. Great message. Really appreciate that mindset. Our fourth panelist, let's get right to him. I actually got a couple questions for him. I'll start with the first one again. What's your mindset? How do you think, Shane? Shane Douglas, again, high energy guy, going to build a huge hierarchy. Shane, talk to us a little bit about your thought process.
Ken, dude, I appreciate you so much, especially for your preparation, brother. I love the fact that you were emailing us and we were chatting back and forth, and I'm honored to be on this panel with such champions such as these. But you're right, dude, like recruiting is a mindset. It's 100% a mindset. And this is the way that I've always thought about it, is that while our products and our services, right, that's going to help somebody change their lives in 20 to 30 years. the recruiting opportunity is going to change their lives in a heartbeat. I mean, we just heard from Teresa, who's making 800 grand a year, 60 grand a month. And dude, like the way that she got there was by signing an IBA, or for those that are brand new, the paperwork you sign when you get started as an agent in Primerica. And man, I mean, my wife and I, okay, my number one recruit, Melissa, okay, absolutely our MVP of MVPs. She and I had a business prior to this. And so we had employees. And I'll tell you what, Kent, we were never in a position where we could give the employee the exact same opportunity that we were given. So here you become a CEO and you build other CEOs. So that's what I love about the mindset around recruiting.
Good stuff. Man, how many of you wish you got it when you were that young? Okay, I just love it. You can change somebody's life in a minute with the IBA. Great stuff. Shane, let me stay with you and let's move this panel more into some specific recruiting tips. Now, there's nearing 1,000 people jumping on this as we go past 800, 830, 840. So we have brand new associates. We have people maybe that have been personal producers that want to now shift to recruiting. We have people that are thinking big already. They want to think triple digit recruiting. We can't speak to each speaker, speak to each group, but what's a tip that you have that might speak to one of those groups, a specific recruiting tip that they can go apply today? Shane, kick us off.
Yeah, great. That's a great question. I mean, I think that we need to come into these events prepared to change, because in order for our lives to change, we have to change. And so I would say for the newest new person, or even the veteran, quite honestly, Ken, is like, get out in the field and in front of people. I'd rather be in front of somebody and jack up the deal than not be in front of somebody and be a master at my craft. Okay. And so at the end of the day, you just got to fail forward in the process of recruiting. And so to me, what I would leave everybody with is the challenge to either get in front of someone today or several today. And if you're brand new, get your trainer in front of them, right? Because sometimes the brand new person's like, I don't know the script. You don't have to know the script. Your trainer knows the script. Get your trainer in front of somebody. Shoot, dang, call me. I'll get in front of them for you. You know, like whatever it takes, I'll get it done.
I love it. Go play in traffic, right? Let's just get out there and make something happen. Again, let's stick with the specific tips. Jacob, let's come back to you. What is something that somebody can run with right now, something that they can grab and go make something happen with on recruiting?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on what Shane said, and specifically for new people. I think, like he said, anybody, but specifically for new people, is I think you got to realize that, you're not a dummy, right? You saw something when you sat down with somebody and you saw this opportunity. Something clicked in your brain where you're like, I need to jump on this, right? I need to make this happen. If you sit down with people, other people are going to see that. All it is it's your duty and obligation to show them that, right? So people out here in this world aren't stupid. If you go find enough people and you go show enough people what this business is, they're going to jump on it too, right? You're not dumb, right? You saw something in this. Those people are going to see something too. So just get in front of a massive amount of people, especially new people, right? Everybody should know what you're doing. Absolutely everybody, right? So if maybe it's not a good fit for them, but I promise you they know somebody who it's a good fit for if not.
Great. Good stuff, man. This is really meaty stuff. I love this part of the agenda. Raul, let's come to you. Again, you've been, I think you said 98 maybe is when you started. So you've seen a lot of different techniques. You've used a lot of different techniques. What's your specific tip on recruiting for our attendees today?
My best advice for new people is that, especially the old people in business like me, we need to teach them how do they overcome the fear about recruiting? Because when I started with Primerica, I just recruit enough to get promoted. If you just recruit enough to get promoted, you never, let's say you limit yourself and you limit your teammates to go to the next level. Again, the great Bill Randall, teach us like, every time that I sit down with the new people, that I feel train them, the first question that I ask them, would you like to make 100,000 out of your own effort or 100,000 out of others' effort? And right there, you identify who has the recruiting mentality. If they say, you know what, I want to make 100,000 out of my own effort, they're not ready for recruit. You need to work on their mind that recruiting is not a bad thing. Everybody's on the recruiting business, churches, businesses, and all of that. And the first thing you need to deprogram from the corporate and start teaching that recruiting is the way to go. If you want to impact our community, we need to teach how to recruit.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Raul. Our last panelist thought, Pat Lousy. Give us a specific tip, and then we're going to kick it back to Becca. Go ahead, Pat.
I think it's the easiest thing. You heard these great leaders talk about mindset. How do you get the right mindset? Don't miss training. I mean, that's where we learn it. I mean, we all come from a different background, and most of us not from anything like this or business oriented, but training is where we can get the mindset we need to be successful. And that's where we learn how recruiting works, why we want to recruit, and that's how you become successful. So don't miss training is the best advice I have for a brand new person.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, panelists. Great job. Becca, we're going to kick it back to you.
Man, that was a straight clinic, you guys, practical tips on how to recruit. But next, we get to hear not from someone in the middle of building a great business, but someone that has had undeniable success. Asad Faraj is not only a $1 million earner, but he has helped recruit and train someone that has also become a $1 million earner. And if you're the newest person on the call, man, you're just so fired up. You want to be somebody, you want to do something so dang special with your life. I promise you, Asad is going to bring you the perfect message. Give a round of applause to $1 million earner, Asad Faraj.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope and pray you're doing fantastic. I want to first and foremost just congratulate you for being on this training. Bottom line is we believe the life is all about choices, and everyone's life ends up being a sum total of the choice you make. People here think, that's good. I'm glad things are going pretty well in certain areas. If that's the case, we're happy for you. You made excellent choices in those areas. But if you're on this train this morning, wishing, hoping, and praying things were going better for you financially or career-wise, congratulations. You made the choice to be here this morning. This choice will have a massive impact in your life, not just in 10 and 20 years, but even in the next 3 months. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. This talk is called We've Been Withholding Information. And you'll find out in a moment that's not such a bad thing. So let's go ahead and get started. So bottom line is, who's heard this before? Some onions, if you look at them closely, they look totally fine on the outside. But as you peel back layers of the onion, it can be rotten to the core on the inside. And quite honestly, many opportunities look like that. Tread carefully, watch out, be careful. They may be dishonest, they may be unethical, they may be lying to you and deceiving you and taking advantage of you. And that's true with many opportunities. Okay, many opportunities are totally like that. And I'm going to share this with you. So many opportunities are shiny on the outside and completely fruitless at the core. So Primerica, we're a little different. Primerica is not rotten on the inside. I've been here 29 years, you guys. And 29 years ago when I joined this company.
Sorry, I know you've got a great message. Your slides aren't shared. If you could just share that, I know they would appreciate that.
I'm so sorry. Hang on 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. I'm so sorry. Here we go. I'm going to do that right now. Thanks for letting me know. Sorry about that. Okay, now it's there, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So, hey guys, Primerica is different. I've been here 29 years. And when I joined the company 29 years ago, it was the greatest opportunity on the face of the earth as far as hours you put in, how much you can help people and make a difference, and how much money you can make. I totally believe that, and it was actually true. I remember looking at this thing and saying, oh my God, there cannot possibly be anything better. And it was a true statement at the time. What's happened since then is every year this company's gotten unrecognizably better than it was before. And quite honestly, they held back a whole bunch of information from me. And we hold back a whole bunch of information from you. So however you found out about our company, maybe you sat in an opportunity meeting years ago. Maybe you took a phone call from somebody and they did a little Zoom presentation with you. Maybe they sent you a video. And you're thinking, okay, I'll check this out. I've got news for you. We've been holding back information. So check this out. Okay. Wise people may advise you to be careful when considering the opportunity because we may be withholding information and we actually have been. So here's one thing we've held back from you. Here's one thing we didn't share like day one when you learn about what we do, and something called a field training bonus. At the end of the day, I believe Primerica has been broken up into two eras. Before May 2nd, 2019, and then starting May 3rd, 2019, which is just about a year ago, for the first time in 42 years of our company's history, a brand new person getting involved can be, and the field training, the person training them, and the regional vice president, the person in charge, can be totally 100% in alignment. You ever try and drive a car and one tire is not in alignment? What about two? What about three? What about four? And in this case, for the first time ever, the company, the regional vice president, the field trainer, and the trainee are in total alignment. What does that mean? We believe when Sir Isaac Newton said the word, a body at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in motion tends to stay in motion. So for years, there was this conflict of new people coming on board thinking, I want to hold back and not take you on my appointments yet because I want to get licensed first, okay? And I can see why they would say that. They want to hold back so they can make most of the money. And the bottom line is now with the field training bonus, it's no longer the case. We used to cap a bonus for unlicensed people at $300. Now we got people all day long getting field training bonus, which means we're banking them money. So not only can the recruit pre-qualify for promotions as they're working before they get licensed, but they can make and bank thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. We got people in our organization getting $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, even $5,000 field training bonuses. Yes, that was not mentioned in detail day one. Yes, we've been withholding information. That's not such a bad thing. Check this out. When I started the company, there was no such thing called an increasing benefit rider on our life insurance. And honestly, the leadership of our company, the executive team, had that as like an afterthought. You know, what is that? Well, what it does is it kind of protects the family from inflation. So kind of complete the statement for me. Most families don't buy the amount of life insurance they need. They buy what they think they can afford, right? So bottom line is it allows you to raise your coverage every year for the first 10 years at a great price. Actually, at almost like at your issue age. So when you're 40, if you buy it when you're 40, when you're 41, 42, 43, you're raising it at a 40-year-old's price. Good deal for you. So almost every single death claim we deliver for families is actually more than the client applied for. That's a total blessing. But what's crazy, you guys, is the reps are compensated on a policy, not just in the first year, but in the second year, all the way for the next 10 years after they buy it. 90% of our clients accept the increasing benefit rider. So every time you do a policy, once that thing hits the second year, then for the next 10 years, you're getting a new check. You're getting a new sale every year, and you're doing absolutely nothing for that. We don't explain that in the interview. We don't explain that in the opportunity, but my family's paid. I used to make 34 grand a year as an entry-level engineer 29 years ago. I'm certain I'm making way more than $34,000 a year now, just off of the IBR, just off an afterthought, just off something that people didn't think about. Yes, we've been withholding information from you. How about this? We just are launching now the mortgage already in 5 states. And we're going to be adding new states all the time, which is exciting. But check this out for a second. You know what they did for us? They added an entire career's income on top of our existing income. So let me just explain. If your job is you're a nurse, they're not going to come to you one day and say, hey, we've got good news for all you nurses. Well, what's that? We want to add a teacher's salary on top of your nursing salary. That'd be kind of cool. Will never happen. Okay, if you're an engineer, they're not going to come to you and say, we want to add a police officer's salary on top of your engineering salary. And that's never going to happen. Okay? What they just did, understand that all across our great country, there's, God knows, tens of thousands of people who make a living, who do well for their families, who have a lucrative income just from mortgages alone. And they just added that on top of what we do. In other words, Okay, they just added an entire career's income on top of our existing income, and our existing income wasn't so shabby. We only have more people before the mortgage business making $100,000 a year, $500,000 a year, $1 million a year and beyond than any company in the world. And they just gave us a massive pay raise. And also, it's fantastic for the client, wholesale rates and wholesale closing costs. We've had this when I started, and it's got a free bi-weekly payment plan. So every mortgage we do literally pays off 30% faster. Yes, we did not mention this to you in that first recruiting interview, and we have been withholding information. That's not such a bad thing. And by the way, there's no license required to override people, and you can recruit people all day long who get this license or already had it and make money off it. How about this thing called securities trails and bonuses? Listen, when I joined the company 29 years ago, Chris Koob was here, a lot of us were here. There was no such thing as securities trails. Okay, we didn't get paid on that. There's no such thing as bonus compensation. Okay, investment trails happen at $1,000 a year for every $1 million under management, which is a lot of money once you've been here for a long time and built a business. You know, when people see $1 million under management, how long is it going to take me to get there? A long time. When I started, a long time. In today's Primerica, not so much. Primerica used to do $1 million trade. Okay, we used to do $1 million trade every 2 months. Now we're doing $1 million trade every 15 minutes. And listen to me for a second. We're heading into a season because of the great wealth transfer and the boomers passing away and rollovers and all that stuff, that we're heading to a season we're going to be doing $15 million trades per minute. Okay, that's the season we're heading into. But the bottom line is, even if you're just out there doing $50 a month, $100 a month, you'll trip over people who have 401ks to roll over. And IRAs, nobody's coaching them on. It's easier than ever to get millions under management. And trail commission was not discussed in my recruiting review, but it's a big portion of our incomes today. How about bonus off of life insurance and investments? All I can tell you is that was not mentioned when I first saw an opportunity. That's not mentioned in a first-time recruiting interview. It's not mentioned at all, but it's not too shabby. My bonus compensation was $350,000 last year. And the bottom line is that's 10 times more than I used to make in my engineering job that I gave up off something that was held back from me. We never mentioned it. We've been withholding information, and for that we apologize. Just kidding, we don't. Okay, it's better than you think it is, which is crazy. How about this thing called end of term bonuses? Trust me, I don't care how many people have ever joined our company through opportunity meetings, through videos, through recruiting interviews, through Zoom meetings, through phone calls, through a meeting at Panera Bread. Not one time did the recruiter ever explain to the new associate, we have this thing called end of term bonuses. If you would have asked me what the heck an end of term bonus was after my first week here, my first month here, I would have no idea what the heck you were talking about. And to this day, most people don't. Well, when a policy becomes, the end of term after 10 or 20 or 30 years, a lot of our clients renew it and they pay out a compensation plus bonuses. You guys, I'm averaging this year $4,000 a month off this thing called end of term bonuses, which nobody ever talks about. Nobody's ever mentioned. We've been withholding information from you. We've been holding back, okay? But that's not such a bad thing. This thing is way, way better the more you peel back the layers. It is shiny and fruitful and unbelievable at the core. Okay, how about this? Free stock for our RVPs. Listen, when I got promoted to regional vice president, I was still single at the time, so I got gypped. I just got a plaque and people clapped for me. Okay, that's what happened. When a married couple gets promoted RVP, they'll get a plaque and the wife gets flowers. So I was gypped right there. Okay, so they get plaque and flowers. Okay, all of a sudden, a couple of years ago, they announced we now have a stock program. Primerica went public. We have a free stock. And now when a brand new person becomes a regional vice president, we're still giving the plaque. We're still giving the flowers if it's a live meeting. And we're also giving them about $10,000 to $12,000 of free Primerica stock vested day one. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's not talked about in the opportunity meeting. That's not mentioned in every recruiting review. It is way, way, way better than we portray. It's not one of those onions that's shiny. It looks all good and healthy at the top layer, but the more you peel back layers, is rotten at the core. It's not like that. It's not that piece of fruit you take a bite in, it's all brown. This thing is unbelievably luscious and juicy at the core. We've been withholding back. This company's paid me at value when they paid it, now worth way more, $1.2 million of stock so far, off of something that didn't exist when I started, off a new creation, off a little addition that is never mentioned in recruiting, is never mentioned on things, but just another way we bless people, another way to make us shinier at the core than we are at the surface, which is amazing to me. Okay, next, okay, company trips every year. Are you kidding me? I've been on, so who's ever been on family vacations growing up, right? I had an honest dad, but man, every time we went on family vacation, it was always duck, right? Because they're registered at the counter, and we were a family of 5, and of course we're gonna sneak us all in the one room. I've heard families of 6, 9, and 13 do the same exact thing just to save money. But man, when this company takes you on vacation, we've been blessed, my family, to go on about 84 Primerica trips so far, and we're gonna relaunch those things next year, and it's gonna be spectacular. But the bottom line is, these are 5 to 7. I didn't know a 7-star resort even existed. They've taken us to 5, 6, 7-star resorts. It's incredible, luxury beyond belief. They treat you like a king and a queen. And yes, when you come back to your room after a long day of having a great time, there's actually gifts on the bed, not cheap gifts, but really, really nice gifts. And so I disappoint my family and take them on vacations. We've done some pretty cool things. We went to Australia for a month and taken them around the world. We went on to Venice, Italy. My kids have been to Venice 3 times, but nothing like a Primerica trip. How about total freedom? This was not mentioned to me. At the end of the day, most of us love the Primerica business. But you know what? We love our families even more. There's things called a crisis that can hit your life. I got news for you guys. When it comes to crises, 100% of people will get them. By definition, they are very difficult to go through. My question for you right now is, if we're all going to get a crisis hits our life, and they're by definition difficult to go through, why would you want to add financial pressure on top of something we all know is going to happen to us and is extremely difficult and challenging to go through? But that's exactly what we do until we heed the advice that was written in Proverbs, okay, thousands of years ago, where it says, the Bible says, an ant has the smallest brain on earth, but even it knows, work hard all summer and save for the winter, okay? And then J. Paul Getty said 120 years ago, before the coronavirus, you know, he said, I'd rather have 1% of my income come from 100 people than 100% come out just me. My whole career, I've spoken the word that the most frightful, scariest place in all of America to be is in a situation where all of your income depends on just you having to get up and go to work. Because if one day something happens out of your control, such as you got laid off in your job, or you get injured or sick, or a loved one does. So the story goes like this. About 4 years ago, I was actually preaching at a Christian men's conference in Florida, living in Michigan, okay? All of a sudden, I get after the first night I'm there, I was supposed to speak the next morning and preach. The first time I'm there, I get a phone call from my sister. My dad slipped and fell in the bathroom, hit his head on the sink, and was in a coma and being taken to the hospital. I flew back home, and for 7 days, he was in a coma. And for 7 days, I was pretty much by his bedside. I went home and showered a few times, but for 7 days, I was there. And for 7 days, I did no phone calls. I made no appointments. I recruited no people. I made no life insurance or investment sales or prepaid or Primerica legal sales. None of that stuff. I did none of that stuff. I was by my father's bedside. He was my hero in life. So in my life, it's Jesus Christ, and then my dad, and then Art Williams, and then Bill Arender. Okay, that's the order of people impacted my life the most. And the bottom line is, my dad was special to me, and it was one of the hardest weeks of my life. But thank you, God, that Primerica offers total freedom. Now, people think, well, hey, my job would have given me time off. Yeah, but would they have paid you? Ready? My last week with my dad, I was paid $35,674 at my father's bedside. I was paid more in a week at my father's bedside. I was exactly where I'd rather be than any place in the world at that time, doing zero work, with work the furthest thing from my mind, with building a business the furthest thing from my mind. And they paid me more that week than I used to make in a year as an engineer. They did not tell me when I first came to an opportunity. They did not tell you when you first saw recruiting you. We don't tell you in the video that you watch to see about what we do. We don't tell you in any of the meetings that if you do what you're supposed to do, if you leverage Primerica for what it is, if you're coachable to the system, you're going to build a massive reoccurring income. You're going to have leverage, overrides, and the multiples working for you, and it's give you freedom like you never understood freedom before. So I was able to be by my dad's bedside and be paid more in a week than I used to make in a year. They didn't tell me that in the opportunity. We don't tell you that on a recruiting interview. We withhold information. That's not such a bad thing, okay? How about the crusade? Okay, listen for a second. I sat in a meeting once. You sat in an interview. We talked to you about how we help protect families with life insurance, how we help people invest and save for their future goals and dreams. And the bottom line is, I've seen that come to life like never before. Okay, helping people realize their goals and dreams, it never gets old. I passed wealthy a long time ago. I got quite a net worth right now. But the bottom line is, it doesn't get old. Every week, pretty much, my organization is delivering a death claim for a family. Over $100 million of death claim money has gone out to widows and orphans. James 1:27 says, pure and faultless religion take care of widows and orphans, their time of distress. So they didn't tell me in the opportunity. We didn't tell you in the recruiting interview what it feels like when your client passed away and you leave behind that spouse and that children. And then you get to show up, okay? Not with a casserole, not with a card, not with a bowling fundraiser, spaghetti dinner for a few $100s of fundraising after 700 hours of work, but with a check for hundreds of thousands of dollars. We deliver peace of mind. We deliver the last love letter from their departed loved one. That's what we do. How about helping people save and accumulate money and protect their investments? Just literally 30 minutes ago, I'm in my driveway, helped my son pack up his truck to go off to college for his junior year. And the same university called Southeast University in Lakeland, Florida, my other son is there right now. He's been there for a few weeks. He's on the football team there. That university, when you add it all up, it's close to $40,000 a year, okay? That's a lot of money, okay? When I was growing up, I remember that moment where I was a senior in high school, and I walked out of my bedroom, and I was entering the hallway. The same moment my dad walked out of his bedroom to enter the hallway, and I love my dad. He loved me more than he could stand it. I remember saying to my dad, "Dad, is there going to be any money for my school? Because I'm a senior now, and a lot of kids are applying for colleges." He said, and I remember him just like yesterday, and I knew he loved me. I knew these words hurt him more than it hurt me, but he looked down at his feet and said, "What about student loans?" Okay, that's what he said to me. I know it hurt him more than it hurt me. But the bottom line is, we go out there and we deliver for families, retirement planning, education planning, income protection. We help people realize their goals and dreams. The crusade is real. The crusade is alive. We change lives when we do. We hold back the emotional gratification of what we actually do. We don't tell you that in detail in the meetings. We don't tell you that in the interview, but you will shed tears with your clients numerous times and be a part of their life. And that's a blessing. Okay. How about friendships with your teammates? This is a picture of our team at the last convention. We had about 650, 700 people, somewhere around there at the meeting. And it was a blessing. And these people, we love our team. We pray for our team. We believe in our team. We cover our team, and we pray for their marriages and their children and their health. And we consider each and every one of our teammates literally a gift from God into our life, of the blessing that we cried out and then we prayed for it, and we love them, and we hope the best for them, and we want them to win, probably worse than they want them. But you know what happens too? You become friends, really good friends, like lifelong friends. They explained to me in the opportunity I sat in that you make the best friends you have in the world in this company. But you know what's happened? I've made the best friends I've made in the world in this company. we've been withholding information, we've been holding back. Okay, how about building a multi-generational family business? Are you kidding me? This is my family. This is my wife, Lois. Just a blessing in my life. This is my daughter, Chloe. She's 16, and she has her first boyfriend, and her first boyfriend cannot wait to do Primerica. These are my two sons, 20 and 18, Blake and Billy. Blake's a regional leader. He's off to his first day in college day, but we got a recruiting interview at 12 and at 1. He's working it with me. We're doing appointments together all the time. He's got, I think, 7, 8 people licensed on his team right now. His brother, Billy, also has recruits going on down here and are actually working every week while he's up in school right now. So you get to build something here to be a blessing to your children and your children's children. We held back from you. We don't explain that, what it's going to feel like to make sure that every future generation of your family is all set. Okay, how about this? A global pandemic. All right, listen for a second. They didn't explain to me in the opportunity, what would it look like? Okay, if you would have put me on a lie detector test in February and asked me what would happen, if they said describe your business, I would say we're 100% face-to-face business and 100% seminars and meetings in our offices and big conferences. Okay, what would it look like if there was a global lockdown, no one could leave their house? I would have said really bad, really, really bad. And I would have passed that lie detector test. But you know what? They didn't explain to me we don't explain to you in a recruiting interview that actually did happen. You know what happened? Our organization and the company has had record after record after record after record after record. That wasn't explained in my opportunity. I knew this opportunity was great. It was a million times better and more resilient and more incredible and tougher than I ever thought it was. We've been withholding information from you. How about changing the world? Because of this great opportunity, I've been able to travel to 36 international countries. I've been able to go preach and take
Thank you so much for your incredible message. We're just 5 minutes over. We're going to need to start into recognition.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your message.
Assad, that was awesome, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We're going to hop into some recognition. My name is Jerome Cooper. I'm a regional vice president here out of the great state of Michigan, and we're going to dive right in. So we're going to start off with personal life premium. We won't be recognizing the top 6 or announcing their names, but there are your top 6, your teammates. Honorable mentions, give those guys and girls a hand. But here's our top 5 personal premium protected families. Number 5, Amy Cracchiolo. Number 4, Shane and Melissa Douglas. Number 3, Ronnie and Michelle Medlock. Number 2, Jarrell Borden. But there's only one, number 1. That's my buddy Andy and Brittany Onstead. Division, team premium, okay? There's your top 10 honorable mention. I give those teammates a hand. But let's look at the top 5, guys. Number 5, Lemuel and Jeannie Lacoyano. Number 4, Ruth and Daniel M. Number 3, Etzimba Perez. Number 2, Christina Williams, but there's only one out of the great state of Oklahoma, Daniel Barrett. Regional and senior regional leaders, top 10. They're your teammates. Give them a hand, give them a high five, shoot them a text. But here we go. We got number 5, top 5. Number 5, Aaron and Matt Stabisky. Number 4, Nicole Sapirski. Number 3, Kobe and Sinead Ross. Number 2, Christopher and Sheila Leu. And there's only one. Number 1, my man, Jarrell Borden. Give him a hand, the team hustlers, right? Regional vice president above in team premium. So this is top 10, give those guys a hand. Number 5, Glenn and Denise Abal. Number 4, Josh and Sarah Christian. Number 3, John and Brittany Cooper. Number 2, the Pruckner Bay Shop, but there's only one. Number 1, Andy and Brittany Onstead. Okay, life premium through first. There are top 10 honorable mentions, right? Let's go to the top 5. Number 5 here, Assad and Lois Farage. Number 4, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci. Number 3, John and Brittany Cooper. Number 2, Team Unstoppable, but there's only one. Number 1, my great mentor in this bait shop, Pruckner Bait Shop. Great job, guys. Personal security's top 10, right? You're the 5 through 6 there, 10 through 6 there, round of applause. But on the top 5, Pruckner Bait Shop. Number 4, Bonnie and Ivan Jardine. Number 3, Brian and Jeanette Stark. Number 2, Keaton and Samita Perek. But there's only one. Number 1, Pat and Jill Moore, give those guys a hand. Top 10 through 6, give those guys a hand. Division team securities, give those guys a hand. Let's hit the top 5. Number 5, Michael and Ann Parker. Number 4, David and Lisa Johnson. Number 3, CJ and Patrick Campbell. Number 2, Ken and Stephanie Swiftney. But there's only one number 1, Jay and Kristen Baker. Good, great job, guys. 10 through 6 there. Take a look at them. Give them a hand, round of applause, shoot them a text. But let's go. Top 5. Number 5, Lisa and John Paris. Number 4, Brian and Don Dutrow. Number 3, Ron and Sherry Petrucci. Number 2, Jeffrey and Aaron Feldhusen. But there's only one, number 1, Danny and Ashley Emmer. All right, an RVP and above in team securities, right? Doing both sides of the job in the base shop. Number 5, Prugner Base Shop. Number 4, Bonnie and Ivan Jardy. Number 3, Brian and Janet Stark. Number 2, Keaton and Samita Parak. But there's only one, number 1, Pat and Jill Moore. All right, securities through first. There's our top 10 list, or the top 5 of the top 10. Let's go through 5 through 1. Doug and Joy Young, number 5. Number 4, Assad and Lois Faraj. Number 3, Keaton and Samita Parak. Number 2, Kent and Lori Preston. But there's only one, number 1, the great team, Unstoppable. Great job, guys. All right, back over to you, Becca.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Jerome. What an incredible job, you guys. I hope you are fired up and ready for this next speaker. I promise he's going to show you the bigness of Primerica. He joined the business just 2 short years ago, going to show you what you can do incredibly when you're full-time. His wife had a baby in May. He gave her the best baby gift by making $85,000 in the month of July alone. Give it up to the incredible Andy Onstead.
Shoot dang, Becca. Thanks. That was a big dang introduction. Congrats to all you speakers today and everybody watching. Do me a favor. If you're at home watching, I know it's 9 a.m. Eastern on a Saturday. It's like 4 in the morning in California or something like that. Get up. 99% of you on your phone right now. Stand up. Start walking around the house, guys. I'm gonna just bring you guys some straight fire today. Congrats to everybody on that list. I just want to talk to you guys today about just thinking big, believing big. Then you got to act big. And then guess what? You got to get big, guys. So here's the deal. Literally, I don't care where you're at in your business. If you're brand new in the business or, you've been in the business for, 45 years, like some of these other guys on here, but we all have the chance to just absolutely blow the doors off this thing. There's never been a bigger time or a bigger need for Primerica than right now. So here's the deal. Like, I want you to know, it literally just starts with a choice. You can literally 10x your income in the next 90 days. And if you're coachable, if you're one of the select few, I know we got 1,000 sites on right now all over the country, but I guarantee there's only probably about 100 of you that might think about doing it, and maybe even 10 that are actually going to do it. But I'm going to give you the keys to the kingdom, y'all. And it's literally a Ferrari. Are you going to drive it in first gear, or are you going to get after it? It's up to you. So here's the deal. I'm going to show you guys how to 10x your income in the next 90 days. And literally, it starts with you. I know the incredible Teresa was talking about it earlier. It literally starts with you. I heard Raul talking about it. Guys, all these incredible leaders already. It starts with you. You've got to you can't be afraid to go do the work first. You understand that? You've got to lead from the front. Really, it's up to you. That's all it comes down to. And you've got to start. It doesn't matter where you're at, but you've got to start today, guys. Okay. And you've got to lead from the front. I want to kind of walk you through just some timeline stuff of my beautiful wife, Brittany, and I. Give it up for my beautiful partnership, Brittany Onstead. If you guys have a partner and they're not watching right now, go get them on and make them watch this, because the only shortcut in Primerica is partnership. So the whole, thing started going down a couple months ago. And, I just really made a choice to just get after it. And we didn't really have much going on. These are our March numbers here. It doesn't look like much for you, but I worked my buns off for this. So just so you guys know, in March, we made a choice. You know what? I got to hunker down. When everybody else is retreating is when you've got to go in 10 times harder. Okay. So here's the deal. Like I said, it doesn't look like much, but I was on every single one of those appointments, every one. 13 directs that month, made a choice to get after it. And you've got to keep it going, guys. And it just starts with a choice today. Okay. So go get after it, get big. But look at this. You understand, like when you're bringing on people, I heard the recruiting panel, hit the nail on the head. Success leaves clues. Like, you understand, people are just used to average thinking, right? You've got to be the loudest voice in here, like Assad talked about. You've got to explain to them the goodness that is Primerica, because they have no idea yet, guys. They're brand new in the business. My favorite, give it up a huge shout out for the Pruckners, Ian and Jessica Pruckner. Thank you for your leadership, Nate and Mel Braley. But like that, Ian always says, some people can't even spell daggum Prime America in the beginning, and then you expect them to know what it is. Like, come on, guys, you've got to wash the filth of the average thinking off people, okay? And let me, again, Assad, man, great job, Assad. Field training. You guys, here's the deal. Like, all of our production in the last 90, 120 days has come off field training bonuses. There is no reason on God's green earth that you're not getting your new people into the field. And I honestly feel like if you're not field training your people, you're robbing them of the opportunity of Primerica. Point blank and simple. If you're not, your number one job as a licensed field trainer is to get your new people in the field. If you're brand new, your number one job is to get into the field and see the goodness that is Primerica, so you know what it is. And that's when the crusade is born, but it's not going to get born not on appointments. Okay, so like, your job is to get on appointments. That's it. It's that simple, guys. Okay, so understand that. I tell my new people this, like, you understand, like, new people, here's the deal. Like, you don't know what this is yet. Yes or yes, right? So you got easy 3 to get a G. I heard Raul talk about that. The great Bill Arenda, right? Easy 3, right? So here's the deal. Like, you understand, my new people, we talk to them like, hey, you know what? Wouldn't it make sense? I know you don't want to sell somebody some stuff. You don't really know what it is. Listen, I don't want to sell your people anything. I just want to show them what you're doing. So that way, if you or anyone they know in the future could use it, they'd feel comfortable enough referring you. So wouldn't it make sense that we just go see what it is? And don't forget also, we're a referral-based company. So who are the people that are going to give you the most help? Your friends and family, right? We get after it. So the next 30 days after that, here's the deal. 55 recruits in the base. We're starting to ramp it up a little bit. Income's getting up there a little bit. Another 13 directs. Again, y'all, I guarantee you 99.9% of these appointments. Personally, you can't be afraid to get dirty as a leader and go out there and do the work. My beautiful wife, Brittany, had another amazing, beautiful baby. I mean, shoot dang, she's like the beautiful baby factory over there, right? And here's the concept for you guys. A lot of people would have said, hey, you know what? I had a baby. Let me take my foot off the gas. Let me, go do this. I like Ian said, I didn't have the baby. I mean, y'all dads out there know, right? Like, shoot dang, like, I'm not doing that much. Literally within 3 hours, we were doing a live Friday night training, Zooming, and I got right back to work. And here's the deal. My entire team's like, oh no, maybe you should take some time off. You're tired. You just had a baby. I said, I didn't have the baby, right? And you got to lead from the front, and you can't expect others to work hard for you and for your team if you're not willing to work hard for yourself. You've got to go be the grinder. You've got to go do it first. I can't stress that enough. Like, you can't lead them if you need them. Okay, guys, like, you've got to be the one to start the spark, and that's all it takes. Okay. So 60 days in, now we're getting a little bit of traction, right? 31 G's in income, 66 in premium. That's a little bit better, right? And I knew we had been talking about going 100 by 100 base shop for months. I mean, months and months and months. Another thing, as a leader, you've got to always be constantly casting the vision on your people. We've been talking about this for months, and I'm talking about, I mean, we're doing like 12 by 20, 20 by 12 numbers. And I'm talking about 100 by 100, 100 by 100, 100 by 100. And I knew, how are we going to get there? Well, we popped out a bunch of premium. What do we got to focus on right now? Recruiting. Here's the tip. Again, as a leader, you leaders out there, I was on 95% of those appointments. I mean, I'm talking about 8 to 10 appointments a day, every single day. This is the Zoom time. You understand that? Like, we don't have to drive on appointments anymore. I got a gorgeous brand new pickup truck. I leased it. I got all the miles in the world. I've probably driven 15 miles in the last 5 months. There is no time better than this to collapse time frames and just get after it, guys. And look at this. Wouldn't you know it? When you're building a team, you've got to be the loudest voice in your team's lives, because the average thinking is going to come try to snatch it all away from them. They got friends and family, the naysayers, they got social media, they got all this stuff going on in the country right now, all the negative stuff out there. You've got to be in their ears constantly. And you've got to have, I told this earlier to the full-timers on Relentless, you got to have your finger on the pulse of your team. There's never been a bigger time now than no personal meetings than to be communicating and over communicating with your team constantly and understanding what they're going through with their life. Okay. So we had a huge goal. I mean, I rolled out this crazy t-shirt for the next month. We were going to do 100 recruits. That's our number one focus. Okay. Becca, we were going to do 100 recruits. I'm like, shoot, dang, let me roll out this amazing t-shirt. I thought this t-shirt was going to be the end all be all incentive. I thought this t-shirt was going to be the cure to everything. And once you know it, we're about a third of the way, half of the way through the month, and we had no traction at all. We're sitting at about 20 recruits. I'm like, oh my God, this thing is going backwards, you know? And because I had my finger on the pulse of the team, we were up late talking to some teammates and stuff like that. And it happened to come up about some ranch dressing, and we have a leadership chat, and everybody started going off how they hate ranch dressing, yada, yada, yada. And I love it. And I said, here's the deal. If you don't go get 10 recruits, you got to drink a bottle of ranch dressing. Right. And they're like, heck no. I'm like, well, you better go get you 10 recruits. Are you in? Are you in? Are you in? I said, but here's the deal. If we get 70 recruits, I'm going to get, you can dump a bucket of ranch on my head. A great coach knows when to throw the Hail Mary. You understand? Sometimes it's not about a t-shirt. Sometimes it's not about a trip. Sometimes it's not about winning $1,000. Sometimes it's not about financial freedom. Sometimes it's about just having some fun, y'all. So once you know it, this daggum team went out and did it. And here's the deal. We had 30, we were like 75 by 75 with literally 1 day left in the month. And I called to play an emergency call, 11 p.m. I called to play, and I got everybody wrapped around it. And we went hard, and this team crushed 100 by 100 that month, 57,000, 10x my income in 90 days. How bad do you want to win? How bad do you want to win? What are you prepared to do? Right? I mean, shoot dang. For 57 G's, would you not get a bucket of ranch strapped on? I mean, come on, y'all. 120 days. Why would we stop the focus then? 120 days later, $85,000 a month. Do you understand? As an executive chef, I literally didn't make that in an entire year working 70 hours a week. But let me just caution you with this, guys. Don't waste time trying to study and trying to figure out how it's all going to work. Don't think about it. Just go after it and do the work. Right? You guys have got to understand that there's never been a bigger need for Primerica than right now in this economy and what's going on with the world today. Guys, the company, the people in the world, the country needs you. Families need you. Go out there and help some people. I hope this helps some of y'all today. Back to you, Becca.
Man, Andy, what an incredible message. Thank you so much for that. But you guys, you better get ready, because I think we've got one of the greatest speakers, our head coach of the Warrior Hierarchy. Give it up to $300,000 earner, soon to be Senior National Sales Director, Jeff Seagrave.
Hey, Becca, thank you so much for that incredible introduction. Andy, amazing job, guys. The speakers this morning have been on fire, and the best is yet to come. Guys, I want to share just a little bit about the way you should be thinking on the inside. You know, Kent Preston led a great recruiting panel earlier talking about the way that you should be thinking as a leader. And I want to make sure that we jump into that as well, because if you're brand new this morning, I need you to know that this is about you. I need you to understand that God put you here for a reason. There are lives to be impacted. It's not an accident that you got up early to be on this broadcast this morning. And Rachel and I are just so proud to represent this company, represent this great Midwest Builder School. Great, just so privileged to represent the incredible Warrior Hierarchy. And guys, I was talking to my team a little bit this week about the way that you've got to think if you're going to make it move. And I'm talking to the brand newest people right now, or maybe the people that have been here for a minute, but are ready to break out, that are ready to do what Andy just showed you. Said, look, I'm gonna make a spark today. I'm gonna make a move today. I'm gonna make a decision, a commitment deep down today that the next 90 days, the next 120 days, the next 2 years of my life are going to look different. And I was talking to my team about an example that I think is relevant to our talk this morning. You see, let's say that you had an extended relative pass away, and in their will, they left you something pretty special. It was a treasure map they'd kept hidden their entire life, and they left it specifically for you. And on that treasure map, obviously, X marks the spot, and it's the world's greatest lost treasure. Treasure hunters have been looking for generations, and they left it to you. And the question is, will you go find that treasure? You might have to sail across the sea. You might have to take off across the desert. You might have to risk life and limb to go find that buried treasure. The question is, will you do it? And the answer is, it depends. See, two things have to be in play for you to go after that buried treasure. Number one is belief, and number two is value. You see, if you believe the treasure is there, but it doesn't mean anything to you, you don't see the intrinsic good, you don't see how you could change humanity, you're not going to risk life and limb to go find it. If you value it, it would mean the world to you, but you don't believe it's there, you won't risk life and limb to find it. But if you both value it and believe it's there, you will search till the end of your days to find that treasure. And I believe that's the way winners approach this business. I valued this. When Rachel and I saw this at the beginning, I knew my why. I knew why I wanted to do this. I was praying, literally, not figuratively, literally praying to God leading up to Primerica finding me for answers, a financial breakthrough. Something's got to change. And I think so many people are the same. They're praying for answers. Primerica shows up and they shut the door and say, no, it doesn't look exactly like I wanted. I'm going to wait for the next thing. There is no next thing. This is it. I valued it. But most importantly, I had to get the belief. You see, I always believed in Primerica, but if I'm honest, at the beginning, I doubted myself. And you might be in that same situation today, that you've got to overcome that doubt. You've got to build that belief in you. This whole meeting today is not to sell you on Primerica. This whole meeting is to sell you on you. You see about that treasure map? X marks the spot. I've always believed in our business that the X factor is you. The opportunity's never been better. The marketplace has never been better. The leadership team has never been better. But the question is, will you do your part? You see, we're in the people attraction business, friends. We're in the attraction business. And you know, you've got to ask yourself, what are you putting out to the world that's going to attract the right people into your life? Right? When people look at you, do they see somebody they want to follow? Do they see somebody going someplace they'd like to go? Yeah, and you don't have to be perfect. I'm very turned off by perfect people, but I'm very attracted to people that aren't perfect, but are striving every day to get better. You know, when you think about it, it's not like a magnet, though. In science and magnetic poles, opposites attract. But it's not the same in the people business. Like attracts like. Studs attract studs. And duds attract duds. And at the end of the day, friends, you're the only person listening to this call right now that can turn yourself from a dud to a stud. I can't do it for you. Ian can't do it for you. Assad can't do it for you. Becca can't do it for you, but you can. But see, God didn't make any junk. You might think you're a dud right now, but there's a stud down in there that's just waiting to be set free. And I just want to make sure that you understand people are going to follow you. They're not going to follow Primerica. So as a leader, if you want to start attracting great people, I need you to understand today, I have the authority to promote every single one of you to CEO, Chief Encouragement Officer. That's your new title going forward. You know, we live in crazy times right now. And I think more than ever, people just need a leader to look at them and see what's special on the inside. They just need a leader to look at them and call forth what could be, even though it isn't right now. They just need a leader to say, I believe in you. I value you. I see you. I know the potential inside of you. And I believe we're meeting on purpose. You know, people don't need anybody to beat them up anymore. We're pretty good at beating ourselves up. People just need somebody to breathe life, to believe in them, to tell them they're special, that they can do something, guys. When the leader gets better, the team gets better. Your job is to get better. Stop worrying about your team. Start worrying about you. You know, there's often times in my career I've been frustrated with maybe our lack of success at times, or I thought my team might be too small, and I've always had to step back and ask myself, why would God give me a team of 1,000 if I'm not doing good with the 10 people he gave me to lead? Why would God give me an SNSD contract when I'm not honoring the RVP contract? When I grow, then and only then is it fair for me to expect my business to grow. You guys, I want to share with you a story. Many of you probably heard this before, but in case you didn't know, here's a little lesson on world records. The Guinness Book of World Records claims that the Chinese Moso bamboo is the fastest growing plant on earth. And you might have heard this story before, and I want to give it a little bit of a different twist right now, because see what's crazy about this, if I told you, hey, this is the fastest growing plant, you're going to hold a world record if you hold this seed and take care of it. You plant it and immediately nothing happens. And I think you and I are a little bit like that bamboo plant, right? You know, we find Primerica, we get excited about what could be, or you recruit somebody, we get excited about what could be, but immediately nothing happens, right? You go plant that bamboo, you come out the next day, There is nothing. You come back out 2 days later, nothing. You water it, you come back out a week later, nothing. You come back out 2 weeks later, nothing. And you start to get overcome with doubt. Maybe I got lied to. Maybe this isn't where God wants me to be. Maybe this isn't my shot. And then all of a sudden you walk out the next day and it's not just a sprout, it's a whole stalk of bamboo, because when this shoots through the ground, it shoots through the ground. This plant grows at a rate of 3 feet per day, grows to over 90 feet. It lays dormant in the ground. You think it's never going to happen, and all of a sudden it explodes like a Mika Saunders, like a Miguel, like an Ian, like an Andy Onstead. You say, I don't know if it's going to happen, and all of a sudden overnight it seems it explodes. And I believe that you and I are just like that. The potential inside, you see in the beginning, all the growth is underneath the soil. In the beginning, nobody sees it. Everybody's making fun of it. And then all of a sudden you get the last laugh. But you see, that bamboo can be used for good. But the ancient Chinese found out it could also be used for evil. Because it grew so fast, the Chinese actually invented a form of torture where they would take prisoners of war, people that were sentenced to execution. And as that bamboo would start to break through the ground, they would tie prisoners to the ground, because that bamboo would not die out. That bamboo wouldn't shoot to the left and wouldn't shoot to the right. That bamboo would shoot straight to the sky through the body that laid on top, a slow, excruciating, painful form of death. And you say, well, Jeff, how is this even relevant to our Primerica conversation? I'll tell you how it's relevant. Are you the bamboo or are you the body? Because too many right now crying that you're the body. Oh, the change, it hurts. The personal growth, it hurts. You told me it was going to be better than this or faster than this and easier than this. And I'm telling you today, you're supposed to be the bamboo. You're supposed to be the thing that sprouts to the sky. What's the body? The body is the fears that you're supposed to penetrate. The body is the self-doubt. The body is the mediocrity. The body is the haters, the poverty, the small thinking, the lack, the not enough, the quitting. Because when you become who God made you to be, fear dies. When you become who God made you to be, mediocrity falls away. When you become who you're supposed to be, small thinking, not enough, and lack goes away. And you say, well, Jeff, you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. I don't know if there's still a future for me. You're right. I might not know you, but I know the God we serve, and he's got a pretty awesome track record. You see Noah? Noah was a drunk. Abraham was too old. Isaac was a daydreamer. Jacob was a liar. Leah was ugly. Joseph was abused. Moses stuttered. Gideon was afraid. Samson had long hair. Rahab was a prostitute. David had an affair. Elijah was suicidal. Isaiah preached naked. Jonah ran from God. Naomi was a widow. Job went bankrupt. Peter denied Christ. The disciples fell asleep while praying. Martha worried too much. Zacchaeus was too small. Paul was too religious. Timothy had an ulcer. And Lazarus was dead. What's my point? If you're not dead, God's not done. There's a reason that you're here, not just today, but there's a reason that you're in Primerica. There's a reason that you're a part of this leadership team. And I believe your future is so bright that you need sunglasses to see it. Teammates, we're so excited to be a part of this team. We believe the best is yet to come, and we believe you're here on purpose. Becca, we'll kick it back to you.
Oh my gosh, Jeff, that was incredible, man. I'm just so excited about this incredible opportunity, the people that we get to become in the process. And you guys, we continue to have an incredible lineup the rest of this morning. Text your teammates, and just 2 speakers. We get to hear from $1 million earner Ian Proctor. You want to make sure every single teammate is on the call. But before we get to do that, you guys, we get to hear from an incredible panelist led by Steve Miller on how to maximize on the field training bonus. So from the great state of Ohio, give it up to $100,000 earner Steve Miller.
All right. Hey, Becca, thank you so much. All right. Hey, there we are. Becca, thank you so much. Jeff Seagrave, man, that was fantastic. I'll tell you what, this has been an incredible builder school. Let me just take that off here real quick. Hey, I got 4 incredible people that's going to be talking to you about the field training bonus. That would be Colby Ross, Angela Street, also Brian Bodvarka, and Gabby Vila. So the first question is going to be to Colby. Colby, so when it comes to your new recruit, how challenging is it for you to get them into the field quickly?
I think when I was, thanks Steve, by the way, you know, you're my favorite guy. So when I first got into the business, I think it was difficult because what I did, and I made a common mistake of some of us field trainers out there, is I tried to take lead and do everything. I didn't incorporate the recruit into the training process. And I think that is a huge factor. Now, one of the things that I had to make a change in was making sure that up front, I let them know, hey, as we go through this process, you're going to be a part of it. I let their warm market and some of their first appointments know, hey, they're going to be a part of this. And they took responsibility. And with that responsibility, it helped to kind of get past some of those challenges. But I think the biggest challenge for me was doing all the talking, saying everything, and not really being inclusive to the new trainee.
Nice. I have a follow-up question for you, Colby. How has the field training bonus helped your new recruit as far as being incentivized to pass their life test?
Well, I think that it actually has been great. It wasn't what it was when I first started. I'm sure a lot of us feel that way. But the cool thing about it is nothing makes somebody more uncomfortable than waiting for money that they know is owed to them. So, you know, when we put them in a position where they can see, hey, this money is right here. Every time you log into your phone, it's a reminder in your face to say, go pass that test. It's not just, you know, the driver saying, hey, you got to be licensed to be able to do this and get in the field. It's now a bigger, heavier weight on them that says, man, I'm missing out on money because I haven't studied. And it's helped us to get people a lot more focused about studying and getting to that bonus.
Right on, because I mean, obviously it's all about permanent licenses. I mean, if somebody doesn't go out and get that permanent license, then it means nothing. So how Primerica has created and improved their field training bonus, I'm telling you, it's just a huge incentive. Before we go to the next question, does anybody have, Gabby, Brian, Angela, would you like to piggyback on any of that? Do you have anything that you would like to add?
I think Colby did a great job. It's so true what he said. If there's money owed to you, you got to do what you got to do to go get it, right? So that truly has been a game changer to making people go and study and get that test right away to get that money paid out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gabby. Actually, Gabby, the next question is for you, if you're ready. So are you talking, so when you have your new recruit, are you talking about how to get promoted along with getting the field training bonus? Are you talking about that collectively together? And then how might that conversation with your new recruit sound?
Yes, definitely. So we're doing the sprint to district promotion. So the bonus goes hand in hand when it comes down to the bonus and the promotion. So as you're completing each promotion guideline, you are also making sure that you're hitting a bonus requirement with it. So you know how they have 1 by 1, $300 right now, right? So the same thing, I tell them, guess what? By the end of your promotion, you're gonna have $900 right away. But you could grow it as big as you want, right? But I know for a fact that when you're gonna get promoted, you're gonna get recognition, you're gonna get a bonus check, you know, you're gonna go to the next level, right? So everything goes hand on hand with it. So everything that we do, there's no way for you to lose. You're gonna win whatever way you do it. So if either we get your bonus and we get your promotion, or there's no bonus and there's no promotion. So we try to sell it both ways.
Absolutely. I can remember when I came into the business, I mean, the bonus was, hey, let's get out there and get you field trained so that you know what it is that you're doing. So, I mean, with what we got going on now, it's absolutely incredible. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add real quickly before we go to the next question?
Yeah, real quick, Steve, I would add, I think it's important to, as Gabby said, you know, being assumptive is important too. Walking in the door, you don't necessarily know what the numbers mean. So if you walk in the door and you tell them, hey, everybody here does 10 by 10, they think that they need to do 10 by 10, and you got to really create the standard, but also be assumptive with that, as if that's not that big of a deal. We're going to get this accomplished together.
And everyone's different as well. Absolutely. Awesome, guys. Anyone else before we go on? All right, Angela, I know that we've been communicating back and forth just a little bit. I actually had you set up for this next question. And then I was like, you know what, maybe I should, because it's a tricky question. So I took you off, and I was just going to ask it as a general question. And then you emailed me and you said, hey, let's go ahead. That would be the question that I would like to have.
Right.
So
Right.
with that, let's see here. All right, Angela, how impactful was the field training bonus to you when you were a brand new recruit?
Yeah. Steve, yeah, thanks so much. It is a great question. And it was impactful because my awesome trainer, John Cooper, made $300. That was it. When we started 4 years ago, as you were alluding to, Steve, he made that sound like $1 million, you know, and I just took his lead. I had lost my job, you know, different things happened, but he kind of tricked me into getting a 60% contract once I was licensed, because he kept me training past that $300 bonus. So if the newest new person right here, I mean, we have, so the bonus is huge right now, obviously, in comparison to what it was. And you've all heard that, and I hope you understand that. But the huge impact is what Assad was talking about. We have no idea when crisis will come in our life. No idea. So 2 weeks after we passed our test, we weren't even licensed yet. I lost my career of 27 years. I had been at a dance studio since I was 5. Lost my job, lost my income. As most families, we were paycheck to paycheck. My husband was at UPS. Lost my job. Immediately, once we were appointed, I just hit the road running. Of course, I kept training and learned how big of an impact this can be on our income and to families because of what we do. But then it kept going. So 2 years later, we were able to retire my husband from UPS. 2 years later, we were able to buy a lake house and move my aging parents back to Bay City. Well, let me tell you, August 3rd, my stepdad of 37 years went in the hospital. My mom couldn't go see him because of COVID. A week and a half ago, he went into hospice. He passed just this past Wednesday. I would not have been able to take my mom, drive her all over. She doesn't drive, be at the hospital with her, in the waiting room, be at hospice. And now we're literally planning his funeral for Monday. You guys, that all started. I'm able to do that right now and still be paid because of the Fast Start bonus. It is that serious. 4 years later, after that, I don't feel like, you know, my income would be where it would be if I didn't listen to John and Assad and Ian, all these amazing people we have around us. They know, but we don't know what's coming and how impactful it's going to be for us.
Wow, that's incredible. Angela, God bless you and God bless your family. And our prayers go out to you most definitely. But guys, I'm telling you what, that's what Primerica is. This field training bonus is absolutely incredible. Does anyone, I don't know how you could, you know, put the icing on anything other than what Angela said, but does anyone have anything that they would like to add before we go on? All right. Thank you, Angela. That was fantastic. Okay, so this next question is for Brian. So I really like this question, Brian. So the Primerica opportunity is better today for the newest recruit than it's ever been. I think we can all agree with that. If you had to go back and start all over again with today's field training bonus, how would your first 90 days look?
What's up? Good morning, everybody. Hey, we're pumped up and fired up big time. Super excited about what's happening out there. And, you know, the field training bonus is better now than it's ever been. And if I could go back, the one thing I see is there's a perfect connection between the field trainer and the new recruit right now. Okay, there's a vested interest in the two. And if I could go back in time, honestly, I would lock arms with my field trainer faster, better, stronger. And by doing that, I think, you know, I would have went on more appointments, more field training appointments. I probably would have got my license even faster. Okay. And maybe like Angela said, when the bonus period was over, instead of a district, I might've been a division leader. So I'm pumped up about that bonus program, Steve.
Right on. Absolutely. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add? All right. Awesome. Hey guys, we have just a couple of minutes real quickly. This is a general question. This is for anybody that would like to answer, but what's the biggest field training bonus that's come out of your base shop?
From our base shop, it was $1,500 in 2 weeks.
How impactful was that for that new recruit, Gabby?
You know what? It was awesome because actually he was a returning recruit. So when we started in business, there was no bonus. Your field trainer will train you, and your incentive was for you to get promoted. But you didn't make any type of money. You didn't have no type of incentive. There was no field training points for trips or stuff like that. So he came back into the business, and for us to say, okay, look, for every family that you help out through the process that you're going to get trained, you're going to be earning $300 bonus, right? And he got started in March, and within 2 weeks, we had $1,500 banked in. So, due to the pandemic, we couldn't test right away, so that's something that was holding it back. So the bonus just kept growing. So that's one of the beautiful things about it, that it just kept growing and rolling over for the time when they were able to get licensed, something that was not there when we started in business. There was absolutely no bonus whatsoever. There was no incentive to do any of that. I don't know if anybody could relate to me, but we just fell in the crusade about what we do. And one of the things that I realized was that, you start in Primerica to make money and you stay for the crusade. So when people start in Primerica, they don't have a crusade. They start for the money. So you're able to show them how to make money right away. They're going to stay for the crusade. So that helped us out a lot.
Yeah, right on. And Gabby, also, think about that $1,500 that helped your new recruit, but think about how much money you made just off of that field training yourself. That's really impactful. That's huge. We have about 2 minutes. Does anybody like to add anything on a field training bonus real quickly?
Yeah, I would. Our highest was $2,150, in the middle of a pandemic. As most of you, I'm sure, could probably agree, Zoom has really enhanced what we do as a company. We're able to reach many more people. But again, on the back end, he was able to promote farther. Now he's in. So he tested 3 times to get that 2150, and guess what? He wasn't stopping. Every other day he was scheduling that test, like Gabby said, because that money was there waiting.
Nice. Anyone else?
Yeah, I can't top Angela's, unfortunately, but I will say this: for those of you who may be on here and you are in the process of getting that bonus, or you're still eligible for that bonus, one of the things you have to do is Brian said, lock arms with your trainer and really get after it, because if you're sitting still, you're moving backwards, right? Absolutely. So just please make sure that you get after it, guys.
Absolutely. Brian, real quickly.
Absolutely. Our biggest bonus, $1,300. And I think just as important as that $1,300 is, this gentleman is learning the business so he can utilize it the rest of his life, and he could teach other people, passed his test, has a team, and starting to duplicate himself. So,
well, I can tell you, you guys are incredible. Every one of you, your businesses are rocking, your recruits, your premium. Obviously you're utilizing the field training bonus. So we appreciate you so much. Enjoyed talking with all of you today. So Becca, back to you, my friend.
Awesome, man. Steve, thank you so much to all of the panelists. That was incredible. And you guys, I get the honor and the privilege of introducing our next $1 million earner speaker. You guys, it's so incredible that we get to hear from multiple $1 million earners on this big event. Ian Preckner is the leader of Team Relentless. His team is killing it all over the scoreboard. Here to give us some of his best wisdom. Give it up to $1 million earner, Ian Preckner.
Hey, Becca. Hey, Midwest Builders School. Excited to be with you guys here this morning. I've been looking forward to this event for such a long time. And what a moment and what momentum we have. And you're at the right place at the right time, and you're the right sort of leader because you're on here. There's a lot of other things you could be doing right now. I know your time is valuable, and yet you're here investing in yourself, getting better. Because when you get better, things get better. When you think better, things get better. And so today, I hope that I can impact you in a profound way that allows you to move and to walk into the destiny that God has created for your life. The reason you're on this call this morning, and you might be brand new, you might have been here for a very long time, and you might say, what part does Primerica play in my life? And I hope to be able to share that with you through an illustration of sorts. I'm going to share something with you. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to share something with you. Okay, and I want you to ask yourself, what is this? What do you see on your screen right now? What is this? Okay, this is a cell phone. Everybody knows that. This is a cell phone. And I think that nobody would be able to argue that this invention has not changed the world in a great way. Almost every facet and every area of our life is touched by the cell phone. Many, many great ways, and some ways that are not as great as well. Give me 1 second here. Apparently my power grid here. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Had an extra slide in there. So some many, many great ways and some many ways that are not as great as well. And so you have this sort of, uniqueness happening all over the world right now, where you have, families watching their cell phones all together. You see people out at restaurants. There's good and bad, but it's impacted our life in a lot of ways, right? And so we're all familiar with the cell phone and its place in our life. And so I just want to ask you a question. How do you feel when you look down at your phone and you see the dreaded low battery mode? How does that make you feel? Okay. How does that make you feel? What do you start doing when the battery gets low? What do you start doing when the battery gets low? And if you're like me, you start shutting down features, right? You maybe hit low battery mode. Okay. You ignore that call coming in that could be more than just a few minutes. You begin to conserve. You begin to think like, do I really need to have this on right now? Do I need internet? Do I need data for this? And you start conserving. You might even go on airplane mode if you're really low. The most daunting things are when you get off an airplane that didn't have power, you're in the airport, you need an Uber, you're on 5% battery, and you're like, gosh, I'm gonna be stranded here if this thing dies, right? Okay, so you might even go into airplane mode, totally disabling your phone to try to save the power. Does that make sense to y'all? And so you've created on your phone, you basically turn a communication hotspot into a 900-pound brick. Right? Because you've turned it off of any capable functioning. Why? Because it's low power mode. When we're in low power mode, we limit the usefulness of the device. When we're in low power mode, we limit the usefulness of the device. Well, what if we need it for GPS? What if we're waiting for an emergency call? What if we need it to pull up our reservation for the rent-a-car? Okay, when the battery is low, when you're in low power mode, all you can think about is low power mode. All you can think about is, where do I get a charger? How do I conserve? The low power mode begins to impact many areas of your life, okay? When the battery's low, it's all you think about, how to conserve and where to find a charger. You become obsessed with finding a charger, okay? And the low charge, the low battery begins to impact every area of your life. And the intended use of the device becomes limited. The intended use of the device becomes limited. Let me ask you another question. Okay, what happens when you see this? How do you feel when you see full power? It's 100%, baby. I mean, you feel like a dadgum king. This how you feel like Dave Chappelle right there, okay? When you got that full power, right? Okay, you feel like you're on top of the world. You can download your favorite show off Netflix. Heck, you download the entire dadgum season. You want to make a 3-hour phone call to Japan? No problem. I'm on full power mode. See, when you're on full power, you can live life unencumbered, okay, by the hindrances found in the low power mode, So let me ask you a question. What's better, low power or full power? What's better, low power or full power? And the answer is clearly full power. Low power stops us from being able to use our device in the way that it was meant to be used. And see, many of us today, we're living a low power life. We're living a low power lifestyle. Our life is running on reserve. You're limited. See, you know you were created with the capacity for so much more, so many more features, so many more ideas, but you can't use it because your life is running on low power. I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine that you look down and you see the low power on your phone, but there's a problem. See, you can only charge it back up every 2 weeks. See, every 2 weeks, you can charge that phone back up. But you got to wait those 2 weeks. Every other Friday, you can go in and you get a charge. How would your life change if you could only charge up once every 2 weeks? My guess is you'd be living life in conservation mode. You wouldn't be living life to the full. You'd be holding back. You'd be rationing. You'd be trying to make ends meet between now and the next time you could get the power. But then when you go in to get the power every 2 weeks and you finally plug it in, you look down and you realize it only charges the battery to 40%. It's not enough. It's not what you really need to run optimally. It's only there to 40%. And so you get your 40% of what you need and you begin the waiting period again for another 2 weeks until you can go get that charge. Every day of your life, every choice you make, every thought, every interaction is governed by the low power mode and by the fact that you won't be able to charge it up again for another 2 weeks. What if I told you on top of that, not only did you have to wait every 2 weeks to get a charge, not only was it only 40% of what you really needed, but what if I told you that you had to work 50 or 60 or 70 hours a week, every week, in order to be able to get that charge? What if I told you that? What if I told you if you didn't work, there would be no charge, no work, no charge, no hope to ever be free? See, the charger is your job. The device is your life. And most of us are living a low power lifestyle, waiting 2 weeks for a refill that's 40% of what we really need with no end in sight. But what if I told you there was a way to live life at full charge? There was a way to finally live at the fullness of your capacity, to really live, to really love, to live an incredible adventure, to have fun, to change the world. What if I told you that Primerica allows you to live life fully charged, a wide open, epic adventure sort of life? Let me ask you a question. Aren't you tired of living life on low power mode? Aren't you tired of too much month at the end of the money? Aren't you tired of no, not enough, having to make ends meet? Aren't you tired of the rat race? Aren't you tired of living life in low power mode? But folks, let me tell you something. Primerica is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to build a power plant in your life, to build a power plant in your life. See, when you have a power plant, you have power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You have more than you need. See, power plants aren't built for individual use, right? They're built for powering a community, a region, or even a nation. And see, Primerica is the power plant to a fully charged life. It's a power plant that gives you not only the power that you need on demand every single day, 7 days a week, but it gives you the power to empower other people's lives, to take them off a life of low power and give them the fully charged life that they've only dreamed of. See, when you build a power plant, you can begin to power other people's lives. You can begin to power other people's lives. You don't just have enough for you, but all of a sudden, everybody else's phone that's plugged into your charger begins to be fully charged, and the people you love and care about begin to live their dreams instead of experiencing their nightmares. Folks, why not live a fully powered life? Why not help others around you live a life they can only imagine? See, listen, when you build a power plant, you can begin to power other people's lives. You remove their limits. You take them off of low power mode. You give them full functionality. See, you let them live fully powered for once. And folks, this is a 3 to 5 year process. You're going to work your brains out for 3 to 5 years, constructing a power plant for which you and everybody you know will live a fully powered life for the rest of their life and the lives of the generations to come. So much power, you can give it away. There's too much to contain, and you bring people with you. And see, when you have a full power life, you don't worry about the power. You're like Dave Chappelle with the king hat. You're not worried about it. There's more power coming. See, you use the phone without worry, and it improves your life. And see, when you live a full powered life, when it comes to your finances, when it comes to control of time, when it comes to residual recurring income, folks, see, what we provide to you in Primerica is the rechargeable checking account. So you don't have to wait in life, most of you, for 2 weeks to power up your phone, but yet you wait 2 weeks to power up your life with a paycheck. See, every night when you go to bed here, they send you a check for what was done that day. Every single day you wake up and you're recharged in your checking account. See, folks, you've got an opportunity to do something incredible here, to remove the limits that have limited you so far in your life. See, listen, so many of us have been living the low power life for so long that we don't even know what the full power life looks like. And you're here. We're introducing you to the power plant construction plan for your life. But many of you won't recognize it because you've lived in low power mode so long, you don't know what it's like. Folks, listen, it looks like this. It looks like no more, not enough. No more cutting back. No more reading the menu from right to left. No more financial struggle. No more not enough time. Looks like going to the greatest places in the world, never having to worry about money, being able to put your family first, and making memories, making a difference, and making a life. I want to invite you to join us and to live the full power lifestyle and to leave the low power life behind once and for all. Folks, it's time to leave the low power life and to live a life of destiny, to live a life of greatness, to live the life that you were born to live. Folks, you were born for this. You were born for this, not just so you could become financially independent, not just so you could be okay, not just so that you didn't have to worry anymore, but so you could set literally tens or hundreds or thousands, or in the case of Bobby Buisson, who's going to be speaking to us later, millions of lives to full power mode. Folks, what a shame it would be to go through our whole life, never have experienced the full capability of what our life was meant to be like. Folks, we got to leave that low power mode lifestyle behind, and we've got to sell out to a full power, amazing, around the world, life-changing, wake you up in the morning and keep you up at night sort of life. Folks, that's what this is. This is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. This is the buried treasure you've been searching for your whole life. And it's the keys to the power plant to power the lives of you and everybody you love for the next 500 years. I'm proud to be your teammate. I'm proud to be your coach. And man, let's get excited for some recognition. Nate Braley, take it away.
I'm powered up and I'm charged, Coach. That was unbelievable. Let's get into some recognition, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Look at the women in Primerica, 6 through 10, honorable mention. Let's go to top 5. Sarah Fallett, Becca Steele, Amy Crocchiolo, Angela Street. You heard from her earlier, Gabby Villa. Let's go on to the next slide. In personal recruits, in order to live a big dream, it takes a big team. Honorable mention, 6 through 10. We got top 5, Daniel Verrett, Andy and Brittany Onstead, and Adam and Mashia Holly, Ronnie and Michelle Medlock, Demetra Valerio. And let's send it on over to division and below team recruits. Honorable mention 6 through 10. Get to the top 5. Eric and Jamina and Lucio, James and Danielle Jones, Jacqueline Potter, killing it, Demetra Valero, and Daniel Verrett. Let's go over to regional, senior regional team recruits, 6 through 10. Let's go to top 5. Jarrell Borden, Christopher Sheila Liu, Aaron and Matt Staveski, Jacob Harper and Corey Seebeck, and Alexis Kirkbride. RVP and above is the place to be. Honorable mention 6 through 10 there, but top 5, Team Unstoppable, Josh and Sarah Christian, Andy and Brittany Onstead, the Bruckner Base Shop, but there's only one, number 1, Curtis and Nancy Miller out of Oklahoma. Team recruits through first. Says 6 through 10, great job, but we know top 5 is where it's at. We got number 5, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci, Assad and Lois Faraj, Emmanuel and Summer Earls. Number 2, the Bruckner Base Shop, but there's only one, Team Unstoppable. Personal licensing leading through the front, great job 6 through 10, but top 5 is Ronnie Michelle Medlock, Andy and Brittany Onstead, Francis Cola and Buidio, Bayron Valdivieso, and Christopher and Sheila Lowe. Division and below in team licensing 6 through 10, great job. But top 5 is Alfredo Vitagaria, Jose Erica James, Bayron Valdivieso, Mariela Santiago, and there's only one, number 1, Ronald Tan. Regional and senior regional, soon to be RVPs. Look at that 6 through 10. But there's only 5 here. Jay Marcelo, Team Epic, Joshua and Brianna Thomas, Gustavo Ramirez, Cesar Papaco. But there's only one, number 1, Christopher and Sheila Leu. RVP and above team licensing, great job 6 through 10. But we know it's top 5, Bruckner Base Shop, Glenn and Denise Abog, Francis and Cola and Buido, Raul and Maria Vasquez, but there's only one, number 1, Brian and Jamie Van Varka. Team licensing through first. Great job 6 through 10, but top 5 is Bill and Donna Travis, Assad and Lois Faraj. Bruckner Base Shop. Number 2 is Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci, but there's only one, number 1, Team Unstoppable. Sending it over now, taking over from the MC spot, Josh Mock, we're sending it back to you, brother. Take it away.
Thank you, Nathan. Hey, we are really excited. The second half of this event is going to be full power. So that is absolutely the creed for the second half here. So we're going to get started with our first speaker, Emmanuel. He's going to tear it up and shock in all you guys. So excited for the second half. Let's bring the power. National Sales Director, Emmanuel, thank you.
All right, all right. Hey, thank you so much, Josh. And man, everyone has done an incredible job this morning. Emmanuel Earls, National Sales Director, broadcasting to you live from beautiful downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I tell you what, if Jeff Seagrave didn't wake you up, I don't know what would wake you up. You probably did. But this morning, I'm excited to talk about something that's really, really fun. I know right now, at least in Oklahoma, the weather is crazy. It's like 100 degrees. Everybody's sweating. I'm sure it's that way in Indiana and Michigan and other states, maybe not quite as hot. But I want to take you back. I want to take you back 17 years ago when I was just a wee young lad. And I was on a date with my soon-to-be wife, Summer. And there was this movie that came out with an actor in it that I really, really love. Maybe some of you like him as well. His name was Will Ferrell. It was a Christmas movie, and wasn't sure that was going to be my thing or not, but the movie was called Elf. And so we went on a date, and it actually was one of our first dates. We went on a date, and we saw the movie Elf in theater, and I tell you what, it was magical. And as you know, it's a story of this elf named Buddy who travels from the North Pole to Manhattan, of all places, and learns all sorts of lessons about everything from paternity to human nature. And I believe today we can learn a little bit from Buddy the Elf. And I think we're at that point in the summer where we're kind of, at least in Oklahoma, we're ready for the leaves to change and maybe some pumpkin spice lattes and eventually on into Christmas time. But the title of my talk this morning is Hey, Buddy. See, Buddy goes through Manhattan and he learns a few lessons. One of my favorite ones, he goes to Gimbel's toy store and he hears that Santa is coming. And you all know the scene. He just starts going crazy. He starts yelling, Santa, Santa. And then he finds out that the person who is Santa is not really Santa. And he says this line that's often quoted, you sit on a throne of lies and you smell like beef and cheese. And, he gets really upset at the con that this giant toy store is pulling on children. And you could see like this righteous rage. I'm not going to show the clip, but he ends up jumping on the person playing Santa Claus, pulling his beard off. And, he's just giving them a North Pole lesson. And I believe in Primerica, we need to have that fervor. See, I got a question for you. Is the crusade an inconvenience to you or an obligation for you? Is the crusade an inconvenience? Is it something that, I got to bring that up. I got to talk about, I'll remind myself. I got to bring up the crusade when I talk to people. Is the crusade inconvenient? Are you bothered by it? The past 2 weeks I've been working on a death claim, sadly. It's a guy that I went to college with. I mean, I remember reaching out to this guy on Facebook in 2014, and I wasn't particularly, excited to talk to him. He and I had some different viewpoints on things, and he was just kind of a frustrating person, right? Not the easiest person to deal with, but guess what? He had a family. He had kids, and he was somebody valuable. And I reached out to him 6 years ago, and he became a client. 6 years of increasing benefit rider increases like Asad Faraj talked about it. And we cut his, widow a check this week for a lot of money. And folks, that's the crusade. Was that inconvenient or was that an obligation? See, we got to view that as our obligation. Another part of the movie that I love is when Will Ferrell and the character Jovi, Buddy the Elf and Jovi, he has this strange warm feeling. He doesn't really know what it is. And turns out he's falling in love with Jovi. And there's one point in the movie where he busts into the office. We'll show part of it in a second here. But he gets so excited and he jumps up in the air and he goes, I'm in love, and I don't care who knows it, right? So at Primerica, guess what? We don't need any more agents in witness protection. We've got plenty of undercover Primerica agents. Would you guys agree with that? We have plenty of people that we don't know they're in Primerica, right? We have to be so excited and passionate about what we do that we're telling everybody about it. We got to get excited. I remember early on, Ian told me, he says, when are you going to come out from under the rock and tell people you're in Primerica? And I said, what do you mean? He said, nobody knows you're even doing this. You know what's interesting though? Now, 12 years full-time, national sales director, 6 RVPs, people still don't know what I do. I'll be sending Facebook messages, hey, we're looking for people, etc. And invariably the response is, cool, what do you do? We have this assumption that everybody knows what we do, especially the further along we get in Primerica. Folks, let me just help you. Nobody knows what you do. They might think they do. They may have an idea or two. They might know life insurance or recruiting or whatever the case may be, but nobody knows what you do until you sit down with them. Time to not be in witness protection. And here's that part I was talking about. He busts in right here. They're in an important meeting here with Miles Finch, the fictional children's author. And, Buddy encounters somebody who's a little bit upset. And, he calls him a few names and, you're an angry elf and some other, words are exchanged there. And, here's my point. You're going to encounter some South Pole elves. You're going to encounter some people that maybe aren't the most excited to meet with you, right? That they aren't the happiest people. I remember an encounter back a couple of years ago. This guy was just ripping me. He's like, man, you guys are ripping people off and you're doing crazy things to families. I would never be associated with you. And it's just to my face. I'm a pretty big guy. Fun fact, I have a black belt, not just a leather one, but actually an earned one. But he's saying this stuff to me in my face. I'm like, okay, but I'd learned about people skills. We've got to become an expert in people skills. And I remember saying, well, thanks for your feedback, sir. Like, tell me what we're doing. So maybe if we are doing something wrong, I'd love to learn. I'm always open to new ideas. And he said, you guys, you're selling whole life insurance and whole life is the worst product and whole life this. And I said, oh man, again, thanks for the feedback. Do you mind if I share something with you? He says, fine. And I said, well, we're actually the only company that does not sell whole life insurance. He says, oh, well, carry on then. And he became a client. Right. So you got to become an expert in people skills. I could have jumped up on the conference table, like you saw in the movie and laid some on him. Obviously wouldn't do that. Not now anyway. But anyway, you've got to become an expert in people skills. John Rockefeller said the ability to deal with people is as purchasable a commodity as sugar or coffee. And I will pay more for that ability than for any other under the sun. Right. People skills. It's absolutely important. Another thing. There's one of my favorite scenes is towards the end in Elf, and Santa and his sleigh is crashed in Central Park, and the Central Park Rangers are on the way. They're trying to find out what happened. Is it a UFO? What's going on? And Santa and Buddy have this touching moment, and Santa explains to Buddy, the sleigh used to fly on Christmas spirit. Now they got the clausometer and all these extra things on there, and it's still barely going. Folks, we got to understand that out there in the world today, the world needs hope more than ever. I mean, you walk in, the last time I can remember feeling this way when I was out and about was 2008, 2009. It's just this general fatalism and fear and just the world is not going to get better. You just see it on people's faces. So I got a question for you. On a scale from 1 to Bobby Buisson, how excited are you? On a scale from 1 to Bobby Buisson, how excited are you? You got to be the most excited person people know. And I'll end with this. Treat every day like Christmas. We got to get out there and get so excited every single day. We don't have a boss. We can do what we want with our time. And I've actually put up some pictures of our kids' Christmas time. And you look at on their faces. This is just a few months ago from this past Christmas, the excitement, the joy, how pumped they are at the presents they're receiving. And they're just like in shock. And there's a little picture of Ren, our baby. She didn't even know what's going on, but I threw that one in there anyway. Fitz opening up his gift. He's so excited. Everyone's pumped. And the best present I think I got this year was this one. My daughter Ruby wrote me a handwritten storybook, and it says All About My Dad by Ruby Earls. And here's what it said. My dad works hard for me every day, even on his birthday. Big deal. My dad works hard to pay for the bills and meals. Interesting perspective. My dad works hard. He is not lazy. My dad is a good parent. He makes me eat healthy. My dad makes me have a yummy, healthy breakfast. And that was the end of the story. Folks, when I look at that, I get excited. We got to look at every day in Primerica like that. We're so pumped up. We're excited. It is a privilege and honor to share what we do with people. Back to you, Josh.
Man, Emmanuel, that was unbelievable. I just had my first kid, so I see that and it rips me up. So that is fantastic, providing for the family and doing everything, that your family needs. So we're going to share really quick about the next Fast Start School. Rick's going to share a slide here. Guys, we're so excited about this event. The Midwest Builder Schools have absolutely changed me and my wife's lives and our team and people in our team's lives. You have to be on these. And guys, the next speakers, Gus and Joanna Gonzalez, these are personal friends of Lauren and I. They are unbelievable. And Rob and Whitney Cooper on October 24th, not to mention kind of our all-star cast that's always on here, like today with the Coobs and Farage, etc. So guys, there's a texting code. You need to text 4848. So 3 times straight there. You need to text MBS to that code, and you're going to be able to get in on the early bird special for the ticket pricing in the next 24 hours. So you need to jump on that right now. Just text that code number MBS, and you're going to get yourself caught up so you can get those tickets to the next event, get yourself locked in. And at that event, there's going to be 450 people live in the state of Michigan, in Detroit, being able to go to the actual event, which is so exciting to be back in person with the energy, with the heat. And then the rest will be on Zoom for those that are around the country, that kind of thing. So we're so excited about this event. Please make sure that you take advantage of the early bird special, jumping on that and getting in there as quickly as possible. So we're going to turn things over next to the absolute beast of Ohio. This guy's like Mr. Ohio. I love to hear from this guy every time he's on. Give it up for the great Doug Young.
What's up, folks? Good to see everybody. How's everyone feeling? So listen, I'm excited to come to you today, just talk to you about kind of where Primerica is. I'm gonna let me bring this up here. So when we look at where we are, right? I just wanted to talk to you a little bit today, right, about Primerica's never been better, right? It's kind of interesting how we all talk and we don't really coordinate. It's like topic of choice, but it seems like the theme. And when I look at Primerica, I mean, I've been around a long time, right? Some of you know that story. I mean, I didn't do well in the beginning, right? But luckily we stayed. I mean, persistence is the lost trait, right? You got to persist. But when I look, I remember I believe Art Williams said that I'm going to paraphrase probably, but if it's not better for the newest person than it was for us, then we should shut this thing down. And every single person, this panel, all these speakers, I mean, pretty soon you're going to get to hear from one of the founders, Bob Buisson. I mean, they can attest, folks. It's not just, it is better today than ever has been. And I just want to highlight a couple things, right? When you look at that, right, and you think about where we're at, I just want to talk to the newest person just for a second. I mean, you only know what you see, and you don't know much about past history. But folks, when you look at Primerica today and the opportunities, just take licensing, go in and get your license. You know, when I got started, I was a restaurant manager. I'm working, a full service restaurant. I'm working 60 plus hours a week. We got a 6-year-old, a 1-year-old. I start doing this part-time, right? To go get a license, you had to schedule off work, right? I had to go to a 40-hour class, physically sit in that class, right? So I worked, I went to the class 8 to 6, Monday through Friday. I wrote my own schedule. I closed the restaurant at night. I'm getting out 1 and 2 in the morning, going to class. God forbid you miss a session, right? And Ohio has sessions, right? You miss one of those sessions, right? You have to make that up, right? Missing one session can push you off 2 or 3 weeks. And now today, what do we got? It's making me a good thing you're not here, right? I spit on you, but you take it online, right? You can get right to it. You can knock that thing out, right? It's on demand. I mean, that just changes everything, right? When you look at field training, right? When I worked in a restaurant all day, folks. I lived 30 minutes from where I worked, right? When I was trying to get field trained, right? I had to come home. I had to take a shower. I can't go smelling like the restaurant, right? Then I had to go get back in my car, right? I live northeast of Columbus. I mean, you could drive a half hour. I mean, some of you are used to that in your big metropolitan areas, right? Just to get to one appointment, right? And then you got to leave. And if you want to do more than one, you got to get in the car. You got to go there, folks. Now, I mean, it's like Andy was talking about onset earlier, right? 8-10 appointments a day, folks. I'm not sure I'm pretty sure in a metropolitan area, right? That would even be possible back then, right? You just didn't have it, especially part-time, but even full-time, right? Logistically, man, getting to see folks now, you can just knock it out, folks. That's better than it ever has been. I mean, that speeds up promotions, right? You can go and we always used to say, I mean, you get promoted in days to district, man. You can do it in 1 day now, right? You can knock out the division in a week, right? I mean, they hit on that field training bonus. Folks, that blows my mind. I mean, I look back when we started and getting field trained, those sales that happened back then when folks like me came on board, right? I was really young when I got started. So, I mean, you did your field training, you gave up the sales just to get trained, which I thought was the greatest thing ever. Beat the heck out of college, right? So they could teach me when I got my license. I knew what I was doing. And now, folks, you make more money, as you heard, with the field training bonus than you would make if we waited to get you licensed, right? People have to be crazy. We just had a guy, Keenan Wright, on Tremaine's team, $3,700 he made, right? Through that field training bonuses. Not just not mind blowing, that's mind blowing, right? I mean, that's better than it ever has been, right? Right. If you're below RVP, I was listening to the PFS up to the minute in the securities, Rick Williams or Miller, excuse me, in California is talking about people getting fully licensed, folks, starting part-time 28 days. We got a gentleman, Devin Sally, got life, securities, everything in 58 days, folks. Started part-time. He was working a job. He was going to school. He was playing college football. And with all those things going on, he still managed to get licensed in 58 days. Folks, you can get fully licensed now faster than ever. We got on-demand tests. Securities is moving on demand. Most all states pretty soon will have on-demand testing there. You control your class, control your license. Think about how much faster you can get full-time, folks, with the things I just talked about, right? How fast can people get full-time, right? If you could do 3, 4, 5, man, you could knock out what? I mean, I can't imagine now with the limited schedule I had back then, now being able to do 5, 6, 8 appointments in a night, right? If you were part-time, how fast could you be full-time? Make your job obsolete, right? Because I mean, that's just how it works, right? I mean, building a team, making money, Okay, it's all faster than it ever has been, right? For us VPs, right? I mean, duplicating yourself, right? Expanding locations, folks, with technology. Okay, think about cost. Andy talked about how he drove 15 miles in the last 4 months. Folks, I mean, that's simple, but if he was driving to all those appointments, right? I mean, just the mileage and the gas. I mean, when you're a newer VP, that's more of an issue, right? It becomes less of an issue as you make more money, but it's at the start, right? I mean, that's just crazy, right? How you're saving money. Okay. So when you look at that, you can go lean and mean. I mean, it's still about building relationships, but think about today going from ownership to $1 million, right? I mean, it's just now it could be warp speed. Okay. So listen, the game has changed for the better, right? All the stuff that we had is still here. Plus we get to add to it, you know, but don't be resistant to change. I'm going to finish with this, right? I'm a basketball fan, big wrestling fan, but college basketball, and obviously growing up in Kentucky. And I remember Denny Crum, right? When I was going to school in Kentucky, middle school, high school, Louisville came onto the scene, right? Louisville went to the Final Fours in 80, 82, 83, I think 85, 86, won 2 titles, building a dynasty, right? And Denny Crum's on the top of his game, right? And then in 1987, they passed the 3-point rule come into play. Well, Denny Crum hated that 3-point rule, right? Didn't like it, didn't like his players shooting it, right? Totally discouraged them. And at that time, there's a guy named Rick Pitino coming on, right? 89, he gets hired at Kentucky. He embraced that, built his whole system around that. Folks, if you know anything about basketball, Denny Crum, that was the beginning of the decline because he resisted change, right? Pitino embraced it, right? Regardless of your feelings, there's just an interesting contrast in teams, right? Denny Crum was at the top of his game. They had a dynasty going, and when things changed, he didn't adapt. Folks, when things change, you got to adapt, right? The future has never looked better, folks. You got people going from start to $1 million in 72 months. That blows my mind what Mika has done, right? I mean, Miguel was the fastest in Mika. So listen, play this game as fast as you can. Get good at it. Let's go win, right? This next wave, this new wave of leaders coming. What's going to happen in this next decade is going to blow our minds. I'll turn it back over to Becca. See you guys at the top.
Man, Glenn, or Doug, sorry, thank you so much. Really excited about this next panel. This is the product panel. These guys are going to blow you away. I'm looking at this group and who's coming on, and it's going to be unbelievable. So to get us kicked off, kind of running this group, give it up for Regional Vice President Glenn Abig.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning. It's a really great day, and I'm here to talk about products with the amazing people, Bonnie, Pat, Kitten, and Brian. And I was just looking at the recognition. These are the top 4 people also on the securities. These guys are dominating. And do we have Keaton here? Because we're gonna kick this off with some questions. And I'm gonna have this question to Bonnie and Brian. What do you think are the products that you think has done you great things and has driven your business? Has given you more business.
I'll go ahead and start with that. I really believe that securities is the driving force of our company. It pairs so well with the life insurance. It's a great way for us to empower our clients on how to achieve financial independence. And for the rep, it's a great opportunity for them to make some extra cash flow, which keeps people engaged. When you're making money, you want to stay here.
Yes, and I would obviously say that there is no way that you can worry about any of the products that we've got because everybody needs something that we're doing. There's never a way that we can't help everyone in our business. So I've never met anybody I couldn't help. I've never had anybody complain they had too much money. So obviously the investment's a big part of it.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And I know you guys are big producers on investments. Keep on doing it. Keep on dominating. And as for you, Pat and Keaton, have you found any of the products that we offer as great openers to the business for recruiting and for other things that can make people move?
I think as far as openers for me at least is the financial needs analysis. I know that's not a product, but the whole law of reciprocation, when we serve a family, they feel in a way kind of obligated to, partake in what we have to offer. So I feel like just leading from the front with the financial needs analysis has been what I found success with.
Awesome.
And Glenn, what I would say is all of the openers work, right? The opener for us that works at the kitchen table is Primerica Legal Protection Plan. I would say the reason it works so well for us is Primerica Legal Protection Program, which allows us to get the wills, living wills, power of attorneys done so effectively. So it's a bridge to more serious conversations. So we use that as an opener.
That is great. And if you're for those of you here, I know you're getting all these emails also from Mark Noonan that they're doing tours of PLPP. So thank you so much for that, Keaton. And for me, that's a great opener too for most people, because when they're talking about their wills, all their responsibilities, building a trust, now it builds into like, let's talk about your wealth that you're going to build. And if you are not yet there, how about protecting your income, right? So you see, our products make impact to a lot of people. And for you, Brian and Pat, you can make a lot of impact with which of the probably two products that we have right now, based on your experience?
Well, I wouldn't know that I would say a product line. I would say a pack is probably the most impactful thing that we do for people, because it's a lottery ticket. Everybody with a securities license is getting a lottery ticket every time they open a pack. It's the one thing that pays us every month, no matter what happens in the future. And for the client, it builds their wealth for them. And from a referral standpoint, there is no way that name in the window, your name in the window every quarter is who they're going to remember when they get a client who dies and they get an inheritance, or when they retire with their 401ks, or you get a referral from a young person to an aunt or an uncle or a mom and dad that have money. That pack is a lottery ticket.
That's great. I think for those of you taking notes, the one question that I ask at the very beginning of every financial needs analysis is what is the best way that I can be a blessing to you when it comes to your money and your finances? And I want to always lead with that and then offer everything else outside of that. I think the 4 steps of the sales process, one is we qualify someone. The second is we build up credibility with that family. The third is we educate them on what we do. And then the fourth thing is we close. And so I think once we have them, like what Brian shared with the pack, once we have them engaged as a client, we've already really taken care of the first 3. It's just closing with everything else. And because they already trust us enough to have us help them with one of those areas. So that's what I've got.
That is awesome. I'm taking notes here, Pat, and I'm just to show you guys. I'm here with Giants right now on the product field. In fact, just a side note, Keaton, thank you so much. Last year in October, you were a very stabilizing force for when I was about to talk at the Midwest Builders School. So it was, thank you very much. That was, I think I made a friend out there at the green room with you. So again, with you right now, you Bonnie and Keaton, see, our products are superior. Our products are superior. We've heard about the PAG and of course the FNA. We use that a lot, and especially for my base shop too, we use a lot of that FNAs. You see, the outcome of the FNA on your end, Keaton and Bonnie. How do people, what are their reactions when they see the results of an FNA on your end?
Well, Glenn, what I would say is the outcome is what we have to be selling. I think that's a great point. Like we would say, pot at the end of the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? A rainbow is cute, but pot of gold that counts. But then we got to think about a little bit that what is an outcome? Financial independence. Financial independence is a number. Can number invoke an emotion? Probably not. So maybe we can take it one step further and talk about the feeling that clients would have when they hit that number. So that's it.
I would agree with that, Keaton. You know, having that visualization of a job well done, getting that reward, like all of this really paid off, all of those, short-term things that you've given up have been able to get you to the point of being able to retire so much sooner. And what's awesome about that is it makes people a believer in the process of Primerica and what financial independence looks like. And it's an amazing referral source when they say the plan worked, I retired sooner than I thought I would. And man, what would life look like had I not been introduced to somebody in Primerica? That's really our vantage point for that.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for those insights. Now, I think this is for everybody that I wanna ask you. I mean, for us doing our business, we get a lot of trainings from our company, and Primerica is great about those trainings. We always have those trainings. We always have those meetings. Now, if we were just to think back, what do you think would almost all of the base shops would need training more of, just on your opinion? This question is for everybody. Keaton, you want to go start?
I would say all of the above, obviously, right? Everything we have in the menu, and we do a great job as a company, brilliant job, as a matter of fact. One thing I can speak for ourselves, and from what I observe out there, is training within investments on a monthly systematic investments. Systematic investments is the ultimate number that gets people to financial independence. I would say that's the one.
I would have to agree with that. I think, the investment field is very underutilized in our sales force, just because people don't feel like they have enough information with it, right? So just very simply, going back and doing the follow-up with clients is huge, right? Taking a look at reinvesting some different things and a review what their finances are looking like, and see if we've freed up some extra dollars in their budget to be able to up that pack, or maybe they lost a job previously and we have an opportunity to roll over. We need to know where to position ourselves in the investment field.
Bonnie, that's a great point. I don't think that the biggest area that we find people struggle with is knowing what to do and when and where they should put it. So what we do in our base shop is we do group scenario training, where we throw something at a group of people and then we put them in breakout rooms on Zoom, and they come up with a plan that'll work for that family. And it speeds up field training. But the biggest thing it does is it gives people confidence going in the field to talk about money, because that's the biggest thing they're afraid to do. They don't want to make a mistake because they have a big heart. This scenario type of training has been a big help for us.
Yeah, that's good. Glenn, I think I've been in business for probably quite a bit longer than some of the people on this panel. I know Bonnie got started and it was like 400,000 3 months later. But I got started with cassette tape. So I had to go to my coach, Kent Press, and say, Kent, Jim, hook me up with some of these cassette tape things. And I put them in my car. Bonnie, she's too young. She probably doesn't know what those are. But the ability that we have now to have stuff like podcasts and SoundCloud. Ian, if you guys aren't subscribed to Ian's SoundCloud podcast, that's a phenomenal a way just to kind of get your thinking right when it comes to the business. But I think we almost have too much stuff now. So I just think getting plugged into great training is there's no excuse not to get plugged into it now.
That's awesome. These are really like golden nuggets coming from you guys. Now, what I'm going to ask of you is a little bit of message for everybody who's listening right now, a brief message for them on how they can be on the top products, securities, producers, base shop, and personal. So go ahead, Bonnie, start with you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have a message for everybody regarding, just being on top of, these competitions, product lines, and being where you are right now? Just a brief message for everybody.
I think the message for everybody is stay plugged in, and whatever area you feel like you're weak in, maybe you need to reach out to somebody to say, I could use some more help. Recently we had Nathan and Mel Braley out here in Wyoming, and they really helped strengthen our team on recruits and premium. That was an area we felt like we were not as, prime in, and they were able to kind of fill that gap. So if you're finding like you're not good at securities, find a securities producer to plug in. If you're not good at client solutions, talk to your home office staff to be able to help them improve your skills in that area.
Awesome. Keaton?
Well, if we talk from the product perspective for a minute, I would say two products that solve massive problems for families. They're both two sides of the same coin. One is term insurance, solves a massive problem of financial devastation if the breadwinner prematurely dies. And the other side is investments, systematic, solves a massive problem of living in dignity in retirement. So if we make this as a foundation and build everything around it, it's a win-win for clients, for field, and the company. Back to you.
Awesome. For you, Brian and Pat, we have about 50 seconds that you can share. Start off with you, Brian.
Yeah, just understand that there isn't anything that we can't do to help folks. But Bonnie and Keaton were both correct. Get with somebody that really knows. Go get the paperwork even and bring it back to the office. You don't have to know all the answers. You've just got to know that there are people that have them, and you can go back and feel like a hero, and the client has no idea that you got those people to help, and they don't need to know. You'll learn by doing.
Hey, real quick, I know you got 15 seconds. I think the key really to grow your production, your recruiting, everything is just to sell yourself, because the reality is most people are dealing with their 401ks with a 1-800 number, right? And I call Fidelity and I'm on hold for 13 minutes and 33 seconds before we get a live person. And then I take their phone and I punch in my number and hit send, and I pick it up in 3 seconds, So that's, I think the biggest thing we can sell is ourselves. Thanks.
Awesome. This is an amazing panel. Thank you very much. Back to you, Josh.
Man, what a panel that was. That was like a clinic in and of itself. Just that panel, unbelievable. So really excited about this next speaker. This guy I gotten to know over the last couple of years. Him and his wife run such an unbelievable business in the great state of Wisconsin. Give it up for my man, Jim Martinson.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. What a stud you are. I appreciate this panel that just got done speaking. What a great panel. That was awesome. All the speakers knocked it out of the park. One of the things I want to talk about today is remembering why. So many of us get started and we might be here 10 seconds and forget why we're doing this. We live in what I call an ADD society today, where we want things right now. We want to be recognized right now. We want to see results right now. We want to eat right now, all those different things. I want us to remember why. So I'm going to fly through some ideas and thoughts as I was getting ready. What can I share with you guys today? Let's remember why we're here. Look, first, all of us started for a different reason here. Every single one of us started for a different reason. But why now? And let's remember why. Here's some reasons that I think will be very helpful to everyone. Number one, you have full control over your destiny here. Full control. Isn't that what we've always dreamed of? You call the shots and nobody will get in the way of your vision. Two, we're innovators. Think of all the new technology and ideas that have come to life here just over the last couple of months and really come to life. It's not that they weren't here. but they weren't being used. You are part of a big family. This isn't just about our own families. This is about a bigger family. Just like Josh was just talking about, man, I know his family, new little baby, all those, man, everybody here. I love being part of this family. The Primerica culture is just like one big family, and you will not find a better group of people willing to offer advice, help the fellow teammates. You just heard people can reach out and travel to different locations and help each other. That is unique in business. You just don't find that anywhere else. You control who represents your brand. We are part of Team Tenacious. We have our own brand. The team you recruit and surround yourself with plays a major role in your success. You get to assemble a team of like-minded individuals that share your same drive and passion. This place provides a rush that is hard to duplicate, guys. There's no greater shot of adrenaline than the one that you receive after reaching a goal here, knowing that you worked extremely hard to get there. Man, we got to be reminded of these whys. You get the chance to serve as a role model for people. As a leader here, people get to look up to you. You can be a role model for your family, for friends, for other agents in your own community. You're never going to be bored here. Never. There's always something to do or learn, and you're more than likely always going to have a mile-long to-do list. Every day presents new challenges and opportunities, and I know a lot of people that are just working their 9 to 5. Freedom to travel. Wow. Modern technology, remote work, and the internet really now more than ever allow us the chance to have freedom to travel while still running our business. I know during COVID, we spent a couple of months in Florida with a private pool in our backyard, running our business from there. What an opportunity. We get the chance to see the world while creating our amazing business. There's no age barrier here. We have people starting from all ages, from 18 to 90. Only you determine where you take it. The satisfaction of saying that you're a business owner. Look, it's a great feeling to step back and say, I'm proud that I'm building, to say that this is my company and I'm building my own business, and you get to keep your head up. Man, it's fantastic to be part of that. No blame game. As an agent with Primerica, there's no finger pointing when something goes wrong. Knowing every decision that I make daily directly impacts my business is the best kind of motivation. We all are hard enough on ourselves. So guess what? We don't need someone else blaming us. I love that I'm the one that gets to look back in the mirror at the boss of my life every day. I get to spend more time with my family. We have a 10-year-old Down syndrome boy. We have 2 older kids as well. I get the chance to invest more time with my kids, and I get to adjust their schedules and our schedules so that they can attend school and all the weird things that are going on right now. You get out of this what you put into it. Isn't that what we always wanted, to really get paid what we're worth? If you're willing to work harder than anyone else, guess what? You're going to get rewarded accordingly. We got opportunities for family members. Look at this. Many will say that mixing family and business partnerships is a bad idea. Not here. We encourage it. Guys, that's incredible. We got the opportunity to give back. So many of us give back of our time, our energy, our money to our communities. Running your Primerica business gives you the opportunity to support local charity events, local schools, nonprofits. Being able to make a difference in your community is absolutely awesome. Get the chance to get healthier. A flexible schedule allows you to create a fitness routine and stick to it. I love Ian's messages. Usually almost every morning he's on the treadmill. Isn't that awesome? He wouldn't be able to get to do that at a job. Wow. You get to craft a life that's perfect for you. You get to really enjoy your hobbies. If you do the work and give 100% when you're in work mode, your free time can be spent doing the things you love. You see, you get to contribute to society. You directly impact society by introducing our opportunity and services. Think about that. Think about, just taxes. We got more people paying taxes when we create new business owners, right? New agents in our communities. This will be one of the biggest challenges you'll ever face. Leading a business and team members on a growth path is a huge challenge. The obstacles you face along the way will provide you with experience you ain't gonna find anywhere else. No hamster wheel here. Imagine doing the same thing every day for as long as you work. I know I could never do that. Thankfully, as an agent at Primerica, you don't have to worry about that. The ability to pivot. Wow. Think about how many businesses just recently died because of the virus. How many jobs were lost? With the leadership here, we simply pivoted and adjusted, and we're experiencing explosive growth. I call it anchored to the rock, but geared to the times. The rock is the mission, the crusade, what we stand for. But we got to change with the times. Guys, the way we reach people has changed, and we've pivoted. And we get the chance to do that in our business. You get to work with brilliant minds. Man, I don't even want to start naming names. When I look at the panel here and everybody that's on the speakers list today, they're brilliant. They just really are. In fact, what's interesting is they might not be brilliant from an educational standpoint, but they're brilliant when it comes to people. As an agent with us, you'll connect with extremely gifted people from all over North America. You get to create a legacy. I'm part of a legacy. My dad was in the business until we lost him in 2006. So I have 2 ownership codes. I get the opportunity to run his business and mine and carry on that legacy. What an awesome opportunity that has been. You get to make people happy while you're changing their lives. There's a good chance that every one of us knows someone in debt, underprotected, or who hasn't saved. Helping them feels so right and so good. We got to be reminded of this stuff. Listen, build our own security. It doesn't get more secure than controlling your own destiny. You're never going to stress about having the wrong person in charge of your life and your career. You get to constantly learn, now virtually, right? For many of us. As an agent here, we're always learning lessons. It's a priceless education that you cannot get in a classroom or any normal career. We eliminate downsizing or layoff fears. Why? Businesses make cuts and layoff of employees daily. That's extremely successful. But when you become one of us, that fear and that entity does not exist. Look, bad days could always be worse, right? I like to say that a bad day here as an agent is better than a good day working for anyone else. Listen, no degrees or pieces of paper to stand in your way. For me, that was a big deal. You don't have to have a degree from an Ivy League school to work with us. In fact, many of the most successful people here have dropped out of college or never even attended. You get to become a provider. Look at all these things that we get to do and wake up to every day. As an agent and a builder here, you're going to become a provider for so many people. Your agents are going to depend on your leadership and your decision-making, as it'll directly impact their livelihood and well-being. You get to experience personal growth. Isn't it a great feeling when you look back and see how much you've grown as a person? Most of the time, the success of an individual here is related to personal growth. Last 2 slides here, guys. Endless life experiences. You get to travel to new places, interact with different people all the time. What some might see as just a business conference today or a Zoom meeting, you and I get to see as an opportunity to learn and grow and meet people that we would have never met. And lastly, we give you the opportunity to dream big. No goal is too big here, guys. No goal is too big. Let's go after it. Let's become the people that God made us to be. Back to you, Josh.
Jim, what a slide. 30 some points on how Primerica is crushing it. That was just unbelievable. So we're going to move on. We're going into another panel, but now we're going to go into a partnership panel. Partnership in Primerica is so important. You've heard multiple people talk about that today. So to lead this panel, we have the amazing Josh and Sarah Christian. Take it away, guys.
Hey there, Josh. So we are super excited to be on here today. This has been just a great event so far. If you guys have a partner and they're not sitting with you, go grab them really quick and get them on for this panel. It's going to be awesome. And I just want to say before we bring our panelists on here that, you know, partnerships sold us on this business. Josh and I had separate businesses before and we would try to help each other. But man, when we saw this opportunity and what you could do and what you could do together here, it just completely sold us on this business. So first up, I want to bring up Brittany Cooper. So John and Brittany have been great friends of ours the past 5 years in this business. And man, you know, we just love these guys. We look up to them as both parents and, you know, leaders in the business. And Brittany, I want to ask you, what is the best way that you've found to communicate roles and expectations with each other? Because I believe you are one of the best people at explaining this and getting people to understand their roles and understand how this partnership works when you have, you know, the correct expectations of each other.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And honestly, that's probably the number one question that we get as partners is, how do you define your roles? How do you define your expectations? And so we've been in the business for 7 years. So obviously it's taken us some time and we've had to kind of figure out what that really looks like. But at the beginning of the year, John and I always sit down and we always write our goals and we take a whole day and make a whole date night out of it. And outside of our goals, we do our roles and expectations of each other for the year. So we sit down and we take a piece of paper and he'll have one and I'll have one and we'll number it 1 through 5. And so I'll write down my top 5 expectations that I have of John. And he'll sit down and he'll do the same thing. And we'll sit there and we'll talk about it and we'll really communicate. That way, there's no miscommunication. He knows what I expect of him. I know what he expects of me. And then we bleed over in each other's roles too. So just because there's something that's not necessarily my role doesn't mean that I won't do it. But it just means that I expect John to go out and provide, right? I expect him to go close business. I expect him to go really handle the business side of things. And then he'll expect me, right, to handle the house, be the supportive partner. And we can kind of change those. And honestly, I suggest kind of changing it every season too. We would do it every 4 months. Now we kind of do it every like 6 months because your business is always changing. And so it's good to kind of readapt and see where each other is.
That's awesome. I found that communication and, you know, the understanding of expectations is probably the most important thing in the partnership. Like if you don't have those set, then there's a lot of frustration there. So thank you. Ivan, we're going to go to you next. So I want to know, one of the most common questions you get from newer agents in the business is, who can be a partner and what are some of the different roles that a partner can play? Because everyone has a different role, right? Even the partners on here have different roles. So if you could answer that, that would be awesome. You're still muted. Okay.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, pretty much anyone can be a partner, you know. The main thing, you know, we've got spouses, brothers, sisters, friends. We even had one person in our base shop that her grandson was her partner. So it can look like pretty much anybody can be a supportive partner. And I think that's one of the main things is having that support, you know, behind the scenes. And so, yeah, I mean, pretty much anyone can do it. As far as roles, my roles changed so much as we've grown in the business. You know, once I was able to fire my boss, thanks to Bonnie, I kind of started picking up more and more roles around the office, you know, doing more of the training and helping with licensing and all them different kinds of things. So I think as you're in the business longer, your role is probably going to grow a little bit.
I love that, Ivan. It's the same for us. As the seasons change, the roles change, and that's okay. You just kind of roll with it. And, you know, it's okay to be one thing and then, you know, try something else and see what's a great fit for you. So Summer, we're going to go to you next. So another question that I get frequently from moms especially is, how do you run the business with kids and a husband and a house and family and everything going on that you have? And, you know, you and Emmanuel have 5 beautiful children. And, you know, I think you are the best person to come on here and explain, how do you do it all and how do you manage to run the business at the same time?
Man, thanks so much, Sarah. You know, I think really early on in the business, we made the decision to divide and conquer. And that's really what we've implemented from the start. We have kids ranging from 10 to 1. And I homeschool our 3 oldest kids. And so I take on all the stuff with the kids, really. I would say about 95%. He gets to do a lot of the fun stuff while I kind of do the nitty gritty day-to-day stuff with them. And we've just found a lot of peace in that. He does his business stuff. He does all the business. And I do the things like loving on people. I'm at every meeting. When we used to have meetings in person, I would be at every meeting, never missed one. Any big events, we did our own before we got to be involved in all of this on Zoom. And, I helped with that in every area that I could possibly in that. But really, I mean, it's a divide and conquer thing. The kids, like right now, they're with the sitter while I'm doing this, and he knows nothing about that because we, divide that up. So I just think you have to figure out what works for you, because not every scenario is going to be the same for everyone. Just find what's best for you. And that will be really successful for you guys. Thanks so much, Sarah.
I love that. That's awesome. Yeah. And so Elizabeth, we're going to go to you next. So at your level of success, you guys have had great success. You've made over, $2 million in a year. And, it's just awesome to watch you and your team. I think everyone want to know is, from your perspective now, if you could go back to the beginning when you were new and you didn't know exactly how much success you would have, exactly how awesome it would be, what would you tell yourself going back? If you were able to meet the brand new person and say, hey, if I knew this when I got started, that would have been so helpful. So Elizabeth, if you could help us out with that one.
Yeah, sure. Great question. So looking back, what are some of the things we did to keep moving forward when it got tough? Well, first and foremost, we looked at our goals twice a day, morning and evening, and they were written out, they were specific, they were dated, very detailed, morning and evening without fail. And then the second thing we did, and this was kind of funny at times, I'd want to throw something at Chris when he said it, because he said it so often in our early years when things were really, really tight and things were really tough. We came up with the mantra, they can't eat us. Now, that might sound crazy, but what we meant by that was the bills are going to eventually get paid, and us worrying about them isn't going to make any difference. But us working on our business every single day and moving forward, that's what was going to get them paid. So our goal became, we had a rough day. Hey, they can't eat us. Something didn't go quite right. Look, they can't eat us. We're just going to keep moving forward. So that might be crazy, but that worked for us. We've always made daily time for God and for each other. So we've been married 31 years, and that hasn't changed no matter how tough the times were, how rough it was. Not a lot of times, and even now, often we'll sit together at 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning because we're just morning people, and that just works for us. So also our weekly dates remained a priority. We every single week, when the kids were in school, our dates were on Wednesdays from 12 to 3. That way we didn't have to get a sitter. As they got older, it adjusted, and it might become a Friday night kind of thing. So you just figure out what works for you. And on those dates, a lot of times what we would do would be talk about the business. Like I would make notes and I'd have those at our dates, but it would be just him and I communicating with no distractions, meaning no cell phones, those kind of things. We didn't have those back in 95 when we started, but for now it's no cell phones, having things, but actually communicating and staying on the same page. You guys can be in the same business working side by side every day. And sometimes you still get, like where you're going opposite directions and don't know what each other are doing because there's so much going on. We continued dates with our daughters every single week. Both of us did one-on-one. Those might be a half an hour date at Starbucks, getting a small hot chocolate, but pouring into them, asking them questions, being, knowing where their head was at every single week. When we were frustrated, one of the things we'd ask ourselves is we'd say, are we better at any part of our business? Okay, in any single area. Are we better at the presentation? Are we more knowledgeable about investments? We'd go through a list of things. Or is there anything we're better at? And if we could honestly say yes, then our business is moving forward. And sometimes that would be what would keep us in business for the next week. Now there's a caveat to what I just said. If you're not working, if you're not prospecting, if you're not meeting with clients, if you're not doing the things you need to do that you need to do to build this business, then you're not going to have a good outcome at the end. So look, the beautiful thing, and I think Jim Martin's uncovered, beautiful thing is we've got a hold of something absolutely amazing, okay? But you got to work. It's not going to be handed to you, but to whom much is given, much is expected. So thanks, Sarah.
That was great. And what I got from that was you made a decision to, you know, commit to a lot of little things. And as long as you stayed consistent on those, the business grew, and so did you guys. So that's awesome. So I'm going to go back down the line really quick. I want to hear from everyone. What makes this opportunity so special and so different from anywhere else? You know, that's what sold us on the business, was the partnership and, you know, seeing what you're able to do, but everyone gets something different out of it, whether it's a trip or something else that they, you know, see this opportunity like, yes, partnership is amazing. There's no other opportunity out there like it. And I want to hear from you guys what your thoughts are on there. So let's start with you, Brittany.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the thing that I just loved and fell in love with the business is that you can truly make a life together. And, you know, so many couples, I feel like they end up driving in separate lanes, right? They go to work from 9 to 5. The other person goes to work 9 to 5. You get the kids home from school. You see your kids for a few hours, and then you go to bed and do it all over again. And so with Primerica, to be able to really grow together and grow in business, grow in leadership, raise our children together, everything we could do, we realized could be centered around our family. And so we wanted to be so intentional with how we raised our children and how we parented. And we realized that with Primerica, we not only can be intentional with those things, but we can really center our lives around that. And so, you know, we have friends that work in corporate America. They go to retire and they look at the person they've been married to for 30, 40, 50 years, and they don't even know who they are anymore. And, you know, with Primerica, you are your spouse's best friend. You get to spend every day with them. And people tell me all the time, I don't know how you could work with your spouse. I'm like, that's all we know. And we love working together because we know what our strengths and our weaknesses are. I know where I can pick up where John's weaker, and he knows where he can pick up when I'm not as strong. So those are one of the few things that just totally made us fall in love, is just building a life together.
Yes, I agree. It's awesome to be together all day, every day. You can drive each other nuts and have fun at the same time. So Ivan, what was it about this business that sold you?
I think a lot of it was like family time, you know, being able to go on the trips and stuff and take our kids on pretty much all of them. You know, now they're getting a little more picky on the trips that they go on. If it's not tropical, then they're probably not going to go. But, you know, just having that family time together. And we always told our girls, you know, the time together may not be as much, but it's more about quality time than quantity of time. So I think that's one of the big things for me. And then just like y'all have said, just being able to work side by side with Bonnie now since she got me retired has been amazing. So
that's awesome. Thank you. So we're running low on time. We're going to go quick. So Summer, what is it about this business that sold you?
Man, the thing that pretty much sold me, there's no business that you can go after promotions together. In a normal business, you're getting it alone. But in this, you're doing it together and you're doing it with a team. It's so exciting.
I love it. Thank you. And Elizabeth, what are your thoughts?
First would be controlling our own time and controlling our own destiny. I mean, we write our own ticket. That can be a double-edged sword, but you know, that is just a huge thing for us. And second, I would take off what Brittany said. Our 3 daughters are in their 20s. They're 25, 24, and 22, and they have seen their mom and dad not go off in separate directions every single day to a job where somebody else determines their income, when their vacations are, et cetera, et cetera. They've watched Chris and I struggle and work and have the blessings of constantly getting better every single day and going after something. And they're different because of it. So it's an amazing business.
I love that. Freedom is the name of the game, and we believe that too. So thank you guys so much for having us on here. This was an incredible panel. You guys are all just amazing leaders. I was so blessed to be on here as the host for you guys. So I'm going to send it right back to you, Josh.
Thank you.
All right. Actually, I'm going to be taking over. We're going to do some recognition now. Wow, I'm very excited about this stuff. This is really fun stuff, guys. Beautiful day up in northern Michigan, by the way. I want to thank the Buissons right up front before we start flicking too many slides for doing the school for us. But hey, listen, we're going to start right now. Take a look at this. This is senior reps coming up here now. This is the first step in your journey. It's the first step in your driving your own bus, so to speak, you know. So what's going to happen is we're going to keep showing these slides. We're going to go through these things rather quickly. 54 slides of just promotions, guys, just 54 slides. So please understand that that's why we're going to have to go a little bit faster than we would normally go. But what I would suggest you do is take a good look they're all, as you can see, they're in alphabetical order in each of the categories. So when you see senior rep, look for your teammates. We'd love to give you a hug. This is a weird way to do things because normally what we're doing is we're giving you guys all a great big hug and all that kind of stuff and so on and so forth. And so, you know, that's just the way as COVID, that's what we have to do, guys. So anyway, I just want you to know that we're proud of all of you. This is the first step going on, new senior reps. This is kind of like, now look at district leader. This is crazy. The district leaders here is absolutely crazy. Look at them all, one after another. Do you tell me the Midwest isn't on fire? This school has went from, I remember years ago when Ian asked me to kind of come over and be a part of this thing, we were in a little smaller church, and look at all the district leaders. These are all people that have made they're building a base shop now. They are actually building a team. That's what district leader is. So cool stuff, man. Here's division leaders. This is the next step, guys, before you're going to become your pre-RVP program. So new division leaders, congratulations to all of you. I see some names on there I recognize. I see some names I don't recognize. But it's wonderful stuff. Look at the new senior regionals. Now we're going to regional vice president. Oh no, senior regionals. Take a look at these things. These are people positioning themselves to become regional vice presidents. This is phenomenal, man. Look at the names. Look at the people coming up. Here comes our regional vice president. These are the people, Nanette and Joe Aceto, going to RVP. This is your dream, guys. Nanette and Joe, Em and Corey Alfonso. Brand new regional vice presidents, just getting their start in life in their Primerica life. Sharon Chapman, Brian Matthews, you got your life ahead of you now, man. I've been there 38 years. I remember the day I got it. Tremaine and Brenda Golson. Wow. Brand new regional vice presidents. Here you go, guys. It's your deal now. Nicole Sapirski. Wow. I remember Nicole. I remember seeing her so many times. Javier and Sierra and Mickey Danhow, congratulations to you guys, new regional vice presidents. Awesome stuff, man. Look at hey, John and Brittany, national sales director. How cool is this, man? I remember when they were RVPs, just starting. Here they are, national sales directors, guys. It's amazing. Manuel and Summer Earls, new national sales director. Building hierarchies now. These guys are building hierarchies that they're going to override the rest of their lives and pass on to generations with ownership. So really cool stuff. Em and Corey Alfonso. Look at these are brand new. They got a watch on $50,000. Jarrell Borden, $50,000 Power Builder watch. Amazing stuff, man. When you think about it, Juan and Enrica Carino, brand new Power Builder. Folks, how many Fast Start schools have this many promotions and Power Builders and RVPs and things like that? Sharon Chapman, Brian Matthews, congratulations to you, man. Good stuff. I mean, this is just amazing. Sarah Fallett and Jamie Burnham, brand new $50,000 watch earners, man. Next is a ring. These guys are heading for the ring, okay? Logan and Katie Fay, again, $50,000 heading for the ring. How many people make $50,000? Lisa and John Paris. Folks, 54 slides of this stuff. This is incredible, man. So Nicole, hey Nicole, guess what? RVP, 50,000. Next is going to be the ring. We're all heading into hey, look, Karen and Mike Stridle. These are people in my on the Rhino team. Congratulations to Karen. Awesome gal. Started part-time, rolling on. Amy Krakatoa, man. Amy, I remember seeing you so many times. Here you go, girl. You got a ring on now. It's amazing. Danny and Ashley Emer, $100,000 ring. How many people make $100,000 in the United States, man? Brian and Jamie Vodverica. Unbelievable, man. Ring after ring. Look at this. Glenn and Denise Abone, $200,000. They got a diamond, probably a third diamond by the end of the year. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows in this deal, right? Pat and Jill Moore, second diamond. Unbelievable, guys. Just unbelievable. And Andy and Brittany Onstead, you guys have been such a wonderful, wonderful leadership for our whole operation in Midwest, 200,000. Brian and Jeanette Stark, 200,000 second diamonds. These are second diamonds, folks. 300,000. John and Brittany Cooper, 300,000. We want to get them up here. This COVID thing has messed us up. We got to get them up here. Teresa Taylor, Jennifer Baki. Listen to this, man. 800,000, Teresa. That's amazing. You're such an inspiration to all of us. We love you to death, man. Ian and Jessica, another diamond, man. They just keep coming if you build a hierarchy. Wonderful. These are our leaders here, right? These guys are our leaders here. So, man, give them a hand for sure. And then Team Unstoppable. You will not find any givers bigger than the Coobs. Never in your entire life will you ever find people that give more than the Coobs. They're just awesome people. Another diamond for the Coobs. Now here we go with second runner-up tickets. Second runner-up tickets sold, Glenna Dace Above. Congratulations, you guys. Second runner-up on most tickets sold. First runner-up, most tickets sold. I know Jeff and Rachel aren't happy with this first runner-up stuff, man. They're coming after us for the October, whoever's number one here. There it is, Jim and Julie Martinson. By the way, Jim, you did a great job, buddy. Awesome stuff. Colby and Jania Ross, second runner-up below RVP, MVP. Now, hey, that's rare air, and that's still really cool, guys. First runner-up, Christopher and Sheila Leo. Okay, now you take a look at that. First runner-up. These are the people that are going to be running for October for our school. Big time stuff, man. And below RVP, MVP is Jarrell Borden. Congratulations, Jarrell. Way to go, big fella. That's a good thing, man. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful. So those are our MVPs. Second runner-up, RVP and above, Curtis and Nancy Miller. Second runner-up. Now, this is big stuff, folks. RVP and above, that's rare air. Andy and Brittany Onstead, first runner-ups. Andy and Brittany, you guys are awesome, man. What leaders you are. You inspire us unbelievably. Congratulations to your first runner-up. And obviously, RVP and above, there's our leaders again. The Proctor Bay Shop has been a standard. It's been a pace setter for us since we started these schools way, way back years and years ago. So congratulations to them. God bless all of you. I'll turn it back.
Thank you, Les. That was fantastic, man. Congratulations to everybody getting promotions from the newest person on up. So exciting. So next up, we've got the two sons of the most legendary couple in all of Primerica, Bobby and Red Buisson. The biggest hierarchy, the baddest people in the entire company. And Bo and Bobby Jr. Have built, these are huge shoes to fill with who their parents are, and they are filling those shoes. I know these guys personally. They are unbelievable human beings, fantastic builders in this company, and building something in their own right. So I want to take it and hand it over to the great Bobby Jr. and Bo Buisson. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. I don't know if you can hear me. My video doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, we can hear you all right.
There
Bobby.
we go. Okay, you can hear me. All right, so great. I really appreciate you guys having me on. Super excited to be on. What an incredible meeting. I love you, Josh. Great to see you, Ian. Everybody, man. The only thing I hate about this is I can't give you guys a hug, man. It's it's killing me. But no, it's great to see y'all. And I only got a couple minutes, so I'm going to fly through some of the things I was thinking, and they're not in great order, so I'm not going to apologize for that, because I just really want to share this. But Assad, man, what he was talking about with the, this thing is way better than we're able to share with people in 30-minute presentation, in an hour, in a week, in 5 years. Man, it's even a lifetime. My dad's been doing this for 47 years, and he's still discovering new things to appreciate about this company. I mean, it's like every meeting he comes out of, he feels the same way as every one of us, just jacked up and blown away. I mean, he'll tell you, you see it in his eyes too. It's unbelievable what we have here. And I thought Assad did a great job of talking to some of the details of the things that we just don't get to share. It really is pretty mind blowing. But the way my dad's always talking about this, and I repeat this all the time, the closer you look at this thing, the better it looks, the more you're going to fall in love with it. There's no way, if you're newer on this in this meeting, if you've only been here for a few months, you think you got it. I mean, you can make money pretty quick here. People are showing how unbelievably fast you can make money here, but but really to get the bigger picture and the vision of what you can really do with this thing, it takes time. And it's unbelievable what we have our hands on, all of us, whether you're like me, second generation, or you're brand new and you just found out about this business. It's just it's an unbelievable thing. I wanted to I was thinking about what Jeff Seagraves also said. It was really awesome. The bamboo. Are you the bamboo or the body? Man, is that powerful? When you become who you're supposed to be, all the fear and insecurity fades away. Man, that speaks to me, and I know it speaks to every person. I really appreciate Jeff sharing that, man. We weren't built for mediocrity. He talked about that, and that's the way I'm always communicating it. But we weren't built for mediocrity. God put us on this earth for greatness, right? And now we have an incredible vehicle. Every one of us does. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're at in life, right? I'm so incredibly proud to be in this business with all of y'all. I got a lot of friends on the call and people that I've met through the business. Some of them I've gotten to know a little bit, and some of them I feel like are family. But to be able to work with my parents and my brother and his wife and my wife, and for our family to be able to work at what we do the way that we do is such a ridiculous blessing. There's no way. It's like a side to, there's no way I could communicate that to you. I used to tell people this early on in the business, because I was incredibly frustrated, because I'm getting no's just like anybody else early on, and it's frustrating, and I was like, man, I couldn't think of any other way to say it except for, if I could find a way to just open up somebody's head and pour out all of my experiences into their head, there is not one person in the world that would not do this business. It's like, if you've seen what I've seen, what I've witnessed, and what we all get a glimpse of pretty quickly here in Primerica. Thank God. There's nobody in the world that wouldn't do this. Who would want to raise their family, their kids? Who would want to be in any other environment in the world where you can have the impact that you can have here, and raise your kids in this kind of way? Man, this is unbelievable. So anyway, I'm just super proud to be in business with all y'all. I love what Ian shared about, imagine living your whole life and never experiencing the full power mode that we were designed to experience. That's incredibly powerful. What is the best way I can be a blessing to your family when it comes to your finances? I love that closing line. That is so powerful, man. It's really the opening line. What's the best way I can be? It makes me think of so many things. It makes me think of Bill Arender when he talks about, do you want to be a bucket carrier or do you want to build a pipeline? Yeah, our products are unbelievable. We get the best products in the world, and I don't want to downplay that for a second. Our products are amazing. But when you look at what 62,000 licensed reps are in our family business that my dad almost didn't get involved in. He told Art no the first time. Man, is that crazy? It's like, if you want to build a pipeline of services. I mean, we're in the service industry. You want to build a pipeline of leadership and a pipeline of services as big as you can possibly dream. Or do you want to be a bucket carrier your whole life like the majority of the world? Bill Arender does a great job of communicating that. I love that. It's so powerful. You can build a pipeline that can be passed down for generations. That's hard to wrap your head around. It really is. We got to do the best we can. And the last thing I really wanted to share was our two last quick little thoughts. My mom, I hate to steal her little closing line from her talks because she's probably going to use it, but I don't think I'm taking anything away from it. She closed out a lot of her talks by saying that she wants to thank my dad. She introduces him a lot of times. She says, I want to thank Bobby for saving me from a life of mediocrity. Man, I'm almost in tears every time she says that, because I know how much she means it, and I know how powerful that is. Man, he saved our family from a life of mediocrity. He saved countless lives from a life of mediocrity. And the thing that's crazy, you say, well, what did he do to save lives? Well, what he did, the biggest thing that he did is he developed a mentality, and he transferred that mentality to so many people. And thank God he's my dad, and I got to grow up around that mentality. And he's worked his whole life my whole life to transfer that mentality to me and my brothers and sisters. And man, what a blessing that is. But that's how you develop the pipeline that Arinder's talking about, and it's such a huge thing. You're investing in people like their family, man, and that's what it is. He's always talking about the numbers. The numbers come out of the passion that he's worked so hard to develop in this business, and all the things that he's worked so hard to develop. But all that hard work came from the love of what he does and the goodness of what Primerica is, what A.O. Williams is and always has been. That goodness is what caused him to fall in love with it, man. This is such a huge blessing. I can't tell you guys, like I said, it's so hard to communicate the way I feel about this business, and it's way more. It's so personal to us. I know, to me, I guess I can only speak for myself, but I know it is for our whole family. It is, we are Primerica, and that sounds like cheesy, like something you're going to see on a T-shirt or something, but it is, it is totally what our family is, and there couldn't be anything that we could be more proud of. So last thing I wanted to say is, it's I've heard my dad say this a bunch, and a bunch of people say this in a lot of different ways, but it's easy to be a cheerleader for this company, man. We got the best products, we got the best leadership in the world, we got the best everything. It's really kind of ridiculous, and it sounds over the top, but it isn't. It's completely true. It's easy to be a cheerleader for this company. It's easy to be a cheerleader for Ian, for my parents, for Arinder, for whoever it is. All the great leaders in this company, they're countless, man. It's unbelievable. It's easy to be a cheerleader for them, right? But what it boils down to is, at some point you're going to get sick and tired of being a cheerleader, and you're going to want to get in the game, and then you're going to want to be a starter, right? And then you're going to look up and you're going to find out that, you've done something that you can be really proud of. And that's the power of this vehicle, man. It's unbelievable. It's such a huge blessing. And, we're all dealing with frustrations at different times all along the way. But thank God we have resources like this school to recharge our battery, like Ian was talking about, and operate at that 100% charge, and remind ourselves on a constant basis of what we actually have our hands on, and that we can do this just like all the other people who have done such ridiculous things here. Anyway, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Josh. Great seeing you, Josh. And I think you're turning it over to Bo. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
And you can go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and start. No, it's all good. So I appreciate it. Hey, no, and I'm actually, I'll go ahead and introduce my parents too, Josh. So I'll save you a little bit of time there. But before I do that, I just want to, I want to share with you a little bit of this, and Bobby was already kind of talking about this, but just the unique perspective that we that he and I share. It's a different side of the business than I think you're used to hearing. But but I was, we were raised in this environment, right? So you guys are, I know there's some new people watching this today that, you're seeing all these crazy people and all this talking, and this was the environment we were raised in, right? And so I believe that the value this environment brings to your life is immeasurable. All right. See, when you're a kid though, you don't really appreciate that uniqueness. Right. It's all, right. You get used to it. It's normal. All right. And it's not just kids that do this though. All right. The longer you're around this business, I see it, right? We all do this. We start to take this stuff for granted, right? The leadership that we have access to, just today, like I get so fired up, just everybody willing to pour into us and, show us, teach us what we got to do. Right. So, but anyway, a little story. I know you guys have all heard, people say something like this, right? They'll say something like, or they'll tell you a story about how they were the first ones in their family to graduate high school, or the first ones to graduate college, right? People, they take a lot of pride in these things, and they'll say like, I was the first one to, travel to Europe, or I was the first person in my family to make $100,000 a year, right? I know we've all heard people say stuff like that. All right. But my story is a little different, right? I wasn't the first one to do any of that stuff in my family. I mean, I'm the youngest of 4 kids, and everybody in my family had already done all that stuff, right? But what I was the first one to do, and I like to tell this because it's kind of funny, it gets a chuckle from people. I was the first one in my family, at least in my lifetime, right? In my immediate family, I was the first one to ever go get a real job. Okay. Like a real corporate job. Okay. Like I had no experience with this, right? I wasn't so ignorant, but none of us had ever had that. right? And so, it's just so important because the people you surround yourself with, they shape the way you think. See, I grew up in this business, grew up in Primerica my whole life. But when I went to college, I went to a small college, and everybody I knew, all my friends, they were all talking about, I'm going to become an accountant, or I'm going to go work in IT, or I'm going to, be a nurse. And in college was all about like, what job I'm going to get when I get out of college, right? And at that age, when you're in your early 20s, that's kind of the point in life when you kind of rebel against your parents' teaching, right? Like that's kind of what everybody does, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna do it on my own. I'm gonna be my own man. Like, I'm not gonna go work with my dad. That's crazy, right? I also think, kind of side note, I think that this is why we recruit so many great young minds into our business, right? Because I just think there's so many people that are they're rejecting at that point in their life, they're rejecting the brainwashing of the system, right? Because we're all taught, right? Oh, go to school, get good grades, go to college, you get a good job, and everything's gonna work out, right? Anyway. So here's my experience, right? Because my perspective is warped. It's a little different, right? So here I am. I'm sitting in my cubicle, right? I'm working for a boss, right? They're telling me when I got to be there, where I got to be, what I got to do, right? This was like a shock. Like, I was like, what? I like the people I worked with. I worked with some good people, but this was a shock to my system, right? I was like, wow, right? See, because what my parents did in Primerica, my life growing up, right, it was defined by freedom, right? That was all I knew, right? So I love doing this. I get this from my dad, but we like to dig into words and define a word. So like, if you define freedom, like go look it up, look at the definitions of freedom. But I like this. I love this definition of freedom. It's the power or the right. Okay, freedom is the power or the right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint, right? My definition is to be able to do what you want, where you want, with who you want, whenever you want, right? That was my life growing up, right? And so, we're in the United States, at least I am. I think most of you guys, I don't know if there's anybody on here that's not in the US, but we live in the United States, the greatest place in the world, right? See, when you look at the definition of freedom, see, our Constitution, when our country was founded, gave us the right to freedom. Okay. And we've got the greatest military in the world. They fight every day for us to keep this right, the right to freedom. All right. But just because we have the right, it doesn't mean we've got the power, right? That's the way I look at it, right? It doesn't mean you really have any freedom in your life just because you have the right to freedom, right? How many people do we see today, right? Like, how many people have no freedom in their life? I talk to people and they tell me, they say, oh, Bo, yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I get the weekends off. I get 2 days a week. I get to do whatever I want, right? My job's great. I get 2 weeks a year of vacation. I can take it whenever I want. They don't give me any trouble. That's not freedom, guys. That's a leash, right? Right? We live in the land of the free, the home of the brave. Why is it there's so many people just living in fear and shackled, right? Well, here's why. Here's what I believe why, all right? Because there is no true freedom without financial independence. That's the only way to really have true freedom. So what's that? So what's financial independence? Well, financial independence, very simply, is where your passive income exceeds your living expenses, right? That's where hey, I've got enough money to live without working for it, right? That's pretty simple, right? So freedom, financial independence, none of that happens without passive income. That's my belief, right? Real freedom. And so somebody says to me, oh, Bo, no, I got a great job. I love it. I don't believe that. I don't believe there's such thing as a great job. See, a great job just means you're an overpaid workhorse, right? So my challenge to you guys, right? I like to challenge myself. I hope you like to be challenged, but that's my challenge, right? Is if you're not financially independent, you need to be, right? And I promise you, you are not going to find a better shot at financial independence anywhere in the world than right here in Prime America. That is our business. What other business in their, you know, whatever you call it, the motto, I'm drawing a blank what we call that thing, right? We're in business to help people become financially independent, right? So if you want to make that move, all right, I got like a one little very practical thing for you to do. All right, make yourself a goal, right? Make yourself a goal. If you want to become financially independent, you got to make yourself a goal, right? I'm not a, you know, I think results goals are great, but more importantly, the way I was trained is you got to set yourself an activity goal. All right, an activity goal. How many, you know, maybe it's how many contacts are you going to make this week, or better yet, today, right? Or how much money am I going to save this month, or whatever, like something activity that I have 100% control over, right? Set yourself a goal. Do it right now. Actually, grab your pen, because I know you're taking notes today. I know I'm not the you know, the first person, or the, you know, I know this isn't the first time you've thought about taking notes today, hopefully. So grab your pen and write yourself a goal right now. What's your goal? What's your activity goal, right? And then once you write that thing down, you got to ask yourself 2 questions. When you write a goal, you got to ask 2 questions. Number one, is it measurable, right? Is it measurable? Like a lot of people say, well, I'm going to talk to a lot of people this week. Well, that's not a goal. That's like a wish or a hope, right? Is it measurable? How many people? Like put a number. It's got to have a number, right? Is it measurable? And then the second question is, ooh, I like this one. Is it reasonable, right? Is it measurable? Is it reasonable? Is your goal reasonable? Is it like, are you comfortable with it? Pick up your pen like this again. Look at your goal that you just wrote down. Is it measurable? Yeah. Is it reasonable? You go, yeah, it's reasonable. Scratch it out. If it's reasonable, scratch it out. Double it. Make it unreasonable. Right? I'm sure, you know, like Bobby said, I'm sure my mom's going to talk about the numbers of their business because she knows their numbers. She always, you know, it's mind boggling. It's hard to wrap your head around the numbers of their business, right? Crazy. But right, here's another great one-liner. I love these things. If your goals are reasonable, then what's possible is going to seem unreasonable. You're going to hear the numbers of my parents' business and go, that's unreasonable. That's crazy. That's impossible. That's because your goals are reasonable. See, if your goals are unreasonable, if you're pushing yourself and you're setting unreasonable goals all the time, see, what's possible is going to start to become reasonable. It's going to become reality. I mean, just look at what's going on right now in the company-wide in the middle of a pandemic. It's crazy, right? And every one of us has the ability. We have the opportunity to do something amazing. Right. That's the beauty of Primerica, right? And, you know, another, you know, great line, success is not measured by the size of your brain, but by the size of your thinking, right? That's what we got to work on, is how am I thinking, right? So anyway, I have the privilege, you know, to introduce my parents to you right now. And specifically, I'm going to introduce my mom. She's going to start first. Just real quick, I want you guys just think about this, because I don't know. I'm serious here. I don't know of a better example in our time, all right, of somebody who exemplifies hard work, doing what's right, treating people well, living below their means, right? Giving back of their time, their money, their resources, just loving on everybody. This list goes on and on. Man, if you're looking for a couple to emulate, like just study their life. All right. And I'm so thankful and I'm blessed to call this lady mom. Take it away, Red Buisson. You're still muted, Mom, by the way.
There we go. Okay. Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me? Great
Yeah.
job. Great job by everybody's been so good. This has been an incredible meeting. I'm so sad that we're not there with you guys to hug on you and to love on you. And to meet the new babies and to see the Pruckner's new mansion. You know, I mean, we were so looking forward to coming to Michigan this fall when it's beautiful weather up there. It's hot here, and we're disappointed that we're not there. So we just have to do it again. But thank you for having us. We're honored to be here. A little background on us and how we got into this business. It was 1972 when we joined Art Williams in the business. Bobby was the first full-time person that Art ever hired. And but let me go back a couple of years before that. We were in the Army. We were stationed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And our oldest daughter, Missy, was 8 months old, and Bobby got orders for Vietnam. And he was trained as a forward observer. He was a second lieutenant, and they called all the second lieutenants and their wives into a meeting. And they said the life expectancy of a second lieutenant forward observer in Vietnam is 6 seconds. So we suggest that y'all all look into getting some life insurance. So I was like, yeah, that might be a good idea. So we had all these life insurance people come over to our house and give us their presentations. And I mean, you know, Bobby and I are both college graduates, you know, we understand things. We didn't understand anything these people said. Every one of them had a different presentation, and it was so confusing. By the time they finished, we didn't know what to do. And the last person that came over was this little gray-headed man, Mr. Webb, with a bow tie, and he looked so responsible. And he worked for USAA, and he said, we specialize in military families. And so we were kind of threw our hands up and we said, you know, we don't understand any of this. Would you just sell us what you think we need? And he said, sure. So he sold us a $15,000 whole life policy. So Bobby went to Vietnam, left me and our 8-month-old daughter, and we were covered for $15,000 if anything had happened to him. Well, thank the good Lord, Bobby came back safe and sound from Vietnam. And a guy that Bobby played basketball with at Auburn brought Art over to our house on a field training appointment. And I found out that we could have had over $100,000 worth of coverage for less premium than what we were paying for that $15,000. Bobby got so excited about what Art was doing. He kind of fell in love with Art, you know. It was like Art was so enthusiastic. He was so committed to this whole thing. And I got mad. It was like we got ripped off, you know. It really made me angry. And so Bobby decided to go full time. In the beginning, it was a struggle. You know, we recruited some people and we made some sales and we lost some people and we recruited some more, and then you know how it goes. But we stayed with it, you know. Every Saturday morning, Art would come down to our house on his, what he called his red jet. It was a little red motor scooter. And he would sit in our den and he would tell us that if we just keep working hard and handle your money, good things will happen. Keep working hard and handle your money and good things will happen. That was his mantra. Well, Bobby kept working hard. Bobby worked and worked. I was scared. I was scared because not of Bobby not succeeding, because I knew what kind of work ethic Bobby had, but I was scared that the insurance commissioner in Georgia was going to shut us down because he threatened to do that. I was scared that the company we were writing business through was going to explode because we were writing more business than they could handle. But this fear that I had was a blessing because it made us handle our money. We didn't live within our means. We lived below our means. It became a lifelong habit. Bobby kept on working hard. Pretty soon, we had a rock and bass shop. If we didn't do 150 sales in a month, it was a disaster month for us. We had the #1 bass shop in the company. We had the #1 hierarchy in the company. And Bobby was the #1 earner in the company. We believed in the crusade. We sold the crusade. Our mantra was buy term and invest the difference. Invest the difference. That's such an important part of our business. And so oftentimes it's left out. But you're not doing the complete job for the client if you don't teach them to invest the difference. It's a moral obligation, we felt like. It's not that we were selling a product. We were selling the solution. We were helping people become financially independent. If you're thinking RBP, if you're thinking $100,000 a year, I urge you, think bigger, think ownership, think assets, think legacy. If you think it's fun, some of the partners were talking about how great it is to work with your partner. Try working with your kids and their partners too. I mean, it's the most, I can't tell you, we really do have a dream life. It's so incredible. In 1980, Art came down to our house for one of his little sit downs, and he told Bobby and I that he was just overwhelmed. The company was growing so fast and he needed help in the home office. And he asked Bobby if he would shut down our base shop and reassign our people to other RVPs and come and work in the base shop and come and work in the home office with him and travel all over the country and do meetings and trainings for people, and not to worry about whose hierarchy they were in, but just to treat the whole company as his hierarchy. And, you know, Bobby was so excited. He thought, this is great. He would be the first national sales director. And that was awesome. But there was a caveat, Art said. The company didn't have any money to pay him. There's no compensation for doing this. And but Bobby didn't care. He thought it was great. And I'm like, well, now wait a minute. We're going to shut down our base shop. We're going to stop growing our hierarchy, and there's no compensation for it. This is not going to work. But Bobby was excited, so we did it. And from 1980 to 1991, when Art left, Bobby worked out of the home office. But you know what? Our income never went down. We still have the #1 hierarchy in the company. Bobby's still the #1 earner. We have 2,562 RVPs in our hierarchy as of this morning. We have $55 million earners. We have over 63 life insurance licensed agents. We have over 11,000 securities licensed people. In July, because the August numbers aren't final, our hierarchy wrote over $21 million in premium. We have almost $30 billion in assets under management. To be exact, it's 29.7 billion. We have almost $400 billion of life insurance in force. Actually, it's 397 billion. And this is more than Farmers, more than the Hartford, more than Mass Mutual, more than a whole bunch of companies. Our hierarchy has paid out over $9.5 billion in death claims to families. And I'm not telling you this to intimidate you or to impress you, but so that you can know that what happened to us can happen to you. But you have to work hard and you have to handle your money. You have to build a hierarchy. You have to treat this like a business. You have to make good decisions. You have to make good business decisions. You have to make strong promotions. You have to get good replacements. Don't build a house of cards because it'll fall down. This business has truly changed our family tree. So I'm gonna turn it over to Bobby, the #1 earner in Primerica, the leader of the #1 hierarchy in Primerica, my hero, truly Bobby Jr., the man who saved me from a life of mediocrity, saved our family from a life of mediocrity. I married him for his body. He had a rocking body, but I kept him for his money. So y'all welcome Bobby. Bobby.
Unmute this, does that work? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yep.
All right, hey, God, what an incredible meeting, man. It just, yesterday, Red was, Monday, on the Monday show, Mika Saunders got went over the $1 million a year income mark. And she did it in what, less than 6 months, or in 6 months, right?
6
and
years.
Red went over there, huh?
6 years.
6 years, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm old. And anyway, Red's sitting over at the chair and she's got the iPad, it's connected to the TV set, the big screen TV. And she says, poor Miguel. I said, what do you mean, poor Miguel? Illage? He says, he just broke the world record in Primerica for getting to be the $1 million earner in the shortest period of time a month ago. And now he's getting kicked out of the seat by Mika Saunders. She did it in less time than him. I just feel so sorry for him. In fact, I think he's still at home today under his covers, probably crying because he got beat. But he's still making $1 million a year, right? I'm sure he's crying, right? He's having a ball. anyway, this has been so exciting. I mean, I turned on early, and I was up early this morning working on some stuff and working on some of my outlines. I got, about 14 hours worth of material that I'd like to cover with y'all. But, just seeing all these incredible people and these incredible friends. Isn't it incredible? A great friend in this business is somebody you see about once a year in a convention, right? And now they cut out a convention. So, I mean, I'm missing all you guys, I mean, just, Assad, Coop, and Brittany, and Seagraves, and Bonnie and Ivan, and, just great friends. And, that every time I see them, I think I always see the four of them, Kimberly and Kylie, they always look us up, and we always look for them, and we get to visit with them at these conventions. So I'm anxious for all that to come back, some of the old stuff too, but just anyway, the Coobs, and this has been one hell of a meeting. In fact, the reason I'm stuttering around is because y'all ain't left nothing for me to say. You covered everything already. Now, something is, am I on here? I have a frozen face, Red. Come over here and help me.
You're fine, Bobby. Everybody
okay.
can hear you.
All right. So anyway, y'all really have covered everything. It's been just an incredible. Ian and Jessica, y'all, over years have become great friends too. We don't see each other often enough. None of us do, but that's just part of the price we pay for working hard and building great businesses, right? And I'm so proud of Bobby and Bo. They got about 10 or 11 years experience in the business right now. And, my kids, when they graduated from high school, were multimillionaires. Why? Well, because I just did what Art Williams told me to do. When we hit our first baby, Art says, "Well, Bob, you ought to start a Uniform Gift to Minors Act for your baby." I said, "Well, what's that?" Well, he showed me how you can put money into an account at age 0. You can go get a Social Security account number, and you can start a mutual fund bank draft program for them. And we did $50 a month. And as we made more money, we increased the amount of money we were putting in there. And by the time they not high school, when they graduated college, they were multimillionaires. You just got to, I tell this to people. Okay, Rich, put my little timer here. I tell this to people all the time because it's like somebody said earlier, we just assume everybody knows what we're doing. Even in our own company, how can somebody not understand that, you ought to start one of those when you have a baby? It just seems like that would be so obvious to everybody, Well, it's not. And so I encourage, hey, look, when Art Williams hired me, this is in 1972, and Bobby said 47. I've actually been in my 48th year since June of this year. Oh, actually, a little earlier than June. Right before Rusty Crossland. Who's an incredible leader. We got so many incredible leaders in this company right now, don't we? And I started with him in 1972, and after he sold me a policy in a mutual fund bank draft, he tried to recruit me, and I told him no. And about a month later, 6 weeks later, school ends, and I decided, man, I don't want to do this. I didn't find the same, I went to play pro basketball, and I tried out for a team, and I got cut. And I didn't find the same thrill in coaching that I found my first year of coaching on top of it, coaching a JV basketball team. And it was not the girls team like Whittle always accusing me. It was the JV boys basketball team. So He's just being a smart aleck. Bet you your friends do, right? And I was making $560 a month take home pay, folks. My first year, I came full time with him. Well, why did I come full time with him? I mean, well, he came over to my house and he sat at the dining room table and gave this little presentation on a yellow pad. And, so to me, I heard a lot of this today, but, this is a simple business. And so that's sort of the overall theme I want to talk about for the next few minutes. I got, 36 minutes left. Okay. So I want to, all you new people, I mean, this could be a very intimidating, this thing could run some people off who are kind of new and looking at this, because I mean, I know how I felt. I don't have the personality to be a salesman. My dad was in sales, but and everybody told me when I moved to Georgia that I got this weird New Orleans accent and I cuss too much and you're never going to make it in this thing. And all that did was reinforce some of the insecure feelings I had, right? But for the new people and for some of the older people who are stuck someplace and they can't seem to move, we need to get back to the simpleness of the business. And so look how simple our business is, okay? Watch this. Can y'all see this? That's a whole life policy. Now I got to work on my visuals like some of you guys have done, okay? I got to learn how to do all that stuff. It's a block of protection tied in with a savings account. It gives you $15,000 worth of protection if you die between now and the time you buy it and the time you got an $8,000 savings program in there, which they are going to steal from you when you die. Because you can't get them both, right? And so all our company does, and we built this company doing this. Just going out and telling people, separate the two. Buy a block of insurance if you want 15 and save you money. Instead of having $8,000, you'll have 15, 20, 30. If you continue saving money, you might have $100,000 someday if you can get a better return. Separate the two. That's hard. But we don't believe in that philosophy. We got a simple concept we believe in, right? Buy a lot of insurance now when you got 2 kids or 4 kids, and you don't need any at the end if you start saving some money. And I started a $20 a month mutual fund plan with Art Williams when I was teaching school because I thought that's all I could afford. And he created for me $100,000 estate. He says, most of it, if you die, is going to be in insurance. You ain't had a chance to save a whole bunch of money. But look, if you start saving money at some point, if you die, as that insurance goes down, 50 grand is going to come from insurance and 50 grand is going to. Now, some of you people that have been around for a while, this is kind of simple, but the new people haven't heard it enough yet. And if you're clogged up, you ain't heard it enough yet either. And so we need to be reminded, right? Art tried to hire me on a part-time basis after he did this for me. And I told him no. Why? Why does anybody ever tell us no to this? It's part-time. You can work your own hours. You're an adult. If you don't work it, if you're not putting in time in this thing, you ain't going to make no money. Well, I've heard one speaker after another today, and you hear it all the time, just talk about, man, you got to believe in this stuff. You got to get excited about this. You got to, well, just by you telling me, a new person, that I got to do that, that ain't going to work. That new person, you got to keep him motivated. You got to stay in touch with him. You got to build a relationship with him. You got to believe. You got to do all these incredible things. You got to believe in him because he's got to keep coming back. So my message to the new people is, I'm not a salesperson. I don't have a sales personality. My dad had that, man. He was a great, of course, he's been doing it for all his life when I was a little kid when I saw him, You can learn how to sell just like you learned how to do anything else. Like I learned how to play basketball when I started. You couldn't even reach the rim. I kept on going, and my kids did the same thing. I remember seeing their little kids trying to get the ball, and they finally made their first shot. It got up over the rim and went in, and we all threw our basketballs up in the air and cheered for them and patted them on the backs, called recognition, right? And so they made that first shot, and then they couldn't make it. They said, I did it once. Well, you know, I've always had, you know, in my adult life, I've always had a lot of confidence in my athletic ability because I played baseball, basketball, football for a great coach at the playground level starting in the second grade. His name was T.J. Whitaker. I had, you know, in the second grade, I was 8 years old, and I had this buddy of mine come to school Monday morning. His name is Gerald Landry. And he comes in, he's a real excitable kind of guy, you know, and so he comes in to school on Monday morning. He's all excited. He said, Bobby, you know, my daddy took me down to the playground. He signed me up for the baseball team down there. They got a new coach down there. He used to play pro baseball. And, you know, he's unbelievable. And he says, man, he says, we don't have enough people at our age group to have a team. He says, get some of the people. He said, points his finger at me and sticks me in the chest. He says, Bobby, you'd be good at this, man. And we're going to have fun. We're going to have a blast. You got to write that one down. You're going to be good. Well, I think you're really going to be good at this. You can really be good at this. Look, I can talk to somebody for 10 minutes and ask them 5 questions after one of Bo's op meetings or Bobby's op meetings. And you know, they bring them over here to introduce them to me. Who's got this big barn? You know, who's the guy that owns this thing? Well, my dad does. Come meet him. I can shoot the bull with him for 5 minutes and ask him a few questions. And they give me enough information to be able to look at him and say, man, are you signed up already? Because if you're not, man, I hope you do. I think you're going to really be good at this. And man, we're having a blast. Oh, do you think that works every time? Nothing works every time. It's just a little seed you plant in his head. And when he goes to bed tonight, he's going to get under those covers and he's going to lie down and say, that guy with all that money and that big barn and that house, they wouldn't let me go in the house, you know, but they said, if you come back and make it to RVP, you're going to get to go through the house and see the house. He said, he thought I'd really be good at this. And they're having fun. I ain't having no damn fun. Those kind of things are going to go through his head when you point your finger at him and say, man, you know, because he said something about his background, answering my questions. And I said, you know, I really think you're going to be great at this. I mean, you're looking right at my eyes, you know, when we talk. Most people don't do that. They're looking down at, you know, you're looking right into my eyes when you talk. And I said, you know, that tells me you got some confidence. You can learn how to do this. Just like you learn how to do anything else in your life. I think you'd really be good at this, and man, we're having fun. I had all this confidence when I started, though, in all my athletic. Somebody came to me one time and said, Bob, you got to take up tennis. Well, my whole attitude about that was, all right, give me a racket and give me 15 minutes worth of instructions, and I'll be competing with your butt. See, in athletics, I had that kind of confidence, but in business, insurance and investments, I'm going, hey, thanks, Art. No, but I mean, this is my first year coaching. I'm going to be a coach. What I was really doing was I was saying, I don't believe that I can do good in this. I don't think I got the right personality. See, a lot of you people, you know, there's been a lot of motivation, but that's the biggest thing. You know, a lot of people, that's the biggest thing that you're struggling with is, and it's been said by a few people, winning the battle, what Bill Arenda used to say. Bill Arenda always says this every time he talks. The greatest distance you can ever travel is the distance between your own 2 ears. The greatest distance you're going to travel in this business is the distance between your own 2 ears. You got to win the battle with yourself. You ain't got to beat me to become $1 million earner, because we just open it up and make room for number 100, number 101, and 102. A few weeks later after meeting Art, I quit my job, but not to go to work with him because I already told him no, because I didn't believe I could be a salesman. I went out and started interviewing a bunch of people, and the guy that had brought him over to my house called me up to go fishing, and he says, and I said, I can't, I got 3 interviews this afternoon. He says, what do you mean? I thought you signed your contract. I did, but I got out of it. They let me out of my contract. And so I went out and had about 50 attempts at getting me another job. And then again, to cut it a little bit short, I joined Art full time. No part-time. I went full time immediately. Why? Well, first of all, I saw some things in Art Williams that I saw in the really outstanding coaches that I played for, you know, and again, some of this stuff I'm shortcoming. And when I do my all-day seminar, I cover a lot of these things in more detail, but you know, we won 3 city championships in Little League and kid baseball. And in football, we won the city championships, and I was the most valuable player in the whole city of New Orleans. Every team we played on at that playground in the 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, for TJ Whitaker, that coach who had been an ex-pro basketball player and an ex-pro baseball player, we were competing for the championship in every sport, every season, every year. So the coaching's got, now, see, all these things I'm talking about happened to me, but you got to parallel these. See, most people, most of you young people, you might be impressed with Ian Proctor and some of these $1 million earners that are talking, or if you get the other part of it, they're just regular people like you who have been busting their butt to get where they are. We hire a lot of people that everyone, what attracts them is the success that we're having. And they say, oh man, you know, I want to make 100 grand. 100 grand used to be the big thing for us, you know. Nowadays, it's see, you can do that. You got to look at that. You can do that. It's happening 6 months to get there. And these people make, I mean, 6 years and they're making $1 million. Why did I do it? Because of the person I saw in Art Williams. He took me, you know, I came to work full time. How could I come? Why is everybody taking 5 years and 10 years to go full time? Well, Red and I were good money managers. When we taught school, both of us, we lived off of my paycheck and banked hers. Right before I came back from Vietnam, I was in Vietnam and I was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma before that. And when I was in Vietnam, I was mailing my checks home. I was a first lieutenant, and I was mailing my checks home. And all the other officers I knew every night were going down to the officers club, drinking beer and watching the band and spending their money. And I was mailing my check home to Rick, who was living with her mommy, with my baby. And they weren't charging her rent.
It's 12
So she was saving her money. When I came back, I didn't have any, I tried out for a pro basketball team and I got cut and I didn't have a clue about what I was going to do. You know, so I started interviewing around. I wound up teaching school for a year. And then I met Art Williams and I quit my job after 1 year teaching, coaching. I was making $560 a month. In my first year full time with Art Williams, I made $500 a month. I actually took a pay cut. I didn't take no pay cut because I wasn't talking to enough people. That's why I made $500, less than I made when I was teaching and coaching. But you see, we had saved Red's money and we had saved my money when I was in Vietnam. And because of that, I was able to make a move to come full time with Art Williams. And I didn't even give a rat's butt about whether I made any money that year because we had enough money to live for a year or two, the way we were living. You see, so there's a lot of things that we talked about today, but you know, now the practical stuff, see, this deal I showed you about what we do, that ain't hard. Art Williams took me out. I was full time. He said, before you got to go get your life insurance license. Oh, okay. The company that we were with at the time said, you're part-time. Yeah, we were hiring part-time people too. If you were part-time, you had to go get your life insurance license before you could even set up an appointment. So I came to work full-time. I'm studying for a few days. I go take the insurance test and I passed. He says, now you got to go get your securities license. So I went to get my mutual fund license. And some people taking I heard a bunch of speeches today about people getting that red pounded on it a little bit too, but man, get those people mutual fund. Come on, man. We got to get those licenses. It's buy term and invest the difference. I mean, I remember when I came to work, I'm sitting there and I says, you got to go get your mutual. I said, oh, really? Because I mean, I was so impressed with the concept of him taking about $20 a month and pooling it with everybody else's $20 and $50 a month back in 1972 and turning it over to the best professional money managers in the world who don't always win, but they do a better job than us, who try picking stocks. And I said, oh, you mean I could sell one of these? Yeah, you got to get your license though. All right. I've had people recently, after 5 years into business, they just recently went and got their securities license. I mean, I don't even know. How do you train somebody on a field training appointment if you don't have your securities license? I don't get that because Mark told me I had to get it to begin with. Go get your dadgum securities license. Buisson. Stupid. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to me in my mirror. I have a mirror right on the other side of the desk over here behind a computer. I'm talking to me. You talk to yourself and try to figure out. I mean, you trying to go out and conquer the world, the greatest opportunity in the world, like Bobby and Bo just talked about, and you don't have your securities license. Well, now, if you're new, I don't want to come on too strong because I understand you don't really understand this thing yet. It's like Bo said, the closer you look, the better we're going to look. You just hadn't been around long enough. And so, I mean, I got more patience for that. But some of these people that have been in this business for 5 and 6 years, I can't even comprehend. What is it? The test is too hard and you can't come up. Now, I'm being sarcastic and trying to hit. You understand what's happening right now? A few weeks ago, I was sitting around one night. It was a Sunday night. I'm sitting around, and Red and I kind of watching TV, and I've been worried about this for a couple of days. It was on my mind. I said, damn, this virus thing, we're not going to be able to even go into people's homes or their businesses. I mean, that's the first time I can ever remember really being seriously concerned about whether we're going to be shut down. And I'll be danged if the next morning Glenn Williams introduces 2 or 3 guys that have been doing this Zoom stuff. And now our business has exploded. And everybody I talk to says, well, I'll tell you what, thank goodness for that virus. I don't know if I'd ever started that stuff right now. He says, I'll tell you one thing, I ain't never getting away from it. I don't care if they kill the virus. And then about 2 weeks later, Peter and Glenn come on. I think it was not this past Monday, but the Monday before that, they say, we're going into social media big time. Everything we've heard about social media up until that has been trying to straighten out some of the people who are messing around on social media and they're not doing it right and trying to discipline them. And like the company's going to try to run us out of the social media business. And now we're going into this headlong full time. And our bit, of course, with the Zoom and you can see I still got this stuff I'm doing because I hadn't figured out how to put my dang visuals on the computer. So I'm going to try to get a little help there. But why were we able to do that? Yeah, I was not the first person that Art Williams ever hired, folks. He worked for 3 or 4 years, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, part-time down in Columbus, Georgia. And when I enticed him to come full-time to Atlanta, and I met him, I was the first person that went full time with him. He had some part-time people here. He brought a guy with him from Columbus, Georgia, who was full time. But I wasn't the first guy that Art ever hired. He said in one talk at the convention center a few years ago, he says, I don't know how many people I recruited when I was in Columbus, Georgia. Over 100. I wasn't the first guy. I was just the first guy that stayed. You could think about, well, it might be I was smart enough to stay, or maybe I was just dumb enough to stay. Every time I started to leave, by the way, which was a lot of times, I couldn't find no place to go. What am I gonna do? Go back to my teaching job making $560 a month? I said, no. I mean, I'd come back and say, well, I mean, yeah, all I gotta do is walk in the office and Art's gonna jack my butt up and fire me up all over again. Never once in my life, Red and I just have been married 52 years this coming November. Never once in my life have she or me, ever experienced a financial problem. Why? Why can I come full time when people take 5 or 10 years to make it? Because we handled our money. See, that's one of your big challenges as an RVP. Now, you new people right now, you probably ain't handling your money worth a flip, and maybe some of you are an exception. But that's going to give you an opportunity to come full time when other people are taking 5 or 10 years to make it, or because they have money problems, they're getting out of the business. See, so some of this stuff, handle your cotton picking money. Now, Red was reading from this. Y'all see that little pink line in there? Can you see that? Just a dumbass Cajun from New Orleans, Louisiana. In the last 12 months, we have issued $55 billion worth in the last 12 months. Our downline hierarchy, a lot of whom, you understand that 30 years ago, 60% of my RVPs were below the 6th generation. And it's like a number of y'all said, the closer you look, the more you're going to learn. People go, what? Yeah, 35 years ago, 60% of my RVPs were 7th generation and below. So I don't make money on all these people, but this is what our hierarchy has done. Total face amount in force, $397,102,000,000. Total death claims, almost $10 billion. And that's how much we paid out in our hierarchy. And most of that was replacing this with this. That's how simple I mean. Is this hard to understand? And you can do that, right? Why did I say no? Fear of rejection, no confidence, because confidence, see, that's why we can talk people in, try to talk them into really believing and getting excited. And that ain't gonna work. What's gonna work is if they show up, if they keep coming back, and they keep, I didn't know that. So we got to keep pumping them up and motivate them to come back and plug in, right? I see you, Coob. I still got 13 minutes. Fear rejection, no confidence, because confidence comes from experience. Show your butt up, you young people. I mean, don't be offended by my approach. I'm just trying to get your cotton picking attention. We got to get that lackadaisical. They talk. First of all, we talk most of the people into trying this against their will. They say, okay, well, I'll try this. Well, by you building those great relationships and spending time with them and working with them is how, you got to come in and get excited. Copy all the stuff you see. You're never going to be Art Williams, but copy all the things you see him that attracted you to the business. The guy had me pumped up and fired up, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But I didn't, I was looking for a job, and everywhere else I went for interviews, they had horn rimmed glasses on. Some nerd was making me sit in the outer office for a half hour to intimidate me. When I come in, and his whole approach was, what is it that you have to offer our great company? You know what a bird is? I don't think I can shoot the bird on it. But I walk out, and then I walk in Art Williams. Hey, Bobby, how's it going, baby? Yeah, man, okay, baby. They got people in this bed. He pointed his finger at me too, just like Gerald Landry did. He hits me across the desk. He says, Bobby, they got people in this business making 50 and 75 and 100 grand a year. I'm making $6 grand a year. Take home pay. He says, we can do that. I'm going, right, Art. Somebody's been telling you crap about me that ain't true. They paying me $6,000 a year. There ain't nobody ever gonna pay me no 100 grand a year. Did you go to the convention? In my career with Primerica, they paid me over $100 million. And really, a lot of the leadership in the company is just coming around and start understanding that's a lot less than I'm worth. Just kidding. Handle your cotton picking money. Start part-time. Look at that. I played golf with Art, not this past spring, but I think it was the previous spring or early summer at his place. You know, and we're driving around in a car, and he's pumping my butt up and motivating me just like he did when he was here. You know, oh, man, we really did something special. We did, you know, we go from one hole to another, and so we get in the cart, and we drive into the next tee box, and he's talking like that, and then all of a sudden he hits the brakes right on the path. We weren't by the tee box yet. Boom, and he just hits the thing, and stops the cart like that real fast. And he said, Bobby, the thing I never got over was they let me do this part-time. I mean, it was like the greatest moment of his life. You know, they let me they let me do this part-time. I didn't have to jeopardize my family's income. I could learn it at my own pace, you know. He was right now probably a multi-billionaire, and he stopped the cart. He was so damn excited about that he could do it part-time. And if that hadn't happened, he probably wouldn't be in a business. So you don't have to. I went full-time because I had money saved up and this kind of thing. And I drove a 6-year-old Volkswagen for a couple of years. And we continued our lifestyle. And you know as well as I do that if you're into a lot of people's homes, most people do not handle their money worth damn. So we got to keep preaching it. We got to keep setting the example. I started a $20 a month mutual fund plan. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks, that I've made more money off of my investments than I've ever been paid by A.O. Williams and Primerica. When I was making $4 million a year years ago, I was making $10 million a year in dividend income. Dumbass Cajun. That was one of my great strengths in recruiting interviews when I was recruiting people. I just said, man, I'd spend an hour or two with them. And then I'd say, after you spend an hour or two with me, I know what you're thinking. If this dumbass can make this $100,000, I know I can. Of course, I get a kick out of all these people that still think I'm a dumbass. Ooh, you know what, man? You got to handle your money. You got to show up early and stay late. And you got to talk to lots and lots of people, not one a month if you're part-time. So, you know, we have a lot of people that leave after 2 or 3 sales or something like that. You part-time people, you new people, you young people, or people who are stuck at a place and it's frustrating. Hell, I've been there. But you got to turn it around by talking to lots and lots of people. Not one a month. Collapse time frames. You know, is it going to take a year or 5 years before you get really competent at this business? Art took me on 2 field training appointments. Of course, I was full time. And one of them, we sold. And the other one, I couldn't even get a return. You know, he didn't give me the policies to analyze. And so I'm full-time. So how hard is it to learn how to do that presentation I had drawn out? Now we got these great 6-page, 4-page presentation booklets, all these visual aids and all this kind of stuff. Look, you got to talk to lots and lots of people. No, let's see. If you're at the convention, I got 7 minutes and my whole operation's falling apart here. This is what we do. We go out and have these itsy bitsy, teeny weeny, little bitty conversations with people every day in an attempt to set up an appointment with them, whether it's on the telephone, whether you're knocking on doors, whether it's warm market, whether it's cold market. This is what we do. 95% of your life should be doing this until you really got it rolling. You got to talk to lots of little bitty conversations in an attempt to set up an appointment with people. See, that's the starting point of everything. So 95% of your time and effort, most of us should be doing that. And if you knew, you got to skip past this, 2-year orientation as a part-time purpose before we can get to you. You got to be smart. Look at the common. Don't look at the differences in the successful people in our business. You look at the common denominators. They're pretty smart people. They're smart enough to sit down and listen. What is it going to hurt to listen? All these dumbasses that say, well, no, I don't want you to come over. I'm too busy. I'm too busy being broke. You know, I love to talk to salespeople. They ain't going to twist my arm and get me to buy something I don't want to buy. I'm an adult. You young people, baby, what is it that's getting in the way? Why you're so busy? Why you're not plugging in every Saturday training? Come to every op meeting. Well, yeah, but I don't have anybody coming this week. So I don't care. Get your butt in there and you stand up there and listen to these people jack your butt up just like they jacked me up all morning this morning. And you sit there and you're going, damn it, I got to get somebody in here in front of these people. Because you see, you're staring right in the mug at a potential multi-million-dollar opportunity. In 6 years, I'm really mad at those 2 6-year million-dollar earners. I ought to smack them over. Took me 5 years to make RVP. Before you get great, you got to get good. Before you get good, you got to be bad. Your butt cannot skip being bad. You've been good. You've been bad at everything in your life before you got good at it. Sometimes it took you a long time because you didn't practice enough. Before you get bad, hell, you got to do something, right? You decide, you determine how long you're going to take to make $50,000 or enough money to go full time. You show up early, you stay late. I believe you and we are all staring right in the mug at the greatest business opportunity on the planet Earth right now. It's so simple to understand, as we just looked at. What's hard is, like Bill Arenda says, is the distance you're going to travel between your own 2 ears. You got to win the battle with yourself. Plug into this thing. I'm begging you for your own benefit, because right now, here's the big virus going to put everybody out of business, and our business is going like this. If you take care of your business, see, Art Williams started this company. He says, I want to start a company with, for a relatively small amount of money, people can join the company and have an opportunity to build an unlimited business, an unlimited income, and become financially independent. For a small amount of money. What, tell me, y'all write down on a piece of paper before the day is over, some of you young people that are new at this and have been around a while and you're stuck. What is it that's getting in the way? That's so important, that's getting in the way of you going out there and talking to a whole bunch of people and getting getting more no's than you ever got, so you get more yeses for an appointment where you can get a chance to tell you a bigger story. "95% of your time should be devoted to talking to people, trying to set up an appointment." You see, there's two ways you make money in this business, and both of them are called prospecting. Prospecting for sales and prospecting for recruits. There ain't no other way to make money in business. That's how all of us make our money in the business. And you might say, well, what about you, Buisson? You ain't been out there prospecting for sales and recruits for years. Wrong. You see, it's another thing you got to learn. You see, there's two ways you do it. There's two ways to prospect for sales and recruits. You either do it personally or you do it through your organization. If your organization, I don't care if you're a district, division, or RVB, if your organization is not prospecting for sales, talking to people to get an appointment to make a sale or to get, I think my time's up, my clock stopped, so I'm gonna wind up with this. If your organization is not doing enough to provide you with the income you're happy with, you gotta supplement it with personal prospecting for sales and personal prospecting for recruits until you do. My thing still shows I got 6 minutes. Ready? You listen to this. Do you know if I think my thing slowed down. Anyway, look, I'll show you this real quick. Look at this. Simple business. See that line? Can you see it? Start over here. That's your beginning. You should be shooting for district. And then when you get district, division, and then regional leader, and then become an RVP. See, right here's your focus. You got to find out what you're going to do to be a district. And then once you become an RVP.
You had 3 minutes. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. Well, I know it keeps falling down there.
Oh, you stopped.
It's probably your fault for some reason.
You got 3 minutes, so cut it off.
All right, now look.
You got 2 minutes.
All right, so Art Williams says you got to do this. Go for if you're a new person, go for district. Look at the incentives they talked about today. Then go for division. Then go for regional leader. Then become an RVP. It took me 5 years to become an RVP in this industry. Okay, and Art Williams said, all you need, once we learned all this, all you need is 7 to 10 RVPs now. See, my number one job as an RVP is to promote more RVPs, build a distribution system. And I said, all you need is 7 to 10 good RVPs. So boom, watch this. Watch this. See these little pink guys? That's 7 RVPs. Can you see that? That's 7 RVPs. Here's me, the RVP, and all I got to do is promote 7 to 10. That's 7. And then you see, those RVPs had the same job. They got to produce RVP. You see all these little blocks and rectangles on there? That whole page is filled up. That's 250 RVPs. That means when I'm finished this, I just did this last night.
Your time's up.
When I'm finished with this, I got to go fill out 9 more pages like this to put all my RVPs on it. Because Red just got finished telling you we got 2,500. This is 250. So next time you hear this presentation, I'm going to flip through 10 pages of this. So, that's scary, wasn't it? All right. So anyway, I got to stop there because you said I had 3 minutes, so I'm finished. All right. This has been a great session for me. It's got my butt all pumped up. I could have been playing golf this morning and doing all kind of other things, but what other multi-quintillionaire in the world would rather be here doing this? I've had more fun listening to you crazy fools. And it just makes me feel like my future is so secure because I look at all the people that are the winners that are on here right now, and we're exploding, folks. Our future is, anyway, I love you. Appreciate you, Ian. Y'all are incredible. You and Jess are incredible. And all these leaders, it's been so much fun just listening to all of you this morning. Love y'all.
Man, thank you so much, Bobby. That was, it was just so gracious and unbelievable. And I know that every single person on here today is just so honored to have you on. And for you and Red and the boys, Bo and Bobby Jr., we thank you guys for coming on and taking the time out of your, your weekend, that kind of thing, to pour into this group here. all over the country. And to talk about, we're moving from Georgia now, where Bobby's at. That is at whatever house he's at right now, up to Ohio, to talk to the $2.1 million earner, senior national sales director, one of the most amazing, balanced companies in all of Primerica. Give it up for the amazing Chris Koob.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for the introduction. Bobby, I love it, man, as usual. I love it. I'm fired up. I can listen to Bobby forever. By the way, for those of you that to Bobby's reference of 6 years and making $1 million a year, I made 30,000 my 6th year, not a month, the whole year. But anyway, hey, just wanted to congratulate all of you that are still on. You know, you get to be with the diehards, you get to be with the future VPs, you know, at the end, especially with Zoom. I think it's so easy to get distracted, as Bobby is talking about. And I just want to challenge you. You've got to go all in. Okay. If you want to have a great marriage, you got to go all in. Okay. If you want to be a great parent, you got to go all in. If you want to be great in anything, you got to go all in, and you're certainly going to have to go all in Primerica. Now, I'm not talking about you have to go full time, but the time, if you're part-time, for that time you're going to devote for to Primerica, whether it's 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week, you got to go all in. Okay. You don't stick your toe into something and get wealthy. And I'm just going to challenge you. When I talk about all in, I'm talking about getting rid of all the distractions. Okay. You have enough time, okay, to have a great family life, to have a great spiritual life. Okay. You know, do the things physically that you need to do to have a, you know, be in shape and all that stuff. Okay. And build a great Primerica business, but you don't have time for anything else. Okay. You don't have time for your brothers, cousins, friends, uncles, birthday. Okay. You don't have time for, you know, a bunch of video games. You don't have time for all that crap. Okay. You've got to decide, is a dream life worth working for a year, 2 years? Is it worth giving up those kind of things? Okay. I will tell you personally, you know, I was 22 years old and I said, I'm going to build a Primerica business and I'm going to build a real estate business. Okay. Well, you saw what happened. Okay. Now, you know, and the world hasn't changed. They were talking about dual or multiple sources of income 40 years ago and 30 years ago and 20 years ago. There's always somebody out there, okay, that makes money as an entertainer. It makes money by people listening to them, not by building something. Be careful who you listen to. Okay, the reason why Bobby's a multi-quintillionaire, okay, using his description, okay, he says he focused on one thing. Okay, you can't find, in fact, I tell our folks all the time, I hope I'm not being disrespectful to our Native Americans, but I tell folks all the time, Indian brave that chases 2 rabbits goes hungry. Now that 2 rabbits might be businesses, that might be other things, but you've got to chase one thing, okay? You go look at all the billionaires, all the first generation billionaires. They all, not some of them, not most of them, all of them got wealthy by building one business, one source of income. Now, once they had that one business, okay, so a lot of them diversified and, you know, and so on. You know, Elon Musk is a perfect example. Paychecks became, I think he's worth 300 million at that point. You got 300 million, you can expand and do all kinds of things, okay? But if you want to build wealth, find something. I'm recommending Primerica, but find something that you can build, okay, that will create wealth. And I think after today, if you haven't seen that, golly, I don't have much else. Okay. You know, I think you got to evaluate, you know, hopefully today you've evaluated Primerica, but you also got to evaluate what your options are. First, you got to evaluate, and I've heard a bunch of people talking about, you got to decide if you want a dream life first. Okay. I mean, there's lots of people, most people maybe would like to have one, but you don't just get one by wishing on the, you know, rubbing the lamp, or, you know, wishing on the you know, the Christmas star or whatever it is. Okay. You get a dream life by being willing to do what most people won't do. So I'm assuming that if you're on this call still, Facebook Live, Zoom, whatever, that you want a dream life, you have some focus, okay? You're somewhat tenacious, okay? Everybody else has dropped off and so on, okay? Well, you've got to put yourself in a position where you're not trading dollars for hours. There's no such thing as a dream life, okay? As you've heard today, trading dollars for hours. I mean, this is what kills me, okay? You could put on as one of your options, I'm gonna go back to school. No, you can't, okay? Granted, okay, there's no sense spending $100,000 a year to go back to school to learn a new career to gain $10,000 a year. That's dumb, okay? 5 years of your life. But even if you were to do that, you're still trading dollars for hours. I don't know anybody that says a dream life is me putting in more time. I don't know anybody that says a dream life is me having freedom of time, but not having any money. You got to have both. So going back to school for anything is double dumb if you want to have a dream life. What's another option? Well, you can go into some MLM. I mean, there's a gazillion of them now. With COVID, you can do all kinds of silly, crazy things. Most of them not on the fringes of legal, but that I mean, let me just say this about those things. Okay, two things. Number one, most of them the FTC is going to shut down. Okay, you can just tell by their advertising and the way they do things and so on. And we've seen the FTC shut down so many multi-levels in the last 5 years. It's unbelievable. Okay, but the second challenge is, like, you go out there and work and get a client, you make like $5.55. Okay, there's no money in it. Okay, I don't want a home-based business. Okay, I want a Fortune 1000 company that I can work from my home. That's a big difference. I don't want some knick-knack crap, okay? Make no money, not tell anybody. I mean, no one thinks you're a real business. They think you're a hobby, okay? I want a business. I want a business that's going to be here for generations and generations. I want a business that everybody wants, everybody needs, that changes people's lives. That's having a dream life. You can't do that with MLMs. You can go buy a franchise. Well, number one, okay, if you're like me, you don't have any money. Okay, when I came here, I didn't have any money. Okay, well, what was I going to buy? With my $10.38. Okay, but if you did have enough money, or you want to borrow enough money to buy a franchise, what did you just do? You just bought a job. Okay, yeah, I don't know why anybody would buy a job. You can go get a job, okay, for free. Okay, you just bought a job. You're trading dollars for hours for the next 10, 15, 20 years. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. The last one I'll give before I jump into my talk is real estate. I told you I was going to build this real estate empire, and I was going to build this Primerica empire. Okay, 6 years later, okay, I'm starving to death in both. Oh yeah, I had diversity of income. Okay, very low income from a couple different things. So here's about the thing about real estate. I own tens of millions of dollars in real estate now. Okay, but I waited till I got wealthy. I stopped all that. I'm getting wound up, almost spilled all my water. I stopped all that after my 6th year and said, Chris, you need to do what everybody has done that's built anything. You need to focus on one thing. Elizabeth and I got our income to $1 million a year. Then we hired somebody to buy or to take care of all our real estate. That's how we got tens of millions of dollars. Real estate is a way to build assets if you already have money. Okay. By the way, it's not a passive investment, so you better have big money. Or it's a way to make income if you're going to flip. The challenge is you can't do both of them at the same time. Primerica is the only place I've ever seen for average people to do the 3 things that are critical for a dream life. Okay, create massive income, have complete control of your time, and build wealth. You can do all 3 of those at the same time. That's what's magical about this. So let me just kind of wrap up by saying this, okay? I kind of want to tell you about a story about a young man, okay, that prior to Primerica had a few jobs, if you will. I wouldn't call any one of them, very relevant. He'd gone to college, spent 4 years in college, did everything that they kind of told him he was supposed to do. And this young man had an air of confidence, okay, that he would put on to the world, okay, peers and so on, like he had it together. But inside, he was scared to death, okay? Inside, he was unsure. Inside, he didn't necessarily have it together. And he tried a bunch of things, okay, and nothing just seemed to fit. Okay, he'd work hard and he would do what he's supposed to do, but it just didn't feel like, hey, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. This is me. He wanted to be somebody that people respected. He wanted to do something that he felt like was important or was significant or respected or valued. He didn't want to be like everybody else. He just wanted a chance. And he came across this company called Primerica. Back then, obviously, it was A.O. Williams. And everything the company stood for just resonated with him. And he screwed up every day. Okay, golly, I think back, my poor vice president that had to deal with me. I screwed up every day. Everything this individual did turned out to be a disaster. You couldn't screw it up anywhere or any worse. But the company didn't fire him. Okay, he didn't do anything illegal. Okay, but the company didn't fire him. Logically, there wasn't any reason for him to stay. No money, no success, nobody following him, nothing. But he just couldn't shake it. Okay, he just wanted it to work with everything in me. His VP would encourage him and invest time in him when his VP shouldn't have. Okay, they would believe in him when he didn't believe in himself. They didn't have to. They were already very financially successful. They had lots of people they could invest time with, had teams and so on. But this funny thing happened. Over time, this individual started to believe maybe he could make it here. And he started to have a little bit of success. And felt like maybe he was making a difference. And then a few years later, he had become somebody he was proud of. He'd become somebody that his family was proud of. Before we recruited you, what were your dreams? Before Primerica, you're just driving along in the road, or you're sitting on a bench somewhere, or whatever. What were your dreams? What did you picture life to be? Maybe you pictured, a dream job, or maybe even no job. Okay, freedom of financial trouble, where no one could squeeze you. Okay, where you didn't have to suck up to anybody, where you didn't have that stress every week or every 2 weeks paying bills. Freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it. Maybe freedom from a boss. Maybe freedom from somebody who could pull the rug out from under you. Freedom from the outside world, okay? Being able to affect you, being able to toss your world upside down. Be in a position where you didn't have to suck up to people, okay? You didn't have to play the politics. Be in a position where you could take a vacation anytime you wanted. I mean, to be fair, okay, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, you probably didn't dream it that good, did you? Okay, your brain wouldn't allow you to dream it that good because you didn't think that was possible. But it was some subset of that. Okay, it was something that maybe included a little bit of that. Maybe you even dreamed about owning your own business. And I know a lot of the speakers have talked about this, no franchise fees, no inventory, experts that will train you. I mean, think about this, okay? Is there any place on the planet you could go and have people make millions of dollars a year spending time with you, trying to teach you how to groom you, how to mentor you to have success? You start part-time. Okay. I mean, think about being able to do something significant. I don't know about you. Okay. But I don't know of a lot of people that are worrying, that are staying up late at night worrying about what little scent they put in their house. Okay. You know, they plug it in and it smells the house. Okay. I don't know of anybody staying up late at night worrying about, you know, kind of like what fingernail polish they're going to buy. Okay, or what grocery store they're going to go to, or what diet drink they're going to. No one worries about that crap. It's stuff you peddle. Okay, here's the deal. If you don't change people's life, if you're not dealing with something they worry about, if you're selling something they don't worry about, you're just peddling crap. I'm not saying they won't buy it. I'm not saying, okay, but it doesn't change their life. I don't know anybody in middle income that doesn't worry about money. I remember my first death claim. That was a lady named Susan. She had 2 boys. Her and her husband lived about an hour north of where I'm from. And her husband died age 34. And I'm sitting at that kitchen table. Same kitchen table I was at 4 years previous. Tears in her eyes, okay, worried about money. She didn't know. I mean, she was there obviously when we did the app and so on, but she'd forgotten all that, especially in all the events of the previous couple weeks. And when I told her we had $300,000, now this is a long time ago. Okay, this is 30 years ago. You imagine that's like $600,000 today. Words cannot describe how that changed. Changed her life, not only right there in the moment, but in the future. She didn't have to go to work, okay, to support those 2 boys. Okay, she could be the mom she wanted to be and not have to worry about money. That money, last time I checked, that money paid that family through all those years. And the last time I checked, after the kids were the 2 boys were raised, she still had over $1 million in there. Okay, it was her retirement after that. I remember a lady named Hazel. I told you guys about Hazel, I think in the first of the year, okay? But she had $150,000, which is equivalent of about $300,000 a day. And she was in a CD getting 2%. I mean, this is amazing. This is 30 years ago, and the banks still haven't changed, okay? I mean, they're still doing the same crap to people that they were doing 30 years ago. She was getting $300 a month from her investment, plus a $800 from Social Security. Starving to death, okay? Not doing anything. She couldn't even, not only could she not go see her grandkids, okay? She didn't even have the money to send them gifts. Can you imagine being a grandma and not being able to send your grandkids gifts, not be able to go see your grandkids? Not be able to do anything. I mean, I went to her apartment and the place was freezing. She didn't have the heat on, okay? I mean, it just pissed me off, okay? Banks do this to people. Financial companies do this to people. We were able to get her in a vehicle that paid her more money, okay? We took that $300 a month that she was getting from the banks and increased that to over $800. That's like $1,600 a month in today's dollars, plus Social Security. We increased the amount of money in today's dollars to her budget over $1,000 a month. And you know who was getting that $1,000 extra a month before? The banks. She started taking clogging lessons. She started flying to see her grandkids, getting them gifts. She started going on senior citizen trips, all kinds of stuff. She started living versus just existing. See, you wouldn't have dreamed it this good. If I'd talked to you prior to Primerica, and you'd have pictured your dream life, you wouldn't have dreamed it this good. No competition, okay? I mean, low overhead, 90% profit margin, the largest industry in the world, and be with the biggest, baddest company in that industry, okay? The most profitable industry in the world, economic proof, inflation proof, pandemic proof. Now, people are still going to tell you no, okay? They're still going to do all that stuff. but you've got to know why you're here. You couldn't dream it this good. So I'm going to end with where I started. You're going to have to make a decision to focus. Here's what I figured out, okay? Ivan Earl, one of our great $1 million earners, said this and just connected with me, okay? The storms of life either are at your house, leaving your house, or on your way to your house. That's just life. You've got to have the ability for a short period of time to focus on building something that lasts. Focus on something that gives you a dream life. Not focus on the day-to-day, not focus on yourself, not focus on all the stuff swirling around. You understand? In today's Primerica, you could be just starting with us. In a year from now, be making 25 grand a month. If you're already with us, okay, and have any kind of training at all, you can be making 25 grand a month 6 months from now. Those of you that are already making big money, you could increase your income by 25 grand a month in the next 6 months. What would additional 25 grand a month do for you toward your dream life? I mean, think about when in your life is this ever going to happen again? If it's not now, when? I get it. You got stuff going on. I get it. You know, you're busy, okay? But you were busy a year ago. You were busy 2 years ago. You were busy 4 months ago. Life goes by like that. You understand there's only 4 more months left in this year? I was thinking about Whitney Houston died 8 years ago. I mean, if you'd asked me out of the blue, I'd say 4 years ago, maybe, I don't know, 5 years ago. Okay, Prince died 4 years ago. If you know, how long has it been since you've been in high school? It went by like that, didn't it? I mean, if you got kids, your first child was your first child born, like yesterday, right? It just goes by. And if you're not careful, you're going to reach the end of your days and it went by and you didn't do what you needed to do. Life is not a dress rehearsal, okay? You don't get a couple more shots. You either make it happen now or you might as well just pass on it. I'm challenging everybody. You got a shot at everything. I was going to say you have a shot at everything you've ever dreamed of. Okay, you got a shot at things that you never even thought possible, that you never even thought to dream of. Let's go make it happen. Appreciate y'all. Thanks.
This event changed my life.
In life, you're going to be a recruiter or you're going to be recruited, yes? You're going to be a recruiter for your own goals and your own dreams, or you'll be recruited to go build somebody else's.
I think it's just going to be one of those years that literally thrusts you to a completely different level than anything you can think, dream, or imagine.
If you choose to win, this is the greatest time in the history of this company to chase greatness.
When we all started at Primerica, we bought into the why of Primerica.
Doing something special with your life is different.
The why for our families.
Creating financial independence is different.
The why for our clients.
Taking your family to a great place in the world is not normal.
And it was the why that gave us the power to endure the struggles of building a business.
We gotta go, guys. Let's go build an RVP factory.
Man, it's been over 10, almost 11 years now, and she's just as excited, just as positive, just as motivated.
And it changed my life, it changed her life, the lives of our families, our children, our future grandchildren.
Our team.
Do you know what you have here?
The most important sale you will ever make in this business is selling yourself. Selling yourself.
yourself on why it's important to win.
It starts with me.
Selling yourself on the importance of the crusade. Selling yourself on the importance of the vision.
It starts with me.
Selling yourself on why you deserve to win here.
And it starts today.
Pumped up and so motivated and so excited.
We control the ability to develop the skills here. Thank goodness this is not a talent business. Would you guys agree?
This is about us. This is about our time. We're going to do this together.
You see, you got to remember what you're fighting for. It's about money and time. Freedom of money and freedom of time. A job will never give you both.
Your choices can make or break your business, and this is your business. Please make the right choice.
We are going to do it and do it and do it and do it until the job gets done. Ahoo! I love you guys.
All right, guys, October 24th. Make sure that you text in today to get those tickets and get yourself involved in that event, guys. It's going to be here before we know it. It's going to be, I mean, the year 2020 has been flying for us, and this event today has been incredible and just flying through the speakers. So big thank you to all the major speakers throughout the day. And to close this out, to wrap us up, to just put that bow on the end of this incredible event, give it up for my man, Victor Zancudo.
All right. Thanks, Josh, man. That's this event has been absolutely incredible. I've taken so many notes. This has been awesome, but as awesome as it has been, and all the speakers have absolutely killed it. I want to invite you guys to the next event, right? Because the next event is the most important event. So as it's been shown already, guys, the next Midwest Builder School, Gus and Joanna Gonzalez, my people, right? From Venezuela, the Dominican Republic. I'm going to be there. Rob and Whitney Cooper, guys, Gus and Johanna, they make over $1 million a year in this business. Rob and Whitney, they'll probably be at about $1 million by the next 6 to 10 months. Guys, these guys are going to come and absolutely tear it up. And something that's even more incredible is the fact that the event's going to be live. Guys, it's going to be live and in person. Who's excited about that? I'm fired up. So this is what's awesome. It's going to be a one-day event. Guys, it's going to be about 450 people, right? Because of social distancing, just making sure that we keep everybody safe. Guys, it's going to be 450. It's going to be live in Michigan at the awesome church at Grace Christian Church that we've been to. It's going to be incredible. So here's how it's going to work. Everyone who's bought a ticket, all the RVPs who bought a ticket for the previous event, for this event, guys, your tickets are going to be honored. Okay, so thank you, Ian, and thank you to the leadership for the Midwest Builder School. Tickets are going to be honored. So if you got a ticket, you're in. That's incredible. All the recognition is going to be live. Guys, listen, you've got to be there because you got to be recognized. You might as well go get your recognition. Now, we've gone without actual physical recognition for like 6 months. I'm having withdrawals, right? I'm like the picture that Proctor put up there. Instead of that Chappelle, I got that Jerome Biggums, right? I got some recognition. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta be there. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. So everyone who has tickets, who had tickets for the previous events, you are in. So that's gonna be absolutely amazing. Again, that's gonna be honored. Now, here's what's awesome. For the regional vice presidents, guys, your ticket, so you gotta buy them today. Everybody has to buy them today. The RVP tickets are gonna be $75 for a single, $150 for the partnership. Guys, that includes dinner with the winner. Now, this is amazing. It's a one-day event on Saturday, but we still got dinner with the winners that Friday beforehand for the regional vice presidents who get that. Guys, it's going to be awesome. For the rest of you, guys, the below RVPs, the tickets go on sale today, and that ends tonight. So listen to me now. That ends, you don't want to be left out, do you? I know that you don't. So you got to get your tickets. So do me a favor right now. Stop what you're doing. Stop listening to me for like 2 seconds. And all you gotta do is text the letters MBS, as in Midwest Builders School. Even I can get that to the number 484848. That's it. 484848. Text MBS and get your ticket right now, guys. The pre-sale ends today. Here's what's awesome. You guys didn't know you've been competing already, because here's what's great. All the RVPs are gonna be live, right? They're gonna be there. Everybody who bought a ticket's gonna be there. But the rest of the spots, we got to compete. Guys, there's a competition going on that you didn't know about, and I did. but it's gonna be so awesome. The rest of you guys, you're gonna compete to be live. Guys, the contest period's gonna be July, August, and September. And here's what's great. It's gonna be based on recruits and premium. That's it. Guys, recruits is 1,000, premium is $1 per point, and they're gonna add them up. Guys, it's builders premium. You compete to be there. Listen, you have got to compete the next, guys, August ends in the next 2 days, right? 3 days. And the month of September, absolutely kill it to be there and in person. So once again, the regional vice presidents, you attend, you got to have an RVP ticket, dinner with the winners the night before, top 100, approximately 150 people. It's going to be builders premium, guys. It's going to be premium plus recruits times 1,000. Guys, text that number. The early bird ends in 24 hours. I got 2 minutes left, and here's what I want to tell you real quick. Guys, you found the mother load. I don't know if you know this or not, but you found it. If you were looking for it, this is it. This is the right opportunity. This is the right time. This is the right you. You are the right you. Guys, I'm going to tell you what I did after my first big event. And if it's not your first big event, it's your second or third, it doesn't matter. I'm asking you to do the same. Guys, I got my ticket for the next event. I did that right away. By the way, make sure when you get your ticket, make sure you do it under your solution number, because that's how they're going to be able to get your builder's premium, right? Your builder's point. Make sure, guys, people who, I know that we all love to buy tickets in bulk. If you do that, it's going to be difficult for your teammates to get recognition. So get your ticket and encourage, as a leader, encourage your team to get their tickets as well. Guys, number one, again, text MBS to 484848. Guys, I made some major decisions. After my first BTS, after my first school, I saw an RVP promotion. And I made the decision that I would not be an engineer anymore. I wouldn't have somebody have their finger on me. Guys, I made a decision that I would be a regional vice president, that I would earn $100 grand a year. Guys, I made that decision. I'm going to ask you to do that too. Guys, condense all your notes today into one page and take massive action. Get your ticket and take action, because I want you to be promoted. I want you to be recognized at the next BTS. But right now, as soon as we close this, guys, I'm going to ask you for a big, huge favor. Set a record number of appointments. Guys, we have the whole day Saturday. The month doesn't end until Tuesday. I'm begging you, your family, the families whose lives are going to change, are waiting for you to call them right now, as soon as we hang up, for you guys to set a record number of appointments. We have a record amount of activity for you guys to make this thing happen and kill it. Get your ticket. Let's set some records. We love you guys. And this has been an awesome, amazing. Can't wait to see you all in person in October.